شكلي كويس ولا مش قليلة الأدب؟
يخسر ليك. وأعلن اليوم عن استهداف المملكة العربية السعودية بالوصول للحياد الصفري في عام 2060.
To many, it is a dream that seems impossible. A desert-covered nation seeking to lead the world in green transition has embarked on one of the most ambitious endeavors in the history of mankind.
We need to attend to climate change. It's an admission from the Saudi government that we are up to the challenge.
Obviously, climate change is real, and obviously we have to fix it if we want to improve the quality of life.
The goal is to ensure that flora, fauna, and future generations thrive together.
If we want to leave the world a better place than we found it, we have to do something about it, and we have to do it now.
We're God-gifted. We have the sun, we have the wind. We strongly believe that as a country, we're bequeathed with so many different sources of energies. And therefore, we have changed our mode from being a hydrocarbon producer to an energy producer.
It's an incredible vision, one that will be achieved in a single lifetime.
هو تحدي وتحدي كبير جدا، احنا في كوكب واحد، في ارض واحده، فما يعمل في المملكه العربيه السعوديه لا شك ان اثره الايجابي سيصل للعالم.
The Saudi Green Initiative is our proclamation of what we value to resolve our most pressing environmental and ecological challenges.
Saudi Arabia will unite the collective knowledge and passion of the entire kingdom.
We will be reducing our emission of CO2 by 278 million tons by 2030. That 278 is equivalent to today's emissions of Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, and Oman.
Saudi Arabia believes in a sustainable future. The kingdom is acting to reduce emissions, power the nation with renewables, and invest in the innovation and development of sustainable energy sources, such as clean hydrogen and synthetic fuels.
This is an agenda that is driven by a youth that's want to live better days and nights now and in the future.
No such effort has ever been undertaken before on such a large scale.
When we each embrace behaviors and activities that promote greater environmental protections, we create the foundations for change and progress. Species extinction is a very real and dangerous reality. It's a global concern, and the kingdom is taking responsibility for that and demonstrating our leadership.
Perhaps the most ambitious objective is the widespread afforestation of Saudi Arabia. 10 billion trees must be planted, and the survival ensured in a country with the world's third lowest rainfall.
The ambitions are big, the resources are big, and the results will be tremendous.
Groundbreaking research will enable suitable native species to be planted in ideal locations. While Saudi Arabia is well known for its vast natural resources, many are unaware of its diverse ecosystems.
Our world is interconnected, and all life matters. The Arabian leopard nearly became extinct in the 1960s, and it was all but lost for decades. And now, against all odds, it's back.
An abundance of unique flora and fauna have made their homes in the kingdom's deserts, wadis, mountains, and mangroves. Soon, a third of the country will be declared as protected wildlife reserve. A line in the sand that will redefine Saudi Arabia's relationship with the natural world forever.
Our objective is to preserve our planet. No country can do this alone. We have to do it together.
We know what we're protecting. We know the importance of preserving our natural wonders.
It has only been 12 short months since the Saudi Green Initiative was launched. The efforts are already bearing fruit.
We ask ourselves, if we are good and have the wherewithals and the endowments, why can't we do all of the above?
The Saudi Green Initiative. From ambition to action.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. Your Royal Highness, Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome you to the Saudi Green Energy Forum, and I'm so delighted to see all of you here. Energy producers, energy experts, climate leaders, all from so many parts of the world, coming here to help us drive forward substantive action in the race against climate change. So thank you all so much for being with us. Now, this is our second SGI gathering, and of course we've chosen this venue on the sidelines of COP, so important, the climate change conversation. And it's great to be here in Egypt, of course, and great to be in Sharm el-Sheikh. What a fabulous place. In the coming 2 days, we have a great lineup of experts and energy leaders to engage, inform, educate, and to hopefully inspire all of you. Our speakers will highlight the steps that have been taken over the past year towards achieving Saudi Arabia's ambitious national targets, as well as laying out the roadmap for the coming years. The work has only started, but I can promise you it's well on the way, and we have some great results already. Now, at last year's SGI Forum in Saudi Arabia, the country, and indeed His Royal Highness, made a bold commitment to the world. You saw there big ambition, big resources, big results, and all of this is beginning to happen. His Royal Highness personally promised that he would be held accountable, and I'm absolutely delighted that he's back here, and we're going to hear more from him about this very busy year. So I would now like to welcome to the stage the Minister of Energy from Saudi Arabia, His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, and his two moderators. I'm delighted he has two moderators, Dr. Angela Wilkinson, the Secretary General and CEO of the World Energy Council, and Jared Daniels, the CEO of the Global CCS Institute. So I'm really looking forward to hearing this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Atman. You are in the right outfit. Because today the color is green.
Thank you, Your Royal Highness. I'm delighted to be back.
You've been scaring me in the other room. You've been promising that you will...
I haven't scared you. I'm just saying there's a big red clock there, so we've got to go from red to green as quickly as possible. So,
well, it's my duty also to show that in every year we'll become greener and greener as we go.
So as the introduction laid it out, we're back here at the Saudi Green Initiative a year after you made some really big statements and promised to be personally accountable. So what's happened in the last year?
Well, it's also commensurate with the theme of the COP this year. We want to show, the theme of the COP is going from ambition to action. Prepared for that, and because what we have discharged as a commitment in both, actually, the Middle East Green Initiative and the Saudi Green Initiative, we can look at everybody in the eye and say, we have done it, and we shall continue doing it. And it's always about a state of mind. When His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince Mohammed, announced the Green Initiative, where it would be held every year, it's setting actually yourself to be held accountable, that you want to be held accountable, and you have the confidence to be held accountable, and you don't mind being checked by others. But in all of that, we're trying to set an example for others. If they really are ambitious enough, committed enough, they should not be shying from putting together events like this on a yearly basis. And now I think we made a good shift, which is making this two events commensurate with the COPs. So hopefully next year we will have both the Middle East Initiative and the Saudi Initiative commensurate with the COP in the UAE. And I hope other countries hosting the COPs in the future will continue holding us accountable to have these meetings and these events commensurate with the COPs. Now, in trying to show how much we have done in fulfilling our promises,
I have in front of me, as an elderly, I can't remember everything, and I cannot read from paper, so I asked our friends to put something for me, so if you can bear with me. But it's a huge laundry list. And it's exciting laundry list. It tells you a lot of what we have done. We, in the form of the young women and men of Saudi Arabia, the leadership, of course, of Saudi Arabia, the commitment of the leadership, those who work with the leadership, not only government, but state-owned enterprises, the society, the NGOs, and everybody else in this country. I owe it to them, so bear with me. But, you know, it's a proud moment for me, because the longer the laundry list, the more we showcase our commitment. So bear with me, if you can.
I know.
And I would urge our friends who were worried about holding us accountable last year, you've asked for it, you got it. So bear with me. Can we go through that? Aside from the ambition we've declared last year, which is as a country we'll go to net zero for 2060, I have to remind people that it is all contingent on technologies. We believe there is a good chance that that date hopefully can be brought earlier. But again, we want to make sure that when we commit, we deliver. But our hope is actually to deliver ahead of time. As the video was showing, we're still committed to the 278 million tons. And there are things that are been at work, which would lead us comfortably and confidently to that number. I have mentioned a long time ago of the 50% on the power generation sector on renewable. Already this year we had a connectivity of 400 megawatt with a reduction of about a million ton of CO2. 13 more projects were tendered and signed the PPAs for them, the capacity of which is 11.4 gigawatt. Estimated investment is about 34 billion riyals, and would reduce around 21 million tons of CO2 emissions in a yearly basis. Our renewable program has won 3 international awards: Global Award for Project Finance International for the best ESG platform, 2 international awards from Infrastructural Journal Global. And next year, we'll be finalizing the plans for developing 10 more renewable projects and connecting an additional approximately 1 gigawatt of solar project to our grid. Liquid displacement, my favorite thing with Amin. And the Minister of Finance, he likes that because he's going to save a lot of money. He's all over me, getting there. First time in the whole planet world that the Minister of Finance enjoys spending on a program. Our program aim, as I said before, of eliminating burning 1 million barrels of liquids. We have reduced our liquid fuel consumption and power generation last year compared to 2019 by roughly 7.5%, amounting to a total 77,000 barrels of reduced liquids. Next year, converting one of the largest desalination plants in the world from liquid to gas would produce around 566 cubic meters of water per day and around 3 gigawatt of power. We will go the R, and we will be moving to ROs very soon. Our capable and committed Minister of Environment, Water and Agriculture is all over us because he likes the RO technology. It really is going to save us 30% of cost, aside from the amount of emission reductions. The Saudi energy efficiency, your baby, as you have visited us at that time. Again, we have avoided or reduced CO2 equivalent emission of energy efficiency as improved by about 6.3% in 2021 compared to 2020. The second phase of what we call it the Saudi Cafe, which is the average fuel economy for cars, improving fuel economy at a rate of about 3.5% per year. And the total emission reductions achieved will increase from around 0.9 million tons to roughly around 2.5 million tons annually. Tershid is a state-owned company. The government wanted to make sure that the government start with fixing its own building, fixing its own bulbs, lights, and everything, and become an exemplary for everybody to follow through. So as a company that underwent this program of changing every bulb in every street, fixing every inefficient way of consuming energy in every government building, they've been working. I had the pleasure of being the chairman of the board of that company, but we've been doing a lot of good things. By the end of third quarter this year, saving is about 5.3 of terawatt per hour, which is the equivalent to saving about 8.5 million barrels of oil equivalent. The development of energy efficiency market also helped us to create a new business line, a new industry, which is ESCOs. To those who knows this business, it's companies that come and overhaul buildings to ensure that these buildings are efficient. We've started, actually, when the company started, where we had only 4 companies operating in Saudi Arabia. Today, licensed companies, about 47 companies. We are pushing now to a mid-sized companies and small-sized companies. In fact, the small-sized companies, we're aspiring to make sure that the owners and operators of these small companies will be women, simply because they will have a better accessibility to homes than men.
Let me just count you in. I know you've got a long list, but I was told in Oxford that normally people can remember 3 things.
Okay.
Geniuses can remember 5, and an Oxford professor regularly talks about 10. So far, I've heard targets, I've heard renewables, I've heard displacement of fuels, I've heard ambitious energy efficiency programs, and I've heard everybody's into this, cooperation between ministries and inclusion of society. So how many more on the list?
They're gonna come. I'm gonna keep them coming. You asked for it. The word was hoping to crucify us because we are the biggest exporter of liquids. We're gonna make the world accountable for us on what they deliver, because we want people to match us. And we want to make sure people put their money where their mouths are. That's gonna be my theme and continue to be my theme. We're gonna do indeed, we want to make sure that the world get to be held accountable to us. because we will deliver these things. We're in our comfort zone, and I'm going to keep them coming. Just hold your horses. Last year on clean hydrogen, and we are going to call it clean hydrogen because we have a good team here. They're here, present here. We're working with even standardizing hydrogen. We don't have to call it green, purple, yellow, pink, blue, gray. We have to work on standardizing hydrogen, and let's call it clean hydrogen or low carbon hydrogen, or whatever it is hydrogen. But at the end of the day, we have to agree on standardizing the quality of hydrogen and make sure that it is acceptable for people to buy it. If people have the preference to call it green, we're also there. We'll show you. We've already started construction on NEOM. Aramco and SABIC and Ma'aden obtained the world's first independent certification recognizing blue hydrogen and ammonia production. Ma'aden has successfully certified 138,000 tons of blue ammonia, which represent nearly 40% of the global certified ammonia production. Commercial shipment from Aramco, SABIC, and Ma'aden left the kingdom carrying 50,000 tons of certified ammonia to South Korea. NEOM and Saudi Ground Services Company, Royal Commission of Jubail and Yanbu, and Air Products are building hydrogen fueling stations in NEOM. 6 government-to-government MOUs, including US, Germany, UK, South Korea, Singapore, and Greece. We've signed them this year actually, on bilateral arrangements to make sure that we work together on hydrogen. 8 pilot projects of hydrogen fuel cell-based vehicles, buses, trains, and transportation application and sustainable jet fuel production, fuel production were put together in Saudi Arabia. Actually, it's something that we're proud of, because if we can succeed with that, we can scale it and become the role model as Saudi Arabia for how hydrogen can help mobility. And we still have a competitive edge about it, by the way, because if we produce the blue hydrogen, we're going to be the lowest cost producer. If we go for the green hydrogen, to the dismay of so many, maybe, we're still going to be the low cost producers. The event last night, where both of you were here and some of our friends here attended too. And again, it was a proud moment for me yesterday, so as it is for our friends in Aramco, and will become very soon with SABIC, the CCUS project. The capacity of 44 million tons annually by 2035. We're not giving it this softy language. We're saying it. We will deliver in 2035, the 44. But in 2027, we will deliver the 9. We are the only country yet that I know that delivered a commitment to the operator of incentivizing the operator. So yes, we will be incentivizing the operator. Myself, my team, our team in the ministry, the team with Aramco, we worked laboriously hard to get the story correct and to get the arrangement correct. And we'll be more than happy to share it with other governments of what to do as an enabling regulator to ensure that the operator can be incentivized to do the right job. That's why, myself and Amir were almost breakdancing last night when we signed up to it. I said almost, so I'm not going to leave our audience with their imagination. Now, we are establishing a carbon capture and sequestration company. It's called Sikaku. It's going to be owned by Aramco and others, I think. And as I said, the 9 million will be delivered, because there is nothing that Aramco had hoped for as enabling that was not delivered. Launching the 3 pilot projects of different carbon capture and utilization application. It is in KAUS, NEOM, and SEC. It's a small-scale thing, but it will be delivered. A software cement company is also building a self-sustained CCUS for cement industry, and if that model can work, it is going to proliferate in all the cement industry. Ma'aden is also with Gulf Creo utility utilize CO2 captured from ammonia facility for industrial application. These entities will be signing MOUs and agreement actually after this session, immediately after this session. Can't go more transparent than that.
That's only a couple of minutes away. We're up to 7 still.
We'll squeeze our friend, the organizer, to give us some liberty. Bedouins are libertarian by design, so. The global methane pledge. We were the first, or amongst the first, to say yes. And actually, we said yes because we have a record to show. Our operators, Aramco, has the lowest methane emissions by any measure. Now, people like to use per capita, but this is deceiving. Because otherwise, we would have to borrow some of our friends to come and live with us to ensure that the number is correct. You know, you could be deceptive as you wish, but the world would not listen to you. Mm-hmm. But it's actually the 0.005 thing that no one is delivering, maybe with the exception of Norway and Denmark, or just Norway. And look at the scale of the size of production of liquids, gas, and what have you, and with all due respect, what Denmark or Norway is producing. But be it as it may, we accepted the challenge because there is a lot of work on waste management, and I have the guy who is heading the waste management and infill company that was just recently created to ensure that we deliver on a much better targets on terms of methane emission reductions. Most of the contribution from Saudi Arabia will come as a result of the work of the company. And still, Aramco will continue pushing and shoving along with others, but it's almost like squeezing the last bit if we can deliver. But again, we're working on technologies. So here comes Johnny. Could you ever believe Saudi Arabia one day, which we, by the way, we talked about it in Glasgow. Ever since Glasgow, ambassador is here, as a way to enable people. You know, last week, or the week during the FII, the PIF had announced this voluntary carbon market platform. Today, we are announcing that we will launch the greenhouse gas credit and offsetting scheme at the beginning of next year, by January 2023, which is exactly 10 amount to a carbon, or not a carbon. It's a greenhouse gases market. because we like comprehensive solutions as opposed to all of the above. So I would love to, of all our audience here and others who would wish to know more about this offset so-called market, we have the right team. They could be here and they could be in the blue zone. Anytime, any minute, they can showcase the timeline, the way forward, and how much our work with the British government at that time in COP26, finishing off the Article 6 rule of book had enabled us to be here today making this announcement. So I'm very grateful to our friends from the UK at that time, Alex Sharm himself, the team, of the genuine work that we did together, which is a state secret, but now we are revealing it. I think the ambassador is fleeing from the room. You're here, Your Excellency. Remember how much work we did? Well, we're delivering here. Thank you very much indeed.
Well, and what I hear is, and I love your phrase, comprehensive solution, right? Mm-hmm. And clearly technology enabled, clearly all of the above. You walked us through what you have delivered in terms of energy efficiency, renewables, hydrogen, new work in carbon capture and storage going forward. You mentioned it takes the ministry, state-owned enterprise, finance, industry, all of us working together. Mm-hmm. I know that we have a list that's long and counting, right? And one of the questions globally you also mentioned is the network and the bilateral relationships with many countries that you just mentioned, all working together to do this. Time is not on our side. We're at the COP talking about climate, but that is in the broader context of how do we balance climate change mitigation with other aspects driving humanity forward. And a question that I had for you is, given all of what you have to work with, all of these levers, where do you see going forward your leadership, Saudi leadership, to try to optimize our solutions across all of that, not just the climate mitigation, but what you talked about last night with cook stoves and human health and time poverty, all of those topics?
Well, we're also mindful, which skipped me, but there, part of the occasion some of you had attended has to do with clean energy, clean fuel for cooking. And this is something that we hold it up close, and we, as Saudi Arabia, we hold it up close and personal, because we deal with so many countries that are suffering from energy poverty, and the number are staggering. And actually, any sense of humanity will have to lead people to focus on this issue, and to be honest, make this whole debate less condescending by making sure that people understand the priorities of the others. You can't go to these countries who are suffering from serious energy deprivation or poverty and ask them to do this and that and this and that. And you can't come to them with these so-called, on the outset, it looks nice packages, the 100 billion and what have you. But when you go, but the devil is in the details. When you go and see the details of this 100 billion, and you discover that even if a company, a JNJC, or government borrow X money, X dollars from a bank, it will be accounted for as part of the contribution. Mm-hmm. That makes you, again, worried. Okay. The reason we took upon ourselves that initiative of working with others, and you will hear a lot from us working with others on this clean fuel for cooking, because of its humanitarian element, because of its environmental contribution, and keep in mind that even this whole facility, we made it rounded and rounded, including the exhibition. If you really want to understand what Saudi Arabia is doing now and will be doing in the future, look again to the circular carbon economy. We're going to reduce, we're going to recycle, we're going to reuse, and we're going to remove. Part of removing is not only the greening of Saudi Arabia or Middle East greening, but also, and I would like to make this opportunity as a calling, an additional calling, let's all congregate and work with these African countries, Southeast Asian countries, because they're removing things in order for them to cook. And they are cooking in a primitive way that brings illnesses, diseases, and deaths.
So that I don't get shot, looking, the red line has disappeared, I'm going to just do a quick wrap up and evaluation of what I've just heard as the A-star action plan of Saudi Arabia. Just tell me, ambition, did you hear that?
I heard ambition.
Action, did you hear that?
I think we've heard demonstrated action and much more to come.
Accountability, did you hear that?
I think we heard that loud and clear.
And the last point I heard was additionality.
And I think that's a key point.
May I add one? We're challenging everybody.
You're laying down the gauntlet. Thank you very much. I think we depart at this point.
Just to make sure we're challenging everybody.
I heard you laying down the gauntlet. He's laying down the gauntlet.
Let them, and we're going to keep it coming. Wait for us next year. It will be another hallelujah.
Excellent.
Then the only thing I can say to that is amen.
Absolutely. This has been.
Thank
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have to.
Thank you so much to our dear moderators, Jared and Angela, and to Your Royal Highness, Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman. As you said, we will deliver. You heard this here at the Saudi Green Initiative. Strong words there. He promised he would be held accountable. I think he has really given us a very comprehensive list of some of the great work that's already been done, down to the fact that they're conserving energy in government offices, looking at realigning consumption, looking at reducing consumption, desalinization. Again, praising the technology that's in place and making sure that the investment is there and that the ability is there to make sure that technology is laid out. You know, as he said, as the world's biggest exporter of liquids, His Royal Highness said there that, you know, it's an ambition to be the leader in the change and leading the green economy and delivering those comprehensive solutions. We're ready to hear more comprehensive solutions as we look at the need for environmental action at the national, the regional and the international level, and again looking at Saudi Arabia. I want to welcome my colleague Frank Kane and his panel to the stage. Frank, I leave it to you. Thank you so much.
Here, Dr. Osama. Thank you. Well, that was an inspiring session, I think, from His Royal Highness. And I'm sure it will inspire us to greater things in the course of this session. So good morning, everybody. Welcome. Day one of the Saudi Green Initiative in Sharm el-Sheikh. I should advise you, translation machines will be required for this because while I will ask questions in English, the responses will come in Arabic. I feel thoroughly ashamed that I can't ask the questions in Arabic, but maybe this time next year. Who knows? We are here this morning to talk about the need for environmental action at the national, regional and international levels through the prism of the experience of Saudi Arabia. As we've heard, it's been 1 year since SGI 21, when Saudi Arabia announced a number of major initiatives to mitigate the effects of climate change and to improve biodiversity. The theme of this event is from ambition to action. So let's try to determine. We heard His Royal Highness say, we are delivering, we will deliver. So I have with me a distinguished panel of expert policymakers to discuss this crucial issue, the progress to date, the challenges, and the partnerships being built to address those challenges. Let me introduce them. From my left, His Excellency Engineer Abdul Rahman Abdul Mohsen Al-Fadli, the Minister of Environment, Water and Agriculture of Saudi Arabia. Next to him, Dr. Osama Fakir, the Deputy Minister for Environment from the same ministry. And on the far end, last but not least for sure, Munir Al-Sali, the CEO of the Environmental Bank, who will talk us through some of the financial aspects of this process. So, Excellency, let me go to you first. Tell me, why is there a need for concerted action at these three levels that we've identified, national, regional and international? Why is there that need?
بداية صباح الخير للجميع. أعتقد اليوم إحنا الجميع نعيش في كوكب واحد، نعيش في كوكب الأرض، محاطين بغلاف جوي واحد، وكلنا بنتنفس من هذا الهواء. الحاجة ليست فقط إلى العمل على هذه المستويات المحلية والوطنية والإقليمية والعالمية كما ذكرت. هذا أعتقد أنه أمر مفروغ منه، والبيئة هي عمل متكامل على المستوى الدولي. ما يحدث في بلد أو منطقة يؤثر على منطقة أخرى، ولكن أنا أيضا أعتقد أنه لابد أن يكون هناك عمل على مستويات متوازية.
We have to work in parallel. The same speed and acceleration. There are UN conventions, be it the UNFCCC, the biodiversity, as well as combating desertification. I believe that these conventions should depend on one another. Hence, working towards the implementation of such conventions and protocols is a must. And I believe this will lead to the hoped for biodiversity balance. We in Saudi Arabia, thank God, since 2015, 2016, and the establishment of the Ministry of Environment, we have a clear strategy that identify the gaps that we have, and we've launched parallel balanced initiatives to address these challenges identified in all levels. Thank you.
Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا لك.
Let me go to Dr. Osama Fakir to give, if you would, Doctor, a brief overview about Saudi Arabia's perspective on environmental sustainability, which is within your orbits at the ministry, as I understand.
Thank you, Frank. طبعا يعني منظور المملكة الاستدامة البيئية الآن هو جزء من القناعة المترسخة في العالم جميعا.
It is part and parcel of the world view. Sustainable development cannot be achieved without the third pillar, that is environmental sustainability. This is an urgent global requirement, keeping in mind the increasing consumption of natural resources, then the impact of the climate change. Hence, environmental sustainability is a main pillar, a milestone for social welfare and economic development. Saudi Arabia has translated this vision in multiple steps. First, establishment of the Ministry of Environment, adoption of the state-level environmental strategy, criteria and standards in order to combat deforestation, as well as management of wastes, the kingdom as well launched pioneer initiatives like Saudi Green Initiative, comprising the clean energy, biodiversity, and all this has been translated in multiple initiatives, as we see in the Middle East Green Initiative, as well as contributing in different conferences, Montreal, the G20, and the other pilot initiatives worldwide. All this springs from our deep belief that environmental sustainability is an urgent need and requirement that we should all work together to achieve.
Tell me, just a side point here, do you think that the Middle East as a region faces bigger environmental challenges than the rest of the world from climate change and global warming?
طبعا منطقة الشرق الأوسط يعني كما هو معروف تواجه تحديات إضافية بالإضافة للتحديات المشتركة، التصحر، موارد المياه قليلة، مع أيضا نمو سكاني، فهناك أيضا فعلا تحديات تستوجب العمل التشاركي على مستوى إقليمي مع حشد الدعم الدولي لهذا العمل.
Thank you. Munir Al-Sali, tell me if you would, all this of course costs money, doesn't it? Lots and lots of money. Give me a financial perspective, would you please, on the cost of the SGI and how that will be met.
First, thank you. It is indeed my pleasure to be with you today. Finance is very important to achieve success in these initiatives. Our fund, when it has been established, laid down a long-term strategy to provide financial resources and financial sustainability, and the rest is being covered by the state's budget. We have strategies related to the environment, and we have identified sources of financing, and we have collaborated with the meteorological and environmental institutes and centers in order to analyze these initiatives and identify financial resources required. We've worked on R&D, research and development centers, in order to provide sources of finance. As for the Saudi Green Initiative, the SGI, we encourage private sector investment, and we invite all the companies in order to transfer to be environmental friendly. Part of the finance that is being provided, we have the Agricultural Development Fund that provides green finance for projects and the requirements related to environmental impact studies. This fund provides development loans to SMEs, and this highlights the competitive privilege. Of course, we have diversity in our kingdom, and of course we seek environmental sustainability for sustainable development achievement.
Excellency, I believe that you had a point to make there on finance matters, didn't you?
عندما نتحدث عن السعودية الخضراء ونتحدث عن زراعة 10 مليار من الأشجار، وهو ما لم يعلن أو يستهدف سابقا، فهذا يحتاج الكثير من الدراسة.
And this requires multiple studies and researches,
إعمال التقنية
use of technology,
الموجودة حاليا والقادمة.
The existing technology and the future technology, in order to achieve this ambition.
بما يمكن من استدامة هذه الأشجار.
In order to ensure the sustainability of these trees and the economic impact will be witnessed in Saudi Arabia and the rest of the world. This project is being implemented with the least or the minimum level of costs. Costs are not identified, but it will be high by all means. Hundreds of billions. But what are these hundreds? 100 900, it's not clear yet, but it's more like 900, not closer to 200.
Thank you. Dr. Osama, can I put one specific point to you? One of the real eye-catching headline features of SGI 21 was the commitment to plant the trees that His Excellency has just mentioned, 10 billion over a number of years. What progress?
في البداية يعني طبعا كما ذكر معالي
As His Excellency mentioned,
زراعة العشرة مليون.
it is not only important to cultivate this 10 billion trees at whatever cost, but the importance is that they should be sustainable, keeping in mind the water resources, maximizing the benefit, considering other economic and social factors. Thank God, till now, and we are still in the very initial phase, there are commitments with more than 600 million trees. 50% of private sector major companies are committed to do so. And this is a very good indicator that shows that our action will not be limited or restricted to the public sector, but everyone should participate. Private sector, the NGOs, the civil society organizations. These are the foundations of the initiative to comprise all segments of society, as well as depending on renewable water resources, rainfall capture. And we are not only limited to the cultivation of trees, but we seek the maximum or the optimal usage of resources, reduction of loss, and maximizing the benefits. For instance, we have cultivation in agriculture using rainfall water to cultivate tens of millions of fruit trees that will reduce CO2 and at the same time food security, rural development and social welfare, and the optimal use of water resources. We have urbanization and cultivation of we have Al-Riyadh Green Initiative. This is initiative to cultivate thousands of parks in many cities in the kingdom. It's not about the number of trees. It's about changing lifestyle that would impact the quality of life, an impact on health, temperatures, absorption of pollutants, supporting the outdoor activities. We have trees cultivated on the highways. 30 million trees are to be cultivated along the highways. This would help in keeping the infrastructure of road, in addition to improving the experience of traveling. We are developing of 50 million parks by cultivating 10 million trees. The mangrove trees on the coastal area to be cultivated, and this will impact the fisheries, the pollutants in seas and oceans. So the list can goes on, as I quote the speaker. And indeed, much actions and measures are taking place. As I have earlier mentioned, it's not about the number, it's about value creation, as I quote the speaker.
Yep, I think that's a very good point, a very well-made point. Munir Asali, you are also involved in the Agricultural Development Fund, aren't you? Tell us succinctly, if you would, the role of agriculture in this whole greening process.
اوكي طبعا صندوق التنمية الزراعي
Agriculture Development Fund aims at achieving rural development and food security through sustainability of finance. We have two types of projects that is being funded by the fund. Major economic projects that requires multiple millions, including, and as a condition, these should be licensed, and the environmental impact assessment should be conducted. The second strand of funding is to the small farmers. Funding of small farmers will impact the social life, especially in remote areas where the main economic activity is agriculture. So to support them and give them source of finance, this would achieve sustainability. So social sustainability in parallel with the finance sustainability will have positive impact. Through finance, many of our projects require agriculture credits and loans. So we indirectly helps in the cultivation of these number of trees being set.
Okay. Excellency, back to you if you would. Sum up for me, progress so far over the past year. What have you achieved? What is still to be done?
في الواقع العمل مستمر منذ إنشاء هذه الوزارة وفعليا تاريخ 31 ديسمبر أو 1 يناير لا يعني.
For the 31st of December and the 1st of January we've started throughout this year. But what we are working on currently is to achieve sustainable economic development that would preserve and maintain sustainability of natural resources. We in Saudi Arabia should save and maintain these very limited natural resources. Hence, when we look at this strategy and how to resume the implementation of this strategy, the waste management system, the executive regulations, the laws, legislations, a major objective is to promote and explain these legislation and bylaws to all stakeholders, to make it clear and raise awareness of such actions that will enable us to achieve sustainable development. This is an investment in environment with very high values. The establishment of these centers, raising awareness, capacity building, human resources, this takes much time. We're lucky because all these centers have already started operating. They need to be supported. The environment strategy that Dr. Osama referred to, he spoke about more than 65 initiatives, investments of about $20 billion in the coming years. We have Green Saudi Arabia and its goals and objectives, the Middle East Green Initiative and its targets and objectives. It is worth noting as well that the Middle East Summit lately, the Middle East Initiative Summit decided on a governance structure for this initiative. In last years, many companies have been established, one related to waste management, and this is very important. We are targeting to recycle not less than 90% of the waste. We have another company established in order to address the oil leakage and spills. What I want to say in brief, that we are working in parallel, many actions in parallel, but we are trying to accelerate the action following the same approach to achieve one day these objectives.
Dr. Osama, to stay on the multinational, international theme, if you would, tell me a bit more about the Middle East Green Initiative and how that fits into Saudi thinking now, because Saudi Arabia was really the inspiration behind this. Tell me about the feeling within the Middle East Green Initiative. Is it solid, confident, unified?
The Middle East Green Initiative was launched based on our belief that the challenges, environmental challenges, cannot be addressed only at the national level. This should be complemented by action on the regional and international level. Middle East Green Initiative works by depending on nature-based solutions. The methodology adopted will be working according to 3 framework conventions: the climate change, biodiversity, and addressing deforestation. So they announced goal 200 million hectare, 50 billion trees. This represents an optimal opportunity to face these common challenges, not only at the environmental level, because these challenges indeed have big economic impact. A UN study has been conducted saying that soil deterioration causes $6 trillion annually because of the loss in agriculture. The impacted area will exceed this in years to come, so we need to work on this. This is linked, of course, to biodiversity. Another study has been conducted by the WWF, the leading planet index, shows that the deterioration of natural habitat leads to 60% of biodiversity loss. Climate change from 5 to 10%, and this percentage will increase in the future. Hence, we believe this issue was not paid due interest as it's supposed to be. Food security and other social issues. So the Middle East Green Initiative, in brief, have developed a governance structure that ensure effective contribution in the region, North Africa, South Africa, South and East Asian countries, all participating based on participatory approach, science-based decision-making, alignment between national, regional, and international actions, in addition to a robust, highly transparent mechanisms to achieve the objectives.
Munir Ansari, I want to ask you, if you would, briefly about ESG, environmental, social, and governance factors in the financial aspects of SGI. Tell us how big a factor are they when it comes to finance here?
بالنسبة للمفهوم الESG تطور خلال السنوات الماضية.
This concept that has been developed throughout the years, the fund has an investment portfolio to make sure that the direct and indirect investments through the fund should be in line with the ESG standards. So this is part and parcel of our action. Our investments are in line with the ESG standards. Our role as a fund is to support the private sector to transfer to friendly practices, environmental friendly practice. And the ESG standards is being observed in the operations of all companies and corporations. We are keen that this would add value to the companies. Maybe they might need investment in the initial phase, but the benefit of the ESG practices will add value of the company. The companies that are always highly ranked in the ESG are more promoted. Of course, we have been launched special green bonds for the company, and the cost is the least for the user of these bonds.
We are nearly out of time, and I want to go back to His Excellency for the final word. We've heard a lot about the future. Earlier today, we've heard about new initiatives in carbon capture and in safe fuel for cooking. Tell me, what does the future hold for the Environment Ministry?
باختصار أعتقد أن المستقبل
Briefly, I believe that the future is promising. We are working on the national level. Many initiatives have been launched,
مستوى المحميات إلى 30%.
increasing the number of protected areas to 30%. We have objectives to recycle about 90% of the wastes.
مراكز حديثة.
We have newly established centers working on climate change, programs for rainfall. One important center is responsible for monitoring and regulating environmental compliance. When Saudi Arabia headed G20 in 2020, we have as well launched different initiatives. In other words, the challenge we are having now is to implement all these initiatives and to maintain these objectives in time with the required quality and the cost that will not be exaggerated, not in exaggerated costs, he says.
Well, thank you, gentlemen, and I wish you all the best and the best of luck in your efforts in this very important area. Thank you very much indeed, the three of you. It's been illuminating. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Frank. I think they've cut your mic already. Thank you very much for that enlightening panel. Well, up next, we have From Ambition to Action. As we know, this is the edition of SGI, with sustainable tourism a major focus within that 2030 vision. Now, to illuminate the sector further today, we're going to split the session into two. At first, we're going to look at sustainable tourism from a governmental and institutional perspective, and then we're going to go to the private sector and investigate the lessons that have been learned and what we can expect at the Red Sea Development Project as it opens its doors early next year. So I'd like to, with that, start to invite my panel. Our next panel is Sustainable Tourism, Protecting Natural Treasures. From that government perspective, I'd like to invite His Excellency Ahmed Al-Khatib, Minister of Tourism of Saudi Arabia. And His Excellency Philippe Calderon, the Honorary Chairman of the Global Commission on the Economy of Climate and the former President of the United Mexican States. Welcome, gentlemen. Please take a seat. So, very honored to have you sat here today with us all. We've heard a lot of comments already about the progress made and the state of mind that we need to be in. But if I could start with you first, Your Excellency. You're sat in a very interesting seat at the moment with sustainable tourism, as I mentioned, a major component of the 2030 vision. What do you see as your role in supporting that agenda?
Thank you, Sarah, and I'm pleased to be here at the Saudi Green Initiative
سعيد جدا لوجودي هنا في مبادرة السعودية الخضراء
with my friend President Calderon talking about tourism and tourism contribution to the climate. Today, as you heard from His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz, he shed a light on all the initiatives that Saudi Arabia is initiating and confirming to the world that we are moving from planning to action, which is very important. I think many countries have announced their goal to reach to net zero by 2050 or 2060, but the challenge is the plan. You know, I wish to see, solid plans like what His Royal Highness
As he said, the devil is in the details, right? Absolutely.
Absolutely. And tourism, the global tourism industry is causing about or contributing to an 8% roughly to the greenhouse emissions, and and about 14% to the global solid waste. And therefore, in the same time, this industry is growing in excess of the global growth and is expected to almost double by 2030. With this very strong growth, we definitely expect to create more challenges to the environment, which put a big responsibility on us as policymakers, as a government, to work closely with the UN organizations like the UNWTO, or with the private sector represented by the WTTC, who Her Excellency Gloria Guevara, who is sitting there, used to be the CEO, and she was the Minister of Tourism in Mexico, working at the same time when President Calderon was the president, to agree and set and put all the plans to not only control. I heard John Begano, who you will hear from him after the session, saying we're not only protecting the planet, we are regenerating what we lost in this planet.
And I think that's a super important distinction, isn't it? Because we're hearing sustainability, and that's very, very worthy. But it kind of started first here, and it's something that Saudi should own, this regenerative concept. It's very strong with it. It's like the backbone of the tourism industry, right?
100%. Through planting the 1 billion trees and regenerating the coral reefs, and protecting the species and the Red Sea and the wildlife. Today, 30% of the Saudi land is preserved, and protecting the environment is definitely in the forefront of Vision 2030. We have created and announced last year the creation of the first of its kind, the Global Tourism Sustainability Center, that covers the 3 pillars. We are here today focusing on the environment, but the center is also covers the economical aspect and or pillar, and the social pillar of the sustainability. And the pandemic gave us a very tough lesson when our industry lost 62 million jobs. And hundreds of thousands of small and medium enterprises. 60% of the workforce in our industry are women, and 80% are youth. And therefore, sustainability social sustainability is extremely important. And therefore, we in the tourism, putting environment and sustainability in our forefront to ensure that this planet is protected. People travel to enjoy the nature and enjoy the beaches and the sea and the mountains. If we lose these treasures, people definitely will not travel, and therefore we have to make sure environment is protected and sustained.
And this is what people are going to come to see. And I know, Your Excellency, you feel very passionate about this, the Center for Sustainable Tourism. Mexico, massive tourism industry. You have a lot of ancient UNESCO World Heritage sites. What's your take on all of this?
Well, first, I want to emphasize what the minister is saying. One of the big projects that Saudi Arabia has, not only these giga projects, the Red Sea that we are going to hear in a minute, or the Riyadh, or Aluya, or anyone, Saudi Arabia is taking an important initiative to create what the minister says, the Global Center for Sustainable Tourism. And tourism is probably not the most important, among the most important human activities today. I would say it is the 10% activity. 10% of the GDP globally, 10% of the jobs in the world, and the minister is right, 8% of the emission, but under this trend it will be 8%, but now it's going to be roughly 10% in some years. So 10% of the growth, jobs, emissions, we need to make sustainable tourism
a fact, as the Minister of Energy say, pass to actions and to demonstrate and challenge all the world. And what is nice and attractive for me, passionate about this initiative, is Saudi Arabia is not thinking only in Saudi Arabia itself. Yeah. I believe the sustainable tourism, taking responsibility to lead the world, to guide, to be like the custodian of sustainability in tourism, will be an incredible legacy of Saudi Arabia and other countries, because it's a multi-stake, multilateral initiative to the world. I'm thinking in people visiting a place, taking, for instance, transport, massive transportation to the airport, a plane, for instance, in which you can ask for your meals, you can ask for them in an anticipated way in order to avoid food wasting. And we can travel maybe in a hybrid plane with biofuels in part, with an electric part, or in very short flights like Cairo to here, even an electric, we cannot discard that. And we have massive transportation system in place to reach an hotel. It's running on the renewable energy completely. All the water is treated, reused, all the garbage is well managed. This kind of world related with sustainability, it is possible. And the kind of jobs that all the world needs, especially in developing and poor countries, are coming from that. Yeah. So that's the way in which I see this vision. I share, and I'm supporting and working very happy with the Minister.
We're going to put John under pressure in a short while to talk about those actions that have been taken. And we saw from His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz accountability, which is what you're both alluding to, not being scared of that accountability and showing your workings, if you will, behind the scenes. So, Your Excellency, I'd like to talk about that in relation to these giga projects in the Red Sea and Amala that are so well known. What actions have you taken on those, not just to sustainable actions, but positive actions to have regenerative tourism as well?
Actually, we are working closely with the giga projects, whether the Red Sea, and again, you will hear from my friend John, and we have Nadmi here. I just saw him, the CEO of NEOM, and the Giddiya, which is the historical, and the Al-Ula. We're working with them closely. We are sometimes learning from them as a regulator, as a Ministry of Tourism, you know, because they very much care about the environment and the sustainability. They came to, you know, an untouched land, and they want to do it the right way in order to protect and preserve the treasures that they were giving the responsibility to develop. In addition to that, you know, we, in addition to the center, President Calderon, you know, shed light on, we have built the sustainability in our new tourism law that was recently published. So we will be advising and working closely with the private sector in what is the environment-friendly material to build any project. We will be working with the cruise company and cruise operator in making sure that they recycle the waste and they use less water and so on and so forth. And also at the operation time, we will make sure that they use, you know, they avoid using plastic and any material that will cause any damages to the environment. And another initiative, we have just announced yesterday commissioning 60 of the global experts from 30 different countries to work on and develop the baseline of the sustainability in tourism globally. How much tourism is contributing to the gas greenhouse emissions today? And as we all know, the tourism is a cross-cutting industry. Planes, you know, travel, cars, hotels, and retail, and F&B. So we just want to make sure that through this task force or through this group, the 60 experts from 30 different countries, we will know the baseline, how much tourism today is contributing to the greenhouse emissions and the global solid waste and others, and start to track it And this will help all the countries to set the policies that will make sure, the growth coming or forecast in our industry, where the WTTC is expecting the international arrival to grow by 130% by 2030. Imagine if we don't have the right policies to protect this planet. We will cause more damages, and therefore we have to act today.
Yeah, and I like the fact you said absolutely encapsulating that, act together. It's international cooperation. All the waterways are interlinked effectively. But as you also alluded to, it's often the local communities that are hardest hit by these climatic changes and impacts that if we don't do something about, they'll suffer more. And I wanted to bring you in on this, Your Excellency, because I know, congratulations, you've just been made the Global Ambassador for Heat Action, which is one of those silent killers that nobody really talks about. And we've all seen, if you've traveled around the world this summer, how hot it's been in certain areas that never before. I certainly experienced it.
Do you live in London or something, or what? No?
Actually, in Italy, in the lakes, in the north, in the mountains, melting glaciers. We can be very dramatic, but it's true. I'm watching it with my own eyes. But it's those local communities that get impacted. So what are you going to do in this new role? Because
absolutely. Well, talking about heat waves, maybe we are all impressed by the floods and the hurricanes and the forest fires, but do you know that heat waves kill more people than all other extreme events combined? A research of The Lancet says that only in 9 countries in 2019, 356,000 people died due to heat waves. Elderly people, vulnerable people, and especially the poorest people that is, for them, impossible to afford air conditioning, people that need to commute to work, walking in the street at 45 Celsius degrees. I'm sorry, I'm not Fahrenheit people either, but so it's a real problem, and we need to involve the community. For instance, with very simple measures. Well, not simple, but for instance, we categorize the hurricanes in the Caribbean. We suffer a lot in Mexico and that region, not everywhere, but anyway. And the hurricanes, they have names. We need to put names and categories to the heat waves, and we need to involve the communities on that. But let me go back to the tourism with 2 things. One is, tourism is the most powerful generator of jobs in developing and poor countries. Poor families need jobs coming from tourism. The idea is not to stop growth. The idea is not to stop tourism. We need tourism, but in a sustainable way. And if a development or a resort is able to respect nature and the ecosystem, incorporating the people in the decisions, and also, for instance, contributing to treating the water, to cleaning up the streets, to create those jobs, that's a massive way to improve the quality of the people. And in heat waves, for instance, if the resort can build some kind of refugee for extreme weather events, you can save a lot of lives on vulnerable people. Finally, the TPC is very important what the ministers say. Yesterday, under the patronage and the support of the Ministry of Tourism, it was launched the TPCC. You know all the IPCC, the Index for Carbon Emissions, which is the basis for everything. Well, the first reliable, not the first reliable, but one of the most reliable will be TPCC, launched yesterday under the center. That's going to be important to see, because if you are able to measure, you are not able to give the real accountability that the minister was talking about.
And I want to bring this back to a slightly cheeky question, but at the end of the day, we've talked about local communities, we've talked about these sort of big ideas, but it comes back to the intergenerational impact. So I'm imagining both of you, like me, we're getting a little bit older, we've got children, hopefully grandchildren. If you're going to be stood on a beach there in the Red Sea, what are you going to say to them? What did you do to make a difference for their lives in the future?
They are going to be proud of what we have done in order to protect the Red Sea and make them enjoy every single moment at the Red Sea, like if they've been to the Red Sea thousands of years ago.
Exactly, and to heal the planet, President.
Quickly, well, let me tell a story. When I took office as president, we launched an initiative to prevent and establish completely forbidden to lock down mangrove in the coast sea. And it was very impressive because traditional big resorts and hotels used to lock down mangrove to big, those fancy resorts, and then a palm there instead of mangrove. So we forbidden that. I suffered a lot of resistance, even from my own minister. It was not Gloria, but my own minister was opposed to that. And finally, we perseverated. We forbidden to lock down mangrove. And Mexico, that 5 years, by first time ever, was one of the few countries that the surface of mangrove, instead of decline, started to grow. And talking about my kids and my grandkids, I believe it's better. I dream that the way in which I can provide in a resort jobs for the people, maybe for them, but at the same time, the ecosystem around will be not less but more. And the same I would say about the coral reef in the Red Sea or in the Caribbean Mexican Sea. I dream that there will be a moment in which we are not destroying the planet, but contributing to the new generations to enjoy that we were able to enjoy today.
Well, gentlemen, I hope we can all canoe around the mangroves, whether it be in this region or in Mexico, with our grandchildren in tow, and look at a cleaner environment as a legacy. Thank you so much for joining me today. It's been an absolute pleasure. Your Excellencies, and Your Excellency Ahmed Al-Khatib, Minister of Tourism of Saudi Arabia, and His Excellency Felipe Calderon, former President of the United Mexican States and Honorary Chairman of the Global Commission on the Economy of Climate. Thank you so much for our conversation today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, as I mentioned, now we're going to hold the private sector to account when it comes to these developments that we've seen. As we've said, sustainable tourism, regenerative tourism is the watchword. This is the area that we're focusing on, and we're going to see what's happening within the Red Sea development, as I'm going to shortly invite John Pagano to come up and join me, as he is the CEO of the Red Sea Global, based here in Saudi Arabia. So I think they're ready for us, John. So if you'd like to come and join me up on the stage. Yes, lovely to see you. And you heard a lot of things there that you were familiar with, obviously with what's going on at the moment. In my introduction, I alluded to the fact you're going to open the doors shortly. I think there might be a bit of a soft opening going on if people walk past. What are we going to see in these new resorts when it comes to this regenerative tourism?
Well, look, I think before we get to the opening of our resorts, which is a hugely exciting moment for us as a real estate company, but I really want to go back to the very beginning. And you know, we set a very ambitious goal back in 2018 when we first started our journey on delivering the Red Sea. And, you know, we took a different approach that would customarily have been taken. And I've been in the real estate development business for more years than I'd care to admit. So, you know, we started off with the idea that we actually valued our natural capital. In fact, we say that the environment is our most valuable asset. And so if you value something, you're likely to take care of it. You know, like a financial asset, you want to see it grow. And that's exactly the approach that we took. You know, right from the very beginning, you know, we started with really understanding the place, the habitats, the ecosystems that we were given and blessed with. And we found this pristine environment. And what we wanted to do was make sure that not only did we set ourselves the goal of maintaining the status quo, and again, I think we talked about this before, you know, we came to the realization that actually sustainability is no longer enough, and that we really do need to think about regeneration. And by that we mean making the place better. So our goal wasn't maintain status quo, it was actually to increase the net conservation value of our entire destination by 30%, which is a pretty lofty ambition. But we've set out to do that, and we are delivering against that. So
let's talk about that, because I know you had a choice of 92 islands, and you've got a lovely turtle pin on there. And you had to make some decisions. That's a good island. That would be fantastic for development. But talk us through some of the decisions you made not to develop.
Well, exactly. So, we have over 90 islands that we have available to us. We're never going to develop more than, we're going to leave 75% of the islands untouched, which I think is important. But as we were surveying this beautiful environment that we had, we found the most beautiful island in the southern part of our lagoon called Al-Wakadi. And it was picturesque, it was stunning. It had all of the right attributes, and I could imagine this really beautiful resort on this island. But as we were doing our research with our scientific partners, we came to the realization that this island was a favored nesting site for the critically endangered hawksbill sea turtle. So it was a real dilemma. I had this beautiful island that I knew we were going to make a lot of money, but on the other hand, if I developed it, I'd potentially accelerate the extinction of a beautiful species. So at the end, it wasn't a very difficult decision at all. We simply decided we can't possibly develop this island. And as a result of that, we adopted the turtle as a constant reminder to us that nature was there first, that these creatures were there long before us, and that we need to respect that. And so you'll see most of my staff walking around here and at the destinations wearing the turtle pin very proudly because of that.
I think that's definitely worth a round of applause. And digging into it deeper, because I said I'm going to put you under pressure here, but we are at the SGI. Of course, we're focused on what's going on in the kingdom. You're developing in the kingdom, but some may say your budgets are a little bit more generous in terms of what you can pick and choose. Maybe the margins are a little bit more generous in certain areas. But what have you seen during this development and your previous developments on the regenerative tourism that you can share with the rest of the world that they can make a difference already?
Look, I think, I like to say that we're smarter because of what's gone before us. We've learned the lessons of the past and from all of those that came before us. And so, we have a different lens through which we actually now see the world. And so the things that we've learned on Red Sea is, push the boundaries. We can do things differently. The technology exists in most parts. What's lacking is the will. What's lacking is short-term profit drive rather than what is in the longer-term interest. And as I said, I go back to what I said before. If you value your natural capital, then you should protect that as much as you protect your financial assets, because in the long run, that's the bit that's going to really drive returns for you as a destination. So
what are you doing?
Okay.
Come on, don't keep it a secret.
Well, look, we're doing a lot of different things, and I'll go through the list very quickly. No single-use plastics. Again, that should be easy for everybody anywhere in the world today. We should all collectively stop using single-use plastics because it's a huge hazard to the environment. Secondly, zero waste to landfill. No waste to landfill. We're doing that right now during construction because you can. We're building the largest tourism destination in the world today, powered 100% by renewable energy, 24 hours a day. We're not connected to the national grid, so we are the largest microgrid powered by renewable energy. To do that, we're building the largest battery storage system in the world today at 1.2 gigawatt hours. So, in taking all of these measures, we're showing it's there, it's possible. It costs a little bit more. I accept that. I think that our guests will not mind paying $1 more if it goes towards protecting the environment. But we're doing more than that. We're going to zero green mobility day one. Electric vehicles, electric buses. We commission hydrogen fuel cell powered boats. And I'm also experimenting with a hydrogen fuel cell powered seaplane. Again, pushing the boundaries because we have one planet and we need to start taking action, as the headline for this summit is, ambition to action. We need to act now. And we've been doing that. We set our ambition high at the beginning of 2018, and we're delivering on that promise. The solar farms, et cetera, are going to come online early part of next year to support our first openings.
So that's what you're doing. Tick through the list, all sounds good. But how do you control the other operators that are going to settle in around you? Because you've got about 13 other, if I understand correctly, beyond your resorts. What are you going to do to make sure they don't do what you don't want them to do and mess up your good work?
Well, so, I mean, the operators work for us, so I think that's the first point, and we own all of the assets, so I think that puts us in a very strong position. But we forced everybody, all the hotel operators, all the major global hotel chains, to sign master cooperation agreements with us, and making sure that they're held accountable to the high standards and the bars that we have set insofar as sustainability is concerned. So recycling, water consumption, energy, all of that is regulated under contract, and if they fail to deliver, then we have mechanisms whereby we can obviously take action.
And yet, John, I'm not going to hold you responsible for this because it's not your problem. But I'm sure the audience can identify this. Yet still we walk into timeless, time and time again, hotels room with plastic shower cups, caps, disposable toothbrushes, all those things which we are grateful for sometimes. But there just seems to be so much waste still in the hotel industry.
No, there is, and I think it was stated before. I mean, tourism is a very important economic sector. It's very large, at 10% of GDP, all that, but it is a big contributor to some of the environmental challenges that we face, and we really do need to take a different approach right the way through the entire. It's not just the planning and the construction. We can do all of that, but the operational phase is potentially as damaging, if not more so, than the actual execution phase. So we need to take the same philosophy and the same values all the way through the entire process. So we need to regulate and legislate within our own hotel properties that we won't have single-use plastics, we won't have shower caps made out of plastic. I mean, we have an operating hotel today at Red Sea, not open to the public, but we practice what we preach. And I think that's important. And I think we hope that we're going to help lead the global transition towards regenerative development by doing rather than just talking, and we hope that we'll succeed in that pursuit.
So look for that template. I know that we mentioned it in the earlier panel, and I know that you feel passionately about this as well, the local communities, because you can't do anything without the local communities being involved in some way, whether they're providing, whether you're providing jobs for them or they're helping you in that sustainability drive. So this social aspect that's so important, what are you doing with local communities? How are you working with them as a potential template for the future that can be looked at globally?
Well, I think that's a great question. Look, we and you heard from the president and the minister, our local communities are hugely important to us. We've embraced them in every respect possible. We've worked with them. There's great farmers in our area, and we're now working with them. We've organized them. We've created a co-op and are teaching them sustainable farming techniques so that they can sell their produce to us. We've opened a souk in Umluj, which is a nearby town, to showcase their wares, whether it's food products, whether it's art objects, etc. So helping to organize them. I'll tell you a little side story. I was about to give an interview at a TV station in Saudi, and I'm getting ready. They're miking me up, and a young man approached me, and he said, "Mr. John." I said, "Hi." He said, "I want to thank you for what you've done for our town." I said, "Where are you from?" He said, "I'm from Umluj." I said, "Well, that's fantastic." He said, "I went to school in a little village next to where one of your resorts are. We had no power, we had no water." He said, "I was embarrassed to say I was from Umluj. I used to say I was from Tabuk because nobody knew where Umluj was." And he said, "But today we have hotels, we have restaurants, we have jobs." I mean, that's the benefit of what tourism can bring. Tourism can uplift local communities.
Absolutely, and it's so important. And again, I'm going to ask you a similar question to I asked the last panelist. We're not kicking you out the door yet. We're not that close to retirement. But what would you like to leave as a personal legacy after your career in tourism, when that comes to an end? What legacy do you want to look back at and be proud of, particularly in this region?
Look, I think a lot has been said about the environment. I took on a huge responsibility to make sure that we protect and enhance this environment, and I hope that it's going to be there for future generations to enjoy, and I think that's a big part of it. But more than that for me is leaving a legacy where we've created a vertically integrated real estate company. Red Sea Global is going to be a national champion, a company with great ambition. But my biggest legacy of all is really, bringing in the young Saudi talent. We're onboarding hundreds and hundreds of young, fresh graduates. We're following the Aramco lead and training them. And my ambition is for these young Saudis to take on this company and power it forward to the future. That would be my biggest legacy.
Brilliant, John. Well, it's been fantastic having a conversation with you. Sorry if I put you under too much pressure today, but I think you could answer all of those questions. But meanwhile, thank you so much for joining us and giving us a sneak peek behind the scenes of what's to come in the first half next year. We'll monitor you. Hopefully we'll get together for another conversation next year. But meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. John Pagano, Global CEO of the Red Sea Global Company in Saudi Arabia. Thank you so much for joining us today. And next, we have the lovely Etna Trainer, and she's going to be talking about the panel, Accelerating the Energy Transition and the Role of the Oil and Gas Industry. Etna, over to you.
Thank you so much, Sarah, and indeed, fascinating listening about what's going on in tourism. And of course, we heard there from His Excellency Al-Khatib, the Minister of Tourism here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, letting us know what's going on and the great expectations. And always great, of course, to hear from the former President of Mexico and John Pagano there from the Red Sea Global, letting us know what's going on and what we can expect. And of course, later today, we're also going to be looking at other new developments in the region, looking at NEOM. When we get to a break later, you're going to have to take a little look outside and see the gallery and see all of the great technology and see so much that's happening, and also to give you a feel for what's happening on the tourism side. So all industries so important when we look at the Saudi Green Initiative. And again, brought to you, driven and led by His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. Everybody getting behind this initiative, and again, we're driving it forward, and every industry is so important within it. Of course, the oil and gas industry, the hydrocarbon industry remains so important here in Saudi Arabia, and that very much looking at how do we accelerate the energy transition by making sure the role of the oil and gas industry is helping it along its way. I have two great speakers on this. Let's get them up here. We have the President and the CEO from Saudi Aramco. Nasser is with us, so wonderful to have him with us. We're so happy. I'll put you in the middle there. And also the CEO of Total Energies, Patrick Pouyanné. Gentlemen, always a joy. I feel we did this last year, and it's so lovely to have the two of you back to bring us up to date with what's going on. We had His Royal Highness, the Prince, talk about what has happened in a year, and I know for both of you a lot has happened as well. If I can start with you when we look at what's happening, in Saudi Aramco, in the energy sector and that, and looking at the current global energy transition policies, I suppose, how are they dealing with energy security and sustainability? And do you think we can really, realistically do them both concurrently, or is there a danger it'll be one at the expense of the other?
Thank you, Etna. Definitely climate change is important, and the Saudi Green Initiative is a good example of what needs to be done to meet the aspiration to reach that net zero in due course. I have to say that the current sustainability or transition plan is impractical and not realistic, really. It's not helping us really to achieve our goals. So if you look at what's happening, you have policy and regulators and entities like the IEA talking about what's required in 2030, and in their assumptions there would be 70 million barrels world, Today we are close to 100 million barrels. Next year, in the IEA report, you're talking about 102, and in about 7 years, we should be reducing almost 30 million barrels. That's totally unrealistic, which is really creating the current crisis that we have today in terms of supply-demand fundamentals and what's happening in the markets today. So what you need to do is, and in reality also, it's pushed coal to the picture. Today, if you think about it, coal at the highest level of utilization, almost 8 billion tons. Yes. It is highest since 2013. Coal in barrel of oil equivalent is around $80 today. So in reality, we created more push toward coal because security, sustainability, and availability, and affordability is all important issues. I think there is a parallel path, but it needs where you need to invest and to decarbonize existing resources like oil and gas and continue to do that while building your renewable sectors. That needs to happen in parallel. And what we are talking about is basically an optimal mix of conventional and renewables, and you adjust as you go forward by growing the alternatives and then moderating the utilization of conventional resources. But there is a path, but it needs to have good policies, good regulators in terms of putting all of these plans and transitions requirement to meet these aspirations.
We'll dwell more on that, but let me bring Patrick in here again. Pretty much, as we look at energy security, I think it's given us a bit of a wake-up call in the world in the last couple of months. But we're still seeing uncertain geopolitical, economic, fiscal environment, all of that. What are, producers, how do you actually navigate both simultaneously? Because I can totally understand, what Amin is talking about there when he talks about how it's impractical.
I think, it's, for me, it's more energy on one side because the population is growing. And we need to address the fundamental needs of energy of the population, and it's less emissions on the same side. That's a dual challenge. More energy, less emissions. More energy today, of course, it means investing heavily in a new decarbonized energy system that we need for the planet. At the same time, the energy of today is oil and gas, so that means that we need to act in order to lower the emissions of all our operations of Saudi Aramco and Total Energies. And what is the balance? The balance for me is just looking to the trend of the market. You know that on Total Energy, we don't want to grow anymore in oil, but we want to grow in gas, and we are heavily investing in gas because gas is a transition fuel to cope with the intermittency of the renewables. At the same time, we allocate more and more capital, 25% of our capital, to renewables in order to be together. So it's finding the right balance between the energy of today, which, again, this crisis demonstrates that we desperately need for it, and we don't need it only for it as a volume, as a quantity of energy. We need an affordable energy, because a big lesson for me of the year 22, when we speak about energy policy, we speak about security of supply, we speak about sustainability, but the major factor is affordability. Look today, the crisis that we create, the inflation, the macro implications of the inflations on energy prices is huge and could destabilize the whole global economy. So I think affordability, and the most affordable energy today, because it's the most dense, is oil and gas. But again, we are driving, it's not an excuse not to build the new system. So let's continue to invest heavily. Let's accelerate on the renewable energies, but at the same time, let's deliver an affordable energy, which is our energy that our society needs.
And again, I think sometimes, there's a bit of maybe oversight in terms of the work that's been done on decarbonization. And we look at, how clean the barrel is in many ways compared to what it was like 10 years ago, even more than that. So all of the energy companies, I think, working very hard. But, as you say, those transition plans at the minute, impractical. But at the same time, you've got to spend money. And there's a huge demand on you to actually make sure that their investments are there, that you continue to supply energy to the world, because there's still a huge demand for oil and gas. But there's also a demand that you spend money as well developing some of the great projects that we're seeing. So that's still a challenge as well, isn't it?
Yeah, true, and like what's happening in the kingdom, we are investing in renewable, we are investing in blue hydrogen, clean hydrogen, as His Royal Highness mentioned. We are investing in carbon capture and sequestration, as we have announced yesterday. Our venture capital created the sustainability fund of $1.5 billion. We are decarbonizing existing resources because, as Patrick said, we need to do it in parallel. We need to go and decarbonize what we have, reduce our emission from existing resources, and for that you need huge investment. Yeah. You need to scale up carbon capture and storage big time, and this is where the kingdom announced, as His Royal Highness mentioned this morning, 44 million ton by 2035. And that will help us to decarbonize existing resources. We need to reduce our methane emission, and for that we need to have much less flarings, and we need to also do nature-based solutions. We talk about the Saudi Green Initiative here. The company in our sustainability report, we talked about planting 600 million mangrove in Kingdom and out of Kingdom. So it's nature-based solutions, it's decarbonizing CCUS, it's hydrogen, it's renewable, it's circular carbon economy, all of these things needed, but it needs huge investment. And this is where the difference. We are scaling up, and we think we have the solution by building all of these facilities to decarbonize what we have, so that, and while building renewable. The Kingdom has the biggest project in green hydrogen. We are hopefully looking at the biggest project in blue hydrogen as well. So all of these things is going to happen, but it needs a lot of capital and a huge investment.
And here, of course, in the Kingdom, you have that commitment, to make sure that the money is available. I think we look at companies around the world that are also struggling in terms of what they're going to do and pressure more from their shareholders, but absolutely essential that you do that. Patrick, when we look at what Total Energies is doing, I mean, you've made a huge commitment as a company, formerly focusing on hydrocarbons, but I know you've always personally said that you've been an energy company, no matter what it was you do. You're supplying what your people want. But you've put in place a name change as well and a real new focus for the company. How are you managing that two-tier investment strategy?
Again, it's to find the right balance. A big debate because people would like us to give up on investment in hydrocarbons, but if we do that, we'll be accused to have organized a scarcity of oil and gas, and the price will go higher and higher.
You can't win these days. I know it's a tough business.
Why? Because people forget that we have in our industry to fight every day, every year against a natural decline. If we don't invest, the production will decline and will not fit with the demand. That's a fundamental aspect of what people do have difficulty to understand. So the way we've done it is that year after year, and we have accelerated because, this year in particular, and probably next year we are benefiting from a good environment, so we make more cash. So we are accelerating the balance, and in fact we have announced that it will be, let's say, 2/3 in hydrocarbons, maintaining all production growing in LNG, and 1/3 in new energies, fundamentally a fourth, which means up to $5 to $6 billion. So in fact, Total Energies became one of the company among the top 5 investors in the new energies, So it's not a small stake. Of course, I continue to invest $12 billion in oil and gas, but this is the energy that people need today. I'm small compared to the figures of Sam Amin, but at my scale, at all levels. By the way, this is something that I think there is today a sort of strange debate that our companies would be not legitimate to invest in new energies because we take our money from oil and gas. This is strange. So people, the opponents, look only at the 12 billion and not at the 5-6 billion we put on the other side, which is quite strange because, in fact, our companies, we have the people, we have the technologies, we have the finance, we are among the global, most important global capacity. We have the balance sheet to do it, and people don't want to do it. If we don't do it, I would ask you, who will do this transition? We are at the core of it. And we have, again, the people, the technologies, the financials. So this debate about oil and gas companies should not be part of the solution is absolutely, for me, strange. On the contrary, the people should ask us, just do more, but we do. And we do at a pace where all these technologies are available and to invest. And like Amin is saying, it's not just easy to invest in CCUS and to find the right economic model. We are pioneer on many of these technologies to develop them.
No, I mean, sadly, the media headlines tend to go one way, and they're shy of going the other way, I think, because they're worried about what people are going to say. But that has to change, because I think people are beginning to realize, with this energy crisis, perhaps in one way, that the answer lies in the hydrocarbon sector and all the work you can do. As you said, you have the money, you have the people, you have the know-how, and again, you have the technology, and again, you're developing a lot. Talk to me a little bit about the technology that we need. carbon capture and storage really, I think, coming to its own at this point and vital. You're looking at what, reducing 44 million tonnes annually coming up for the next few years. Talk to me how you're going to do that and the investment you're putting in.
Well, as we announced yesterday, we're doing the first 9 million tons of carbon capture and storage in the kingdom. And the 44 million ton is a kingdom aspiration by 2035, and we will contribute to that. We mentioned also this is going to be the first phase. We do have other phases that will be coming along. I think we worked with the government to get the right incentives to do all of that. But at the same time, we're not only investing in carbon capture and sequestration, we are also investing in blue hydrogen, which is important and critical, and we are investing in renewable. There are other things also that is taking a lot of investment, and I think we are scaling up in terms of efficiency improvement. The Sustainability Fund will help a lot of the startup. It will create a lot of, progress in terms of making these startups that will find solutions to turn CO2 to useful products or minimize emissions over the longer terms. So there is a huge investment in technologies, in e-fuels, and efficiency improvements, because in order to reach our goal, we need to invest in nature-based solutions, in efficiency improvements, in carbon capture and sequestration, in addition to low-carbon or industries like blue hydrogens and others. It needs to happen all. I don't think we have enough resources globally to meet what the world needs. We were surprised after COVID that we thought the world is going to see a decline in terms of demand, but we have noticed without the Russia-Ukraine crisis that demand picked up significantly. And to demand today, and what we've seen in terms of resources, availability of resources globally, really you need to work on all existing resources, decarbonize them, and make sure they are available, and we need to increase investment. The problem is, I'm concerned because of lack of investment in the oil and gas in particular. Yes, there is good investment happening in the alternatives, but in oil and gas there is, we have been spending in 2014 almost $700 billion. Today, you are around $400 billion. That is not enough to meet the global demand in the mid to long term.
And also, I mean, the world can't depend on the national oil companies like yourself to actually do this. But at the moment, that's what they seem to be doing, because you can still make sure that investment is there, but we look on a wider scale. So there's a big focus still, and there's a big dependability on what countries like Saudi Arabia can do to fill the oil supply.
We'll do our part, but we are, even with the future MSC increase to 13 million barrels, that's 13 million barrels out of a 100 million barrel system. So we are going to do our part and make sure we maintain what we have and expand it, but I think investment needed everywhere.
Patrick, I think there's general agreement, the International Energy Agency and many of the big players really looking at the role of CCUS and indeed hydrogen as well. And you're active in both of these and always have been. Bring us up to date perhaps with what are you doing?
Yeah, and carbon capture is part of the solution. Again, at the end, if you want to be net zero, we'll have to have negative emissions. There is no way to get to net zero without, I would say, overshooting and having these technologies. It's CCS, it's direct air capture, it's nature-based solutions. I know some people consider that it's a way for us to avoid diminishing too quickly oil and gas. No, oil and gas is needed by the society. There is a demand for it. That's the reality, and he's right. Today, we don't invest enough, and the prices are going up, and the society is angry. So that's the reality. So we need this technology. CCS for us, we are focusing on the North Sea in particular, with Norway, UK, Netherlands. There is, depleted oil and gas. There is an oil and gas industry, and we think the North Sea could be transformed in a sort of CO2 storage for EU, for Europe, contributing to the Green Deal, and we have some projects there in which we invest. It's quite complex. We have organized recently the first cross-border agreement between the Netherlands and Norway to take emissions from the Netherlands to bring them to Norway. It took us 2-3 years to make that agreement, because CO2 is considered as a waste, and so you have a lot of regulations. That's part of the things that we should unlock. And on hydrogen, obviously, it's a molecule which today, you know, people speak a lot about hydrogen, maybe too much. It's like sometimes it seems to be the solution. The problem is that it's an expensive solution, just to be clear.
Yeah.
It's the gray hydrogen is 3-4 times the value of the gas. The blue one is a factor 2, and the green is a factor 3. So at the end, if you multiply all that, but you have industries, steel, cements, hard-to-abate industries, which need this hydrogen. The question then is, will hydrogen become a transportation fuel? I don't know. On our side, we have 2 commitments to decarbonize all our refineries by 2030, hydrogen for our refineries. We are working on it. And secondly, we have make a strong decision to invest for 1 million ton green hydrogen projects in India together with Adani Industry. Yeah. So that's 2 areas. And maybe I will join one day in this blue hydrogen project in the kingdom.
Absolutely,
you know,
there's plenty of it. And I'm going to be talking actually shortly afternoon about hydrogen. Our time is up, but just very quickly, just give us maybe a 1 or 2 closing words. Patrick, just from you, what's the big next action? What does the world need to do? It's a very dynamic industry. I think it's very, very clear that we're needed in this industry. We haven't talked about the fact that there's energy poverty, and hopefully we might alleviate that one day, and that will create demand. So a quick closing word from you.
I think the world has to accept that we are part of the solution. That's fundamental. We are part today of today's energy, we are part of the solution. It means, of course, that we have some duty. Our duty is to diminish our emissions for our own operations. I have just committed, as we have more cash, a $1 billion supplementary budget to make energy saving in the world company. Yes. And we will eliminate the emissions. We have to be supported in the capacity to develop these technologies like we discussed today. So I think, honestly, we are part of the solution and we are willing to do it. So thank you, by the way, for Saudi and the Kingdom and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to have organized here the Saudi Green Energy Initiative during the COP27, because it's also a way to deliver that message.
And again, absolute determined that we will do that every year. I'll give you the closing word here. Again, I think I know what you're going to say, but tell us what do we need to do in this industry to make sure that we all get there? It's win-win for everybody.
I think we highlighted that earlier, but I would say alternative today is only 2% of the primary energy for the world. 98% comes mainly from oil and gas. And we need to be pragmatic and practical and realistic that we need a solution that we work in parallel. We need an optimal mix of conventional and renewables. And we adjust as we go forward, moderating our conventional as we build our renewable. We cannot have a policy. You see, today, remember this, today the demand is around hovering between 99, 100, whatever million barrels. You have, and it is, we have headwinds in terms of economics, which is impacting demand. But think about it. We have China lockdown. You have 180 million barrels from the US and European and Asian in the market that will end by year end. And you have aviation industry that is 30% below pre-COVID level. So that's another 1.5 to 1.7. You have a spare capacity that is diminishing and a looming recession. So think what will happen mid-term to long-term if we do not act now. Thank you.
Again, strong messages there from both of you. Thank you so much. CEO of Aramco, Amin Nasser, and also Patrick Pouyanné, CEO of Total Energies. Gentlemen, thank you so much for being with us. We're very grateful to have you with us.
Patrick.
And we'll head this way. Thanks again. Thank you, as always. So lovely to see you. So much going on, of course, in the industry. And coming up now, Dr. Angela Wilkinson will be right back from the World Energy Council. So stay with us. Angela is here already. Thank you.
Thank you, Etne. We're going to move on now to a discussion around optimizing net zero pathways and the different levers that are going to be used. We all know that humanity is facing an existential threat from climate change. We know how to fix it. Some are choosing not to. Others are choosing how to. Some are using all levers available to them and all gifts that they have at their disposal. And some are limiting their choices to what they would prefer to do. And if this wasn't bad enough, these are incredibly turbulent times, globally and internationally. So it's not a time for panic, it's a time for real leadership, and I'm delighted that we're going to be joined by an international and local mix of eminent experts. But let me start by inviting His Excellency, the Assistant Minister for Oil and Gas, Mr. Al-Ibrahim.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me a great pleasure today to stand before you at such an important event to shed light on our efforts and the levers that we have been using to take Saudi Arabia to net zero. Interestingly enough, the theme of the session is optimizing for net zero, key levers of action. And I would have to stress on the word optimizing because that is a word very important in the path to net zero. Rushing into trying to get to net zero without a holistic plan to address energy security and economic prosperity would yield undesirable outcomes. And sadly enough, we are seeing some of the results today. This is why in Saudi Arabia we are committed to achieving our 2060 net zero aspiration, but we are planning to do it rationally and responsibly without affecting supplies locally and domestically, locally and globally. By now, I'm sure that most of the attendants are aware of our framework, the circular carbon economy that we have adopted 2 years ago, and that is based on the 4 Rs: reduce, reuse, recycle, and remove. Our levers to achieving net zero all revolve around these 4 Rs. And my colleagues throughout the sessions today and tomorrow will talk in more detail about these levers, but I will give you a quick glimpse about some of them in the oil and gas. We stand by far as one of the lowest carbon emitters, as our upstream emissions stood at 10.7 kilograms of CO2 equivalent per barrel of oil equivalent. To give you some perspective, the Consortium of the Oil and Gas Climate Initiatives, or OGCI, targets to achieve 17 kilograms by 2025. So we are well ahead of the game. The same goes for methane as well. Our methane emissions stood at 0.05%. The OGCI average, 0.2%. But we're not stopping there. We have already joined the Global Methane Pledge, as His Royal Highness mentioned this morning. We were the first country to establish contact with the Secretariat. We have well recognized the importance of eliminating flaring early on, as a matter of fact, 5 decades ago. And we have captured the associated gas, which has contributed to establishing our master gas system that has served us well in developing our utilities, industries, and economy. The master gas system is going to be instrumental going forward to us. It will have a very important role in our liquid displacement program. The program targets displacing over 1 million barrels per day of liquid burned across multiple sectors, including utilities, industry, and agriculture, and will contribute to reducing CO2 emissions by around 170 million tons per annum by 2030. To achieve the objectives of the program, we are expanding on the master gas system over multiple phases. The second phase, which is well halfway through the construction and is planned for commissioning in 2025, will serve us in displacing around 250,000 barrels per day. In regards to the third and latest expansion of the master gas system, the engineering design is well underway. It is planned for execution within 5 years. The size of it is just huge. The pipelines will expand to around 4,500 kilometers, and it will be shipping around 3 billion standard cubic per day of gas. The expansion of the gas network comes along with an ambitious gas production capacity boost by over 50% by 2030. In addition to displacing liquid, this gas will also be used to grow our economy, and a portion of it will be also used to produce clean hydrogen, taking us closer to our 4 million tons per annum target by 2030. The establishment of the largest CCUS hub with a capacity of 44 million tons per annum has been announced yesterday, and it's also going to be important for us to achieve our hydrogen targets and help us in lowering our emissions even further in upstream, because no, we're not planning to stop where we are today. All of the progress that I have mentioned is just a few of the levers that we are using, and I know that I have a limited time here, so I will not take much more. I would like to leave enough time for my fellow panelists, but I would like to say that there are so many levers that we are using into net zero, including our well-established energy efficiency program, the launch of multiple renewable energy plants or projects, producing synthetic fuels from captured carbon, introducing some new and exciting technologies such as carbon-cured concrete or the direct air capture, creating nature-based sinks by planting trees, and the list keeps going on. I would like to leave you with one last note, is that the path ahead of us is going to be long, and it's going to take a lot of effort, and we need to work collaboratively. We need to develop technologies, we need to develop policies, and we need to develop standards together. With that, I conclude, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me move on to invite our esteemed panel up to the stage. If I could start with Lord Adair Turner, Chairman of the Energy Transitions Commission. Adair, please join us up here. And Lorenzo Simonelli, Chief Executive Officer of Baker Hughes. Please, Lorenzo. Dr. Jennifer Holgram, CEO, Lanza Technology, also from the United States, please. Jared, nice to have you back. Jared Daniels, please, CEO of Carbon Capture and Storage Institute. And Engineer Farhad Al-Aljani, President of CAPSAR. Lovely. And Engineer Al-Faghi, Acting CEO of SABIC. I'm sure you know these guys better than me. So, we all know the rules of the game. Big red clock, to the point. It's up there. So, we've agreed a running order. We've just heard the laying out again of some very big moves, big levers. Let me start, Adair. Reflecting on the Minister and reflecting on the last and the Global Transition Commission. Take it away. What do you see as the big levers?
Well, look, at the Energy Transition Commission, we've been for the last 6.5 years setting out overall global but also regional pathways to get to net zero. And it's absolutely clear that the most fundamental lever is to electrify, 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 and to decarbonize electricity. I mean, we see that as 60 to 65% of what the world has to do to get to a net zero economy. There is also a very big role for hydrogen, and I'm seeing that growing bigger and bigger, year by year. Only 5 years ago, to give you an example, when I talked to steel companies, either they would tell you it was too difficult to decarbonize steel and they'd have to simply buy offsets and plant some trees somewhere if you wanted to get to net zero, or they would say, well, we'll keep with the coking coal blast furnace and we'll add CCS at the back end of it. We are now working with the global steel industry, and the predominant assumption is that the coking coal blast furnace is going to die in 30 years and that coking coal demand is going to be down 85%. And the big thing that's going to develop is hydrogen, and in particular green hydrogen, as a vector for the decarbonization of steel. So I think what's interesting is this amazing revolution of the technological possibilities which has occurred over just 5 years. So we see a huge role for electricity, a huge role for electricity in road transport. And by the way, we're seeing that reach areas where I didn't expect 5 years ago. Again, in March this year, I was in Gothenburg at Volvo Trucks, and they unleashed me on their test track driving a 40-ton, 16-meter battery electric truck. I didn't think 5 years ago that was going to be a possibility, but they are selling that into the European market now. So the technologies are changing fast. Electricity is absolutely fundamental, and I think the core to deliver that in zero carbon is going to be renewables, which are continuing to get cheaper. A little bit of an uptick over the last 2 years because of supply chain difficulties, but we're confident the long-term path is still down. We see it's sort of 65% direct electricity, 15% or so the role of hydrogen, a role for bioenergy, and yes, a role for carbon capture and storage. That will vary by different region of the world, and we're beginning to think more and more about how it varies. Of course, in this region and in Saudi Arabia, you are the luckiest people on earth because you have these unbelievable resources of fossil fuels, and you could make those zero carbon with carbon capture and storage, but you're also the cheapest place in the world to produce solar PV with the Aqua Power auction that came in at just $10 per megawatt hour last year. So I think in Saudi and in the Middle East, it's going to be a race between which of these circular carbon and renewable options are the cheapest. My gut feel is you may find even more of the renewables cheaper than you think, but it's great to have both options.
Thank you. What I'm hearing there is another and approach to optimizing net zero. Lorenzo, please.
So Baker Hughes is an energy technology company. So I'll start with the biggest lever is the opportunity we see for technology, and not to focus on fuel type, because we actually think it's about emissions, reducing emissions across all the different fuel types. And already my colleagues mentioned some of the different technologies, but as you go through, there's already a lot that can be done today to abate and actually eliminate emissions that are taking place through hydrocarbon infrastructure. When you look at the methane, when you look at also valves and non-leak valves, you look at the capability of compressors that don't leak. And we've got a huge opportunity through the energy transition to make it an energy transition, which is actually pragmatic through the use of technology. And the opportunities there to make it a viable business as well, because we know that hydrogen, we know that direct air capture, we know that some of these technologies will take time to become cost efficient and economically and financially viable. And so there's a progression. And scalability is very important. But where we're focused is really on the mantra of the opportunity for technology to enable through all the fuel types. Let's not put any fuel types as being bad, and let's focus on the reduction of the emissions.
Okay, so all technology levers, and. A lot of technology optimism in the room. Jennifer.
Certainly. So let me at least start by telling you what LanzaTech does. We take carbon emissions, carbon gases, and we ferment them to make ethanol, and then we use that ethanol to make sustainable aviation fuel, EVA for running shoes, for on shoes, polyester for Zara dresses and Lululemon. So basically a circular carbon economy based on waste gases. The thing that I believe is most important to accelerate a transition is to be able to scale technologies. There's a lot of funding available for early stage, but in a startup company world, we say that financing a pilot, a demo, and a first commercial is crossing the valley of death. Because as you go to larger pieces of steel, become much more expensive. And by the time you do the risk adjusting on the financing, it's actually quite difficult to get financing for the first commercial plant. I'll give you an example. For LanzaJet, our ethanol to sustainable aviation fuel plant, we have investment from our shareholders, Shell, Suncor, Mitsui, ANA, and British Airways. But in addition, we got the debt from Microsoft Climate Fund and Breakthrough Energy Catalyst. Putting a deal like that together takes a lot of time. If we're going to be successful and we want to run to scale, we shouldn't have to go that route. We should have scaling be related to how long it takes to get a compressor, how long to put the steel in the ground, not how long it takes to finance innovation. So if we can be creative there, I think we will accelerate new technologies, getting in the game and contributing and helping the transformation.
So again, technology optimism, but with an appeal around what it's going to take to get enabling environment to get to scale. Jared.
Well, I'll add my thoughts that agree with all the panelists in terms of clearly a technology-enabled solution. All of the above is required, not a either or, but a yes and, right? We need all of this in parallel. No one has a crystal ball in terms of what the marketplaces are going to look like decades from now. So we need to begin all of this now. Time is not on our side, and we all have a role to play. It's interesting, in addition to all these energy technologies, right, if you take a step back, energy efficiency, right, across all aspects of society needs to be part of this conversation and that overall strategy. That is certainly in everyone's best interest, whether it's on the generation side or on the demand side. So let's make sure that's part of the broad framing. In addition to that, right, another dimension here is what's the appropriate role? Time is not on our side. We all need to find ways to work together to do this, right? Governments have a role to set that durable policy to enable investment to flow in all forms of low carbon, right, that have additionality. Industry, and in this region, state-owned enterprise, has the responsibility to build, own, and operate this at scale. And that's certainly required, and we see good partnerships already forming. As we just heard, engaging the finance sector to have financing flow to these newer technologies is absolutely critical. That's what I spend a lot of my time on at the Global CCS Institute on behalf of the broader CCS community, is bringing that conversation and the understanding of the value proposition where all these technologies fit together in a system level to that finance community. And it's not just commercial banks, it's development banks in the developing realm, it's folks that do taxonomies and ESG. All of us need to be part of that conversation before we are going to get the financing that is going to allow all of these technologies to scale. We also need those markets to allow that to occur. The engineer in me says, what's the most efficient way to get things done, right? And so I think there's opportunity for all of us to say, how do we work with each other? How do we partner, both within internal countries, in regions, as we've seen here in a wonderful way, and on that global basis, right? That's what it's going to take to get us from where we are here to that net zero future.
Certainly a complex coordination challenge. Let's see if we hear anything about institutional innovation as we go through this panel. Fahad, please.
So I think on the key enabler, for me, it's more around policy. And I think it's great that a lot of countries have unveiled their net zero ambition, but it's how do you manage between the long-term vision and the short-term policy action? And I think we need to have, as you know, my fellow panelists mentioned, all options. I mean, somebody smart said yesterday that optionality is not an option, it's a must. And so we need to have all options on the table. But it's also on how do we make sure in events like these and gatherings that we continue to build the trust between the government, the private sector, as well as the communities. And that should be the role of policy. The role of policy should not be about picking technology winners. It's about how do we provide long-term vision, short-term targets, and then how do we build the trust in the messaging that goes around it, and especially in venues and events like this. It's about renewing the faith, renewing the signaling that we give to everybody on the table, all of the stakeholders, and we need to be frank and humble. We need to be honest with everyone that this is not an easy task. It's a very challenging task, and it's not something that tomorrow or next year or in 2 years' time, everything is going to be fine and it's going to be smooth sailing. We need to be frank. This is an unprecedented challenge. It hasn't been attempted before. And so we need to be honest with our stakeholder and we need to build this trust.
Thank you. Last but not least, please, your opening comments on levers that can be pulled.
Thank you, Prof. Angela. Before I start, just let me thank the SGI for this wonderful gathering and this wonderful forum, and also inviting me to be among the distinguished panelists here. It's very great. But before I go to the levers, I think you did your exercise, I think, and you have seen the whole levers of SABIC, and you told me before, don't say it all. So I will try to summarize the levers that is helping us in our journey for the carbon emission reduction. But before I do that, I just would like to highlighted the progress of SABIC in the carbon emission reduction. And we have started our sustainability a long time back. And actually, SABIC has started in 1976 as a sustainable company by collecting all the flare gas and convert it into products in chemicals and petrochemicals. So, and in 2018, that was our baseline for our carbon emission reduction. And so far, we are achieving 10% of the reduction of the baseline 2018. And this is halfway of what we have committed to reduce in 2030. And that commitment is 20% less in our carbon emission globally. And we have achieved now 50% of this. And thus give us actually the comfort in the organization that we are going to achieve our target by 2050 to be neutral within the limits of the carbon and the trust and the time. Levers that has been used, it is money. So let me start with the more simple. It is a kind of low-hanging fruit in the company that we have started with, which is what we call it is the self-funded investment in the companies, which is we went into our operational excellence and we tried to improve it, try to improve our reliability also. We try to reduce the downtime of all of our plants around the world, and that actually contribute in the carbon dioxide emission and reduce it in a significant way. The second lever, and the most important one actually, that we are working very closely with the Ministry of Energy in Saudi Arabia. In particular, we are working with the Center for the Saudi Energy Efficiency. That's, of course, sponsored by His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman. And in that, actually, that pay the price. And we have a structured energy efficiency in the company that contributed in the reduction of our carbon footprint. And actually, it is more than that. It is also improve our cost position and reduce, the downtime of those reliable issues when we improve our intensity in the energy and using it. Also, we are using the renewable around the world. Wherever we have an accessibility to renewable energy, we are using it. And finally, we are developing technologies. So, and we started developing technology recently with our partners in Germany, PSF and Linde, to use the electricity to fire our furnaces in the olefin crackers. Yep. And for those who knows the chemical industry, the furnaces and the crackers is the most intensive using electricity. So we used to fire it by gas, and now the new technology that we are underdeveloped at this point of time is to use the renewable electricity. And hopefully by next year, we are demonstrating a unit that's going to be in operation in the second half of next year.
Thank you. Everybody's managed to lay out an initial position. You've all got to say something. Now we can have a discussion. Okay. All right, we all seem to be in agreement, do we? Electrification, alternatives, renewables, carbon capture and storage, policy options, energy efficiency. All right, if we're all in agreement, what's stopping us going faster? Who wants to go?
Well, let me start that off, because there is no one-size-fits-all answer to those questions, right? It is all situational dependent. It is all market dependent. What's stopping much of this from progressing is a solid business case where the private sector can say, I can make an investment, I can get an appropriate return, and this can propagate and scale, right? And so to me, that's an interesting framing to say, region by region, case by case, what is it going to take? Where is that gap for where the price point is now versus what the market acceptance would be? What appropriate policy tools and mechanisms, a role for government, could help to close that gap? What can we do through the advancement of technology and technology providers to help close that gap? What can we all work on together to not just have those as sort of the local maxima or minima, but create broader regional global markets to make all of that work? And again, we need to find ways to put all of these magic pieces together. It's a really complex problem to solve. No one right-size-fits-all solution, but it takes leadership for people to take that step forward and begin. And I think we've seen some of this here. It's part of this conversation. Another part is, what my friend here said in terms of how do we communicate this? That is absolutely required before this is going to go forward as well. All of us, no matter if it's government, industry, technology providers, communicating this complex topic to the general public, that's on the critical path to success as well.
Adair and then Jennifer, please.
Well, let me make a point, first of all, about how the solutions vary by geography, but then also how we drive change as fast as possible. So when you look at we have this vision that overall it's about a sort of 60-20-10-10 world. 60% electricity, 15 to 20% hydrogen, 10% bioenergy, 10% fossil fuels with CCUS. But it will vary by region. So in Northwest Europe, UK can produce huge quantities of offshore wind, and originally in the North Sea, but eventually will move into the Atlantic with a floating offshore. And we will be a very heavily renewable electricity-driven transition. I've been talking recently with people in Malaysia. I didn't realize this, but the wind speeds on both sides of Peninsular Malaysia are not all that high. And although Malaysia is a pretty hot country, unlike this part of the world, there's quite a lot of cloud cover most of the year, so your solar isn't all that lower either. So when you talk to Malaysia and say the future's renewable, it's less easy, and you have to have a different balance. So it will vary country by country. As I said earlier, Saudi is one of the areas which has both. So there's an interesting choice there. The second thing to say, though, is the thing that really excites me, and it excites me at this conference, is the pace of innovation is amazing. This point about the electrification of olefin crackers, we looked at this 5 years ago, and we thought, well, this will take a long time to come. And here you're talking about, it's here already. I've been talking with people last night about amazing breakthroughs in the way that you can heat cement kilns using either solar concentrated or a very innovative new thing from a little Finnish company. And this is, until recently, we thought, yeah, cement kilns will continue to use fossil fuels. To get them to net zero, we're going to have carbon capture and storage in any case because the process emissions. So what's wrong with moving fossil fuels? But we're now talking about maybe you electrify the heat, which has the fantastic impact that the CO2 stream from the process emissions is then almost 100% pure, which dramatically reduces the cost of capture. So we keep on seeing all the way across the different sectors amazing technology. But my crucial point is, what drives that? The most important thing is to have tough targets. What I have seen in sector after sector is once the sector says, we are going to be net zero by 2050 or 60. Once a company says that, they discover all sorts of possibilities for innovation that they didn't know was there before. And I think setting those clear targets and setting intermediate targets is going to unleash innovation, which is going to dramatically reduce the cost of actually getting us to net zero.
Thank you, Adair. Jennifer, and then I'll come to Lorenzo.
So I would say there are two key things that prevent us from moving faster, in addition to what's already been said. One of them is we let the perfect be the enemy of the good. We want the perfect magical solution, and we're prepared to do nothing until that appears. And so that is a call to inaction that we have to guard against. The second thing I think gets in our way is we need to disrupt our carbon economy, significantly disrupted, but we imagine a future that's based on the today. Petroleum liquid known to man. What that means is it's grown up an economy in a centralized fashion, 200,000 barrel a day units. If you imagine a future that's based on waste carbon resources, those resources are distributed. So instead, you have to get your economy of scale by building hundreds of the same thing. If you're going to convert trash, you're not going to convert 200,000 barrels a day of trash. So you have to let yourself imagine a different future.
So modularity that's what I've heard. Lorenzo.
I think it's a very good question. Why aren't we there? And I think being optimistic, we will get there. But there's an educational aspect, there's a societal aspect, and we do have this view that it's either black or white. And this is an energy transition, and by the nature of transition, it means it will have multiple streams that evolve over time. And we need society at large to also understand that, and we also need pragmatic discussions to take place. I look at COP26 last year. The oil and gas industry was not even invited. Yet, if we're going to have a solution, and we look at COP27 and look at COP28, it is multiple industries, policymakers, also NGOs getting together and understanding that this is a global problem that has to be fixed by a global mentality, taking into account that we are all different and we are all on spectrums of wealth that are different as well. And I don't think we're there yet.
Anyone else on barriers before I move on to my next question?
So I just wanted to expand on what Lorenzo said. I think what has happened in the last 20 years, maybe even longer, is that this was not an inclusive discussion when we talked about climate change. We tended to cast, countries into advanced versus emerging, global north versus global south, clean energy versus dirty energy. And I think these, labels are not helping. I think we need to move together, and we need to move fast. And if we exclude people and we push them, then we'll definitely face resistance. And to overcome this resistance, we need to be inclusive.
Okay, so polarization and stereotyping has not helped.
One additional challenge we all have is the human capital element, right? If we are going to scale exponentially, we are going to need to scale those human skills that can achieve all of this at that gigaton scale. That's non-trivial either.
Adair, you wanted to
Can I just say something on, polarized debates? And, perception is different depending which way you look around it. After COP26 last year, a lot of NGOs put out reports saying that the biggest number of people there were from the oil and gas companies. And when they said that, I thought, well, I met some from the oil and gas companies, but not all that many, but quite a few. You just said they weren't even invited, but I did then think, yeah, but I did meet some from the oil and gas companies. So I do point out, it does depend which way you're looking at this. And I think this idea, I'm going to be blunt, I think this idea that the oil and gas have been excluded from the discussion, I think is a little bit overstated. Our Energy Transition Commission has Shell and BP in it. They've been in it right from the beginning. We are developing points of view which bridge over from oil and gas to renewables for technology. So we do need to make it really inclusive with everybody involved.
Oh.
Wow.
Somebody's trying to keep me.
We can repeat it.
I couldn't agree more. I spend my time, life, trying to bridge these polarizing divides. Good versus bad energy, green versus clean, right? So we all seem to be about that. Thank you. Okay, so polarization is an issue, but let's not over-egg it by claiming too many different who's polarizing whom. That's the piece. Let me come to a slightly different question, which is, I hear a lot of call for, regulation to step up, for policymaking to step up. I hear investors want stability. They want to know where the returns on an investment are coming from. And yet I hear others saying, let's avoid premature standardization and exclusion of some technologies because of how do we manage the risk and uncertainty about the technology innovation pathway and whether that's investing in existing technologies to improve them or in new technologies?
By having multiple platforms. Yeah. And when you look at the Saudi Green Initiative, it's a fantastic initiative and it should be embraced. When you look at the Inflation Reduction Act in the United States, it's a great policy and a great way to stimulate. When you look at the European Union, what it's putting into place, you're going to need across the globe different initiatives that spur the adoption of technology. And again, I think we've got to go back to, it's not the fuel source, let's tackle emissions, and let's have multiple pockets of opportunities where we're driving that ecosystem together.
And I think, sharing those lessons learned in terms of what works that can then be transferred to other regions of the world is something where there's opportunity for all of us to work together to accelerate the transition we need.
If I may add, it's not a responsibility of companies or organization or government bodies and etc. It is the responsibility of everybody. And we have to work in a collaborative way, and I think the commitment from everybody to take it, including, I mean, the technology improvement and etc. that we are working with, and make sure that this has been done in a very collective way, because this is the whole globe. I think even if we have done it in certain region of the world and it's not in the other one, the whole world is connecting, so it has to be in a collaborative way.
Okay, you coming in on this?
Yeah, I think it's about a balance between flexibility and vision. So in our report that we put out on the global steel industry, we have, apart from the blast furnace, which we think will die, the classic coking coal blast furnace, we have about 8 different technologies. And we have 1 or 2 scenarios which show a different balance between that. There's various variants of hydrogen, methane, CCS, etc. And you don't need to know that in advance. Similarly, in cement, there are various different technologies. However, I think what we do need to do every now and then is to say, what are the elements of this which we are very certain will be big? And make sure that things are happening far enough in advance that they make them possible. So I cannot imagine any way for the UK to get to net zero by 2050, which doesn't involve taking our electricity consumption from 300 terawatt hours to somewhere in the 650, 700 or higher level. Therefore, you need a strategy to make sure that that will occur, even if you're technology neutral in all other particular sectors of the economy.
I think that's a really good point, because quite often when I'm listening to energy transitions, it's about less energy rather than it's about more energy for sustainable development and climate neutrality. We have 2 minutes on the clock, but no, I'm going to throw in, I listen, technology, investment, heard a little bit about capabilities, but at the end of the day, what we want is a useful energy transition. And that means there are users, and there are workers, and there are customers. So what happens when we start looking at energy transition through the people, communities, and user lenses? What are the enablers or barriers that we need to be addressing? I wonder if we could make that the closing reflections. Who would like to start?
I can start. Thank you. I think it is the awareness to the community around what is the benefit of being zero neutral by any time in the future. I think this is important. I think the education system also, it has to work in a way that make sure that the people that they are committed into doing this, because this is everybody's responsibility for doing this. The other way, I think, in addition to what is the strategies that has been to put in place in order to make sure that the people, they know what is the target, what they are going to do, and etc. Showing the benefits, make sure that the people are aware of this, make them committed to do this. I think this is the right path.
Education, show them the benefits, include them. Fahad.
I think they need a sense of mission. If they're involved, they're part of it, people feel they're part of this change, this transformation, you would be surprised. But I think that's what we need to make sure we communicate.
Include them.
I think the regions where we see, and all the models suggest, the most energy demand growth are also the regions that can least afford the additional costs associated with decarbonizing our system. And I think it is going to take a global effort to find ways to advance that and to overcome that. That requires all of us working together to make this happen.
Generosity.
Jobs, jobs, jobs.
Jobs, jobs, jobs.
Which means education, education, education.
Thank you.
It's a global challenge, and it requires it to be a fair transition for all.
Fairness.
Well, huge financial flows, as has been set out in the report by Vera Songwe and Nick Stern this week. We're doing work on sub-Saharan Africa. It's clear that sub-Saharan Africa has an unbelievable opportunity to build electricity and energy systems which are zero carbon to start with, but essentially that will only occur if the cost of capital comes down. Broadly speaking, if your cost of capital is 1 or 2%, the cheapest way to produce electricity is solar or wind. If your cost of capital is 25%, you buy a diesel genset, right? Even though you minimize your capital up front and you maximize your operating cost. And getting the cost of capital down in sub-Saharan Africa, I think, is one of the most important things that we've got to work out going forward.
Thank you, everybody, for keeping to the time, for being so broad and expansive. This was a huge area to cover. 40 minutes. Thank you very much. Big round of applause. And if I just say my takeaways are, use all levers, use all your gifts, and be as generous as possible.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Angela Wilkinson, thank you so much, and to all of your great panel, really optimizing for net zero. So many topics there, so much complex issues that we really have to look at very, very carefully. Again, it's about focusing on the fact that this is an energy transition. It's probably running a little bit slower than many had thought. And again, it's about making sure that we're very, very inclusive, I think, when it comes to looking at the global challenges here, because ultimately that's what I think we're hearing right across the board, is that these are big global challenges. They're global challenges for the developed world, for producers, for consumers, but they're even more of a global challenge and probably more of a complex challenge for the developing world that needs so much help. And even as we heard there from Lorenzo, it's like this needs to be a fair transition more than anything else. We're going to be talking about so many of these issues in the next while. But again, I think people looking at that there's a lot going on in the private sector, a lot of people working their way through, technology leading the way, and every sector has a role to play. We're now going to take a look at the mining sector. And I'm absolutely delighted now to have my dear colleague with us, who's going to be our moderator for this session. Please give a warm welcome for Tumi Makabo.
Thank you so very much, Etna. Good morning, everybody. Really, really an absolute pleasure for me to be here and joining you today. My second visit to Egypt, and I think I'm going to be coming to spend a lot more time here in Sharm el-Sheikh. So before we get going and getting into the meat of this discussion, I'm going to ask you from the floor to participate with me a little bit, okay? I'm going to ask you a question, and it's really simple. You don't have to be scared. Your life is not in danger. I'm simply going to ask you to raise your hand in response to a specific question if you agree or not. So, the question is this. Will there be enough mineral resources to meet renewable energy demand? So those in the room who say yes, please raise your hand if you agree that there will be enough. I can't see your hands. I can see, okay, all right. And who thinks that there will not be enough resources to meet renewable energy demand? Can I see hands, please? Okay, do you want me to stand up so I can see your hands? Okay, all right. I don't know if I should give you the good news or the bad news first. The not so good news is that we're not going to have enough if we continue going at the rate that we are going right now. So, joining me to unpack this discussion is His Excellency Bandar Bil Ibrahim Al Khuraif, the Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources of Saudi Arabia. I'm sure to most of you he doesn't need any introduction, but I'm certainly looking forward to having this discussion. So, you kind of got the sense from looking at what happened in the room right now. There's maybe a little bit of uncertainty around exactly where we are. But if you listen to the IEA, the reality is that we're not going to have enough critical minerals at this point to deliver against the Paris Agreement, are we?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. It's great to be here and to participate. I like the fact that you asked the questions, because I think I may disagree with the conclusion, because if I were on the stage, I would definitely raise my hand for being able to have the right minerals. Today, if we look at a country like Saudi Arabia with its resources and the fact that mining is just being launched as part of our Vision 2030, with the amount of minerals that we have in the country that we already know about, is $1.3 trillion worth of minerals. But even with those estimations, the country is under served when it comes to geological survey, and that's where we are putting a lot of efforts to make sure that we understand more and more how much resources we have. I'm a great believer that the world, if it does a good job, we will have the right amount of minerals combined with the technology that we are seeing today developed to ensure that more and more minerals are coming out in the right time, but also responsibly. Also, the efficiency of the different technologies that we are seeing is allowing for more positive thought than we would have believed. And if we look at our strategy in Saudi Arabia, it's all about all of this. When this Ministry of Industry and Mining was created, it was created under the idea of linking minerals to industry to ensure that the country will be able to benefit from their natural resources in the industrial sector, in pushing the resources in the right direction where it can participate in the global community's targets, such as net zero targets and renewable, but also our own targets of developing a sector of industry linked with mining, and not to fall in the trap that many countries have, where they have taken the resources to be developed or processed somewhere else. So I'm a big believer that if we do all of this, we will be able to meet the targets. If we just look at basic fundamentals of how a license, just a basic license process, how long does a license process take globally, and how much does it take in Saudi Arabia? The global community is facing a lot of difficulty. That's a great bottleneck in the mining sector investment, because the time it takes just simply to have a mining license is just ridiculous. And the fact, and the reason for that is because of the history of this sector didn't give back to the communities in the way it should have.
Yeah. Can I then just come in there? I'd like to talk a little bit more about Saudi's view as to what it's going to do in just a moment. But let's talk about some of the lessons that are learned. You're suggesting by your comments that already we can see that for a long time the way we've been doing the process of mine origination, forget about when we get to the actual point of extraction, is already too long. What needs to change? Because there are a whole group of minerals that we're talking about now. We're not talking about your gold and your platinum. We're talking about zinc and copper and manganese. We're talking nickel, cobalt. There's a whole host, whole earths, etc. Rare earths, etc. So what is it that we need to start doing differently now to ensure that, one, we can get to where those rare minerals are? They're not everywhere. They're not abundant. They're in very specific locations. And to do so in a way that is going to be sustainable, i.e., we've got enough supply, but we're also making sure that our impact on the environment is significantly reduced.
That's true. I mean, if we look at the process of a life cycle of a mining investment, it starts with exploration, and then the actual building the mine to extract the resource, and then, of course, the development and so on. If we can shorten the time, and there are areas in the process where actually there's great room to improve. And when we look at the licensing, just as an example, here in Saudi with our new mining law, we are committed to do a license between 90 to 180 days. When globally the average is years. Yeah. So if we are able to shorten this time. Secondly, there is a responsibility on governments, which, for example, in Saudi we're doing now, is further spending on exploration, where the geological data will be a great asset for investors to take decisions much faster than having to do the investment themselves. So today we have a huge program to cover the complete Arabian Shield, which represent almost a third of the size of the country, to further understand what kind of minerals, what are the quality of these minerals, how commercially viable they are. This is a project that is going to be mid-term, long-term, and we have already launched different contracts to cover this area, but also we are doing an accelerated exploration program that will give us results in the next 12 to 14 months, where we are working with specific investors to get more information about these resources and allow the investor to be more and more confident. And the third pillar, or third, I would say, track we are moving on is we have identified already certain areas where deposits are there based on our geological data, and they are at a level where they are commercialized. So that's an area where investors can kick in quickly. And that's the program we call the auction program, which we have already done since the beginning of the year, 3 auctions, and we will continue to do so. We have 5 coming up for next year, and we are continuing also to feed the market with these opportunities to ensure that we are at the same speed. If you take all of this and then also add technology, where today mining is quite a very old industry. Very few technologies have been used to expedite the different activities in mining, and the reason is that the disconnect between the regions. So we will see a mine being somewhere in Africa, but the processing being somewhere else, and so on. So there is not the connectivity. So if we look at our experience here in Saudi Arabia, how we linked the oil and gas business to the petrochemical business, where it is really a seamless operation, that's where we were able to get the highest impact. That's why we are more competitive, and that's why we have a great market share and we continue to do so. If we do the same thing with mining, then definitely I'm sure that we can do much more than expected.
I knew this was going to happen. There's so many things I want to ask you, and we're going to run out of time just now. Really quick one. So in preparing for this, I was reading how the OECD says that the amount of minerals required to generate power increased by approximately 50% since 2010. A net zero scenario, however, increases that amount 4-fold, so times 4. That's a lot. That's a significant increase. What is Saudi Arabia's role going to be in supporting these critical minerals? You've given us a sense from a policy perspective what needs to happen, and we'll be speaking about the business side after this conversation with you. But from a macro perspective, as the kingdom, what are you looking at doing to ensure that that supply is supported while still maintaining your responsibilities as a country to the environment?
I think today the global community realized that a sector like mining can only be developed to reach the global community's also targets, will only be done with collaboration. The more we collaborate as a community, as a global community, we will be able to help each other. We will be able to eliminate different bottlenecks in the system, be it in the mining or in the logistics or the manufacturing. So in an initiative from Saudi Arabia to do something about this, we have created what we call Future Mineral Forum, which is an annual event that brings all stakeholders from governments, mining companies, financing companies, service providers, and academia in one platform to talk about the different opportunities, challenges, technologies, how we can work together. We believe in Saudi Arabia, in addition to our resources, we believe that also our geographical location could be a great asset for the global community resilience in general. We have seen countries like the UK coming up with their future, with their critical mineral strategy. The US have launched or announced their critical or strategic minerals list also. So we are working with the global community to see where we can focus, how we can collaborate, how we can work together to ensure that the mining sector is moving as fast as it's possible, the processing also, the amount of investments are being done, and definitely all of this needs to be done responsibly.
One of the questions that have been expressed as we've seen this sort of new race, for lack of a better word, initially it was gold and those minerals, now it's these critical minerals that we're talking about, is the question of price shocks. That there's a concern that we need to act and make sure that we're protected against these sort of spikes in prices. I'd like to get your views on that.
I think, I may not be right on this, but my view is that we should be very careful as governments to try to interfere. Because if we look at the history of any kind of involvement by government, we normally get a short-term advantage, or as governments, maybe our politicians become very popular at a certain time. But unfortunately, what happens is on the long term, we are distressing the system. The investments will never flow. So although we may be solving a short-term critical issue or a challenge, but unfortunately, most of the time, we are creating a bad signal for the future, and normally we will see lower investments, and then we will have to deal with a bigger problem in the future. So my advice is to stay away from interfering. We need to create the right ecosystem, the right enablers, the right tools, financing, and so on, to ensure that investments keep flowing to the sector. Otherwise, no matter how much we will be able to solve small spikes, we will be hurting ourselves in the future.
And I guess ultimately, at the end of the day, we need to do something. We need to act. We can't say the problem is so big, we're just going to sit back and be overwhelmed. We need to act. So in spite of that fear, I guess we still have to do it.
Well, I'm very optimistic, to be honest with you, and the reason is basically today, more than ever before, we see the global community really agreeing on the form of how to deal with things. Secondly, we're starting really to do the math. You just said it in your first question. Do we have the right minerals? If we start doing the math, then we will at least predict what do we need to do about it, how we can do it, how we can accelerate it. And then thirdly, we need to continue connecting with each other, finding ways to collaborate. The Future Mineral Forum is a platform. I'm sure there is so many out there, but definitely without this kind of collaboration, working together, learning from each other, also trying to get probably the negative mindset of some of the mining practices in the past, be removed, and look at the future of how we are actually impacting society, impacting the local people, impacting the community, bringing in technology. That's really the way we can solve the issue, and really I'm very optimistic about this.
I did tell you I would be worried we wouldn't have enough time. We're completely out of time. Your Excellency, thank you so very much for sharing your insights and for joining us. Can we please give him a very warm Saudi Green Initiative thank you. Your Excellency, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
It's been a pleasure. I think next time you can do better with your applause, though. I think we must make it louder and bigger and more. The reality of the matter is that we are in a race. We're in a little bit of a race against time, but we're also in a race in making sure that we're able to deliver the goods, deliver the minerals, deliver the tools that are required to save our world and to ensure that we save the environment that we live in. So I'd like to talk a little bit, move things from a more macro view to a more specific, almost micro view. And so I'd like you to give a really proper, good, warm Saudi Green Initiative welcome to Rob Wilt. He's the CEO of Ma'aden in Saudi Arabia, to join me in unpacking that conversation. Rob. Good good to have you join us.
It's great to be here. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm really pleased that you're here for this conversation. So you've been on the job for just a little bit more than 10 months.
Correct.
I don't know if I should still say welcome to it yet.
I'm still learning, so
You're still learning.
Every day's a new adventure.
Adventures, we like adventures. And you have a very specific mandate, right? Your mandate, over and above many other things, is to reduce Saudi Arabia's dependency on oil, and that's part of the country's 2030 vision.
Right.
How's it going?
So it's going great. So I think the 2030 vision is to diversify the economy, and Ma'aden being the state-owned mining company, or the Saudi Arabian mining company, our aspiration is to be the third pillar of the economy, and that encompasses economic growth, societal contributions, and I would say that in 10 months, I'm amazed at what my team has been able to do so far. We've commissioned a gold mine, we've commissioned a new ammonia plant. So I mean, it's an exciting time to be in the kingdom and just watch it grow.
I think that's one of the fun things about being a CEO, is being in the ship when you get to be growing.
Correct.
And the business is growing. So I can already tell how excited you are. So as an organization, your chairman said, and he committed you to being carbon neutral by 2050.
Right.
The reality, however, is that you're an extractives business.
Right.
You own mines, you dig things out of the ground. You have, well, you gave me newer numbers, but I'm going to use some older numbers.
Yeah, okay.
Your revenues were sitting at just under 5 billion.
Yep.
Your market cap was sitting at just under 27 billion.
Right.
That's a pretty healthy business, and I know
Right.
you're going to probably update me just now on those.
Right.
But can you tell me a little bit about how you're going to balance that significant growth in an extractive environment with being carbon neutral by 2050?
Right. No, I think, so the new number is our market cap is probably 50 billion US right now, but who's counting?
Who's counting?
No, it's we do have we have several mandates. One is to grow the existing business we've got, phosphate, aluminum, gold, and base metals, so to grow those 10 times in the kingdom. The second mandate is to help explore the kingdom. The Minister, His Excellency, mentioned, the $1.3 trillion in mineral resources that are potentially locked in the kingdom. We've got to help find that. So we've got that exploration mandate as well. Third mandate is help fuel the downstream growth in the industries in the kingdom, whether it's auto, aero, so all the downstream applications that the kingdom wants to develop. Ma'aden's going to have a hand in providing the minerals and metals for that. But all of that doesn't happen unless we are an ESG role model. Every one of those components, we are being judged on how we do it from an ESG perspective. So we have a broad agenda like everybody else that's gotten up here and it's talked about, decarbonization, net neutral, like you mentioned. But I think the interesting part is, as a CEO, that 2 of my 3 metrics that I'm being measured on for incentive compensation are ESG. One is carbon reduction, and the other is groundwater reduction. So I mean, my board and our investors are deadly serious about this.
Okay, bottom line issues are probably not going to be a problem looking at your growth over the past 12 months, but we know that ESG, let's talk a little bit about that, because the reality for a lot of organizations, there's lip service.
Yep.
We are doing ESG, this is what we're going to do, and the plans look great.
Right.
But when you drill down and you look beyond the boardroom, beyond the exco level, there isn't really that much being done around ESG. For you, what does that really look like for your organization?
Right. Yeah, so you mentioned our chairman committed to the 2050 reduction, or to net neutrality. We've then taken that and we've broken it into 3-year, decade plans and now 3-year plans. So we've got 3-year plans, 5-year plans, and we've, this week alone we've announced some things around blue ammonia. We're now the largest supplier of blue ammonia globally. We've signed a circular carbon agreement today to take carbon out of our process and inject it into a food and beverage. So across the host of issues, the team is very committed to not being accused of giving it lip service. And I'm delighted to be surrounded by very talented people that come up with these initiatives, because they're driving me sometimes to say, Bob, we need to do more. So it's a lot of fun.
Well, you know, the mark of a good CEO is to make sure that he hires all the smart people around him, right?
Yeah.
Why is this important to Bob?
A couple of reasons. One, I've got 2 daughters, and I want to leave the world a better place. And it's also important to me because I love Saudi Arabia. I could make the world a better place in a lot of different areas, but I started my career in Saudi Arabia in the U.S. Army. The middle of my career was spent in Saudi Arabia with Alcoa, and I want to end it here and leave something special and be part of history in Vision 2030.
I think they're going to let you keep your job for a little bit longer. Last question, because again, we're under the gun a little bit in terms of time. You've spoken about ESG and all the plans that you have. You have the 3-year, you have the short term, the medium term, long term, 3-year, 10-year. You've got all of these metrics. But the measure really is the success of that. Correct. So when you say we have been successful at Ma'aden, what does successful sustainability look like for the organization?
Well, I think one, it's I heard John Pagano talk about the talent development he's doing, and we're all kind of trying to copy Aramco, but a sustainable talent factory that we're producing young Saudis. That's I think all of our goal is that will demonstrate sustainability when we have a Saudi leader leading the Saudi Arabia Mining Company. And we've got 2 or 3 people in behind that person, and even better if they're a female. So that'll be one. I think finding the minerals and understanding what the true capability in the kingdom is of the mineral resources and putting that to work to fuel the downstream. That's a very tangible thing, and we'll know that within the next half decade or so.
And I suppose as part of that, one also will have to look at the structure of the organization. You talk about who's going to sit potentially in leadership, but the structure of the organization, not just in terms of what your organogram looks like, but also in terms of how you have skilled people for a future economy that is more green.
Yep.
And how you go about doing that becomes also a measurable against you.
Absolutely. If you think about the technology that's going to be required to do this. You heard about the timeline from exploration and discovery to setting up a processing plant. Used to be 20 years. It needs to be 6 to 9 years now. So every aspect of our industry needs to change significantly. It needs to be digitized. We need artificial intelligence. We need smart people debottlenecking every bit of the process. And so that's going to be a huge opportunity for talent here in the kingdom.
One of the things that His Excellency touched on a little bit was the need for business to be allowed to do and be business, and for policy to make the policy to enable business. So if we're talking about business being allowed to be business, there has to be obviously oversight to make sure that it is doing what it has committed and agreed to. But to what level do we need to have a conversation about accountability and self-accountability of business globally when it comes to what it does around ESG, what it does when it comes to trying to sweat its assets and this sort of all or nothing kind of space? Surely there has to be a different conversation and a different thought process that goes into that.
It's interesting because in Saudi Arabia, even though it's fast growing, I would say that the accountability that the government holds me to is every bit as strict as the West. But the West, the government wants to say no, whereas the government that I'm finding in Saudi Arabia wants to say yes. So we need to help reduce waste. You need to quit using groundwater, but here, let's help you do it. Working within the framework that the Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources has set up to help attract capital and other talent into the kingdom to help explore. I view that as positive for Ma'aden. So the kingdom is helping us say yes, but at the same time holding us accountable to make sure that we're using our resources properly.
Bob, we've run out of time. We're going to have to leave it there. Don't say it like that. Yes, we're going to have to leave it there. But thank you so very much for sharing those insights. I think it's been quite interesting what you've done in the very short period of time in office that you have been. But I think more so, it's going to be interesting to see what you're going to do in that short to medium term, 3 to 5 year period. Wishing you all the best, but more importantly, thanking you for being here today.
And we'll see you at the Future Minerals Forum because you're officially invited.
And I have a room full of witnesses.
Right.
Bob, thank you. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you very much.
All right, you take care. I like that. That was much warmer and much more friendly and much more welcome. Etna, I believe the floor is all yours.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very
great
much.
discussion there on what's happening in the mining sector, which is going to be so valuable for this region. And it was great to have His Excellency, the Minister, of course, joining us, and always great to have Bob on the panel as well, really looking at the work that's already been going on. I think that's essential. It's not new, hopeful issues that's happening, but it is actually real work that's happening in the sector at the moment. And again, the potential, I think, for that sector is absolutely huge. I do know the mining sector in Saudi Arabia is going to have a big conference coming up in January, so the Minister will be looking at the agenda for that one. We're going to look now at the clean hydrogen revolution. And we've heard quite a bit about this morning, and we've heard it in many panels talking about the future of hydrogen and talking about what's going on in the industry and what has to go on. And a lot of that, of course, it'll be about demand, it'll be about investment. There's so many elements that we have to look at. But definitely, without a doubt, I think it's clear that the hydrogen economy has started, it's well on its way, but now it's about how do we escalate that. I'm going to invite my panel to please join us on stage right now, and I'll introduce you to them all, and we'll get our conversation started. So, gentlemen, thank you all so much for being with us, and let me get over here. Again, thank you so much. We're delighted to be joined from India by the founder, chairman and managing director of Renew Power, Suman Sina. Lovely to see you. Thank you so much. Jonas Moberg, the CEO of the Green Hydrogen Organization in Switzerland, joins us. From the US, the Green Hydrogen International, we have the CEO, Brian Maxwell. Dave Edmondson, the CEO of Neom Green Hydrogen Company here in the region, and Dr. Zaid Al-Garhib, the director of Hydrogen and Circular Economy, the national program here in Saudi Arabia. Wonderful to have you all here. We've got a diverse panel that can really add so much great information and content to this, to what we're going to be looking at. I think, Dr. Ziad, let me just start with you. We heard a lot about what's happening in the hydrogen economy. We heard it from His Royal Highness. We heard it from the CEO of Aramco as well. Talk to me about how hydrogen that you see can really escalate the kingdom's efforts towards net zero. And again, you know, is clean, maybe not always green hydrogen, the answer as well? Because I think for Saudi Arabia, you're looking at maybe a variety right now.
Thank you very much for this question. First, just to address the panel question, has it started? Yes, it has already started, definitely here at the Kingdom. So the Kingdom announced its ambition to produce 4 million tons of green hydrogen by 2030, and we could easily scale up should the demand continue to increase. At the Kingdom, we are color blind. We don't distinguish between blue or green. That's why we decided to call it clean. And hydrogen will be a major player. Clean hydrogen will be a major player. It's in every net zero scenario, hydrogen is there as a main lever for CO2 abatement. So at the Kingdom, we are already progressing. You heard many of the announcements we made today. As a matter of fact, 3 MOUs were signed today. Our projects are moving very well, and the Kingdom will be the leading exporter for clean hydrogen by 2030.
And I mean, that's a great achievement, and I think the fact that so much is going on. David, as part of all that is going on here too, you know, we look at the Neom Green Energy Hydrogen Company. And talk to me a little bit about, you know, the people that have come together, the companies that have come together to work on this, and the role that it will play.
Okay, so thanks, Edna. I mean, I think the interesting thing from His Excellency today was the commitment that Saudi are making in terms of investing in green hydrogen. And I guess we are the manifestation of that commitment. Neom Green Hydrogen Company is an equal joint venture between Air Products, aqua power, and NEOM. We're looking to construct the largest facility for producing green hydrogen in the world. It will be producing up to 1.2 million tons per year of ammonia. That's the carrier we use for green hydrogen. So that's equivalent to around about 600 tons a day of hydrogen. So although the company was only set up about a year ago, the three partners clearly have been working very closely and continue on other opportunities as well to pull this project together. I think one of the things that differentiates ourselves from what else is going on in the market, because listening at COP over the last week, there's been a lot of concern about offtake agreements. Can companies get offtake agreements? With the three partners we have an investor in the form of Air Products. We have an off-taker who is committed to take all the product that we produce for the next 30 years. That's what makes this project different. That's what makes it real. And that's also what makes it so exciting.
And we'll talk more about the off-taker, because I think that's very, very important for everybody going into this industry, putting the big investment that's needed in it. But more importantly, how do we look, Brian, to scale up green hydrogen production? And I think, right now the industry needs incentives, and we're seeing some very healthy ones come. I think particularly, the incentive, the IRA incentive in the US, even the UE. But on a global scale, how do we actually really boost that production?
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. And I will, so there is, obviously we're very much at the very early stages of green hydrogen. If you look at sort of the graph of world energy that's produced, green is, just a tiny, not even a sliver, right? But it's going to be growing over the next 30, 40, 50 years into a significant portion of the world's energy supply. And really what's needed to get that started is a jump start. And we're seeing that in the US, where there's a $3 per kilogram tax credit that's recently passed that's going to really incentivize a lot of the early stages and really figuring out a lot of these problems, the issues of getting things started. But I will say, being here in the last few days in and learning about the kingdom and all the work they've done on NEOM, I should say very respectful, hats off to you and the team, because it's an amazing thing to see that get started. And again, it's the issues that we're figuring out around offtake, around how do we ship it, around the standards, around scaling up a big first mover project is a very required element of the whole ecosystem.
Is this your first visit, Brian, here?
It is, yes. I lived in Egypt when I was very young, but I guess it's since I've been 6 years old. It's the first time I've been back.
Yeah, and I mean, I think we'll have to clearly bring him to Saudi Arabia as well, just to show him some of the other great projects that are going on. But yeah, there's a lot going on here. Jonas, the Green Hydrogen Organization has so much I want to talk about, but first I'd like to almost continue what Brian has been talking about there. And how do you see that this industry can be brought up to scale on a global level?
I think firstly we have to acknowledge that this is one of the bright spots of this COP. The number of panels, the interest in the green hydrogen economy is just extraordinary. And let's remember what Lord Turner just said an hour ago. If we can plug it into the renewable net, we should. If we can put a battery in things, we probably should. You're still left with a huge sector of our economy, and that will need to rely on green hydrogen and its derivatives for shipping, for fertilizers, for steel making, and so on. So all of this now needs to happen at a huge speed, and you got some unique players sitting here on my left and right. And we normally say, borrow the terms, Ethna, to answer your question, from Bloomberg, we roughly need to double everything every year between now and 2030. The renewable energy capacity, the numbers of electrolyzers, and so on, the financing, all of it needs to double every year between now and 2030.
And I mean, that's huge pressure on everybody to just escalate at that sort of level as well. Sumant, when we look at some of the incentive packages that are around the world, we look at, what's happening in the US, in Europe as well. And again, I mean, we look at your strong base in India as a renewable player as well. Where do you see, I suppose, the best incentives, if one was to put it like that, because the industry is going to need them to really push forward?
Yeah, thank you, Etna. That's a great question. Actually, what's happening is that because the sector is so new, every government is thinking through what their own policies should be to encourage the sector right now. The IRA in the US is clearly a game changer, because $3 a kg, as Brian was saying, essentially means that the hydrogen produced there is pretty much going to be free. Now the question therefore is, why should everybody in the world not just go to the US, assuming that the policies there are, or the things are limitless? The reality is there are physical execution constraints as well around land acquisition, transmission, connectivity, local permits, and so on. So I think we have to be mindful of both of those issues. But I think the reality is, in response now to what's happened in the US, every country is going to have to think about the incentives that they are offering a little bit more seriously and make sure that they're at least somewhat competitive. I mean, you can't be fully competitive with zero-cost hydrogen, but at least somewhat competitive with what the US is offering. And every country is going to have to think about, what do I bring to the table in terms of green hydrogen, and why should the industry come to me? And obviously having terrific, lots of land, having good wind and good solar is obviously a great starting point, but I don't think that's going to be enough. So I think governments will have to step up and provide things like maybe transmission infrastructure, port infrastructure, direct subsidies as well. So I think all of those things will have to be looked at to see how, in fact, and where ultimately capacities get created.
Brian, coming on the investment issue, and Jonas, I want to have you talk about this as well, because it's, and even this morning we mentioned, it's huge investment. These are, it's every energy project, of course, is a big investment, and it's an investment for the long time. But look at the investment in the US infrastructure ecosystem, and also, I suppose, the incentive program in the US, how important that is to just lure investment in the way they can actually get started.
Yeah, it's enormously important, and I was relatively confident that the green hydrogen industry would be a growth industry before the IRA was passed in the US, and we'd have a lot of good projects and things would happen, but this has just accelerated it and provided really investor confidence that these projects will get built. I have zero doubt in my mind that we'll have some major FID announcements in the next 2 years, given the $3 per kilogram tax credit, which is refundable from the US government every year for the amount of hydrogen production that a project produces. So it's a very clean, easy, and lucrative subsidy, and it's it just de-risks a project. So that's going to drive an enormous amount of investment in the US, and internationally, I think, as other governments will probably respond and put these frameworks into place that will help de-risk you're signing a 20, 30-year offtake agreement. And so the government policy helps, and then the major buyers having structured organization around what those contracts look like, how they're structured, and what the types of the rules around the game essentially need to be set. And that will really clarify things too. As these offtakes start getting signed, the investment dollars will follow. I don't think we're actually investment dollar constrained. I think we're just sort of clarity and structure constrained, or need some more clarity around that right now.
And Jonas, this will be obviously a huge public-private undertaking, because nobody can do this on its own, and it will need actually both. Just following on from the de-risking element as well. Where do you see this, in terms of when it comes to investment? People want a return on investment, so they want to feel safe that they want to feel their money is safe.
Exactly. I think Egypt itself is a good example here now. They've got a number of projects. They have announced a number of projects here. It is an emerging economy. You will need a lot of blended concessionary finance to make this work and to compete with, as you've been saying, the terms that are currently being offered in the US through the Inflation Reduction Act. And the project's size is, of course, almost unprecedented. It's not just in Saudi, but around the globe. The first early projects that we're looking at, and Sumant knows this much better than I, we're talking about tens of billions of dollars a pop. So the size means that we must have collaboration between private financial institutions and the big public banks, the World Bank, the Asian Development Bank, and EBRD. They must work together in a way and on a scale they've never done before.
Now, when we look at the end users, and Sumant maybe come in here, because I think there's a lot going on in India that's very interesting. A lot of people looking at the use of hydrogen for heavy industry, for big trucks, but even you might go as far as to look at the refinery sector as well. Talk to us about where you see the end users coming from.
Yeah, sure. So what is very important is not just to focus on the generation side, because all of us tend to be working very much in that area, and therefore, what are the government incentives and so on. But equally, it's important to focus on what's happening on the usage side of green hydrogen. And that's a function a little bit of the evolution of technology. For example, can you use ammonia to fire thermal plants to generate power or not? So there's a lot of work going on that. For example, in the shipping industry, in sustainable aviation fuels and so on. So there's a lot of technology work that needs to happen in parallel to everything else to make sure that from a pure absorption standpoint, these industries have the capability of absorbing all this hydrogen that is coming, hopefully, their way at some point. So that's one thing that is very critical that we have to watch out for. How does this technology evolution happen in different user industries to create demand? The second thing that is going to be very critical around that is also going to be government policy. What are the government mandates that will be required to essentially force industries to start making the shift, even though it's going to be more expensive? And that's really where, in sectors like, for example, refining and fertilizers and steel, just to name 3 industries, it's going to be very important what mandates the government sets. And so, for example, in the European Union, if they come out with the CBAM, which is the Carbon Border Adjustment Tax, that is going to force everybody who's exporting into those markets or producing in those markets to actually make sure that what they sell into those markets has a certain lower component of carbon. And that's then going to radiate that demand for green hydrogen across all industries everywhere across the world. So that needs to happen. But to me, the final holy grail, as it were, of green hydrogen is going to be when we can start replacing gas. Now, that's going to take a while to happen. But at today's price of gas, green hydrogen is eminently viable, right? But obviously, we don't expect the price to stay where it is. But eventually, the price of green hydrogen will come down, and at some point there'll be an intersection where green hydrogen can then replace gas as the fuel that can be used as a feedstock for generating power or any kind of energy. So that's really I think the tipping point that will really be reached. Maybe a few years from now. Let's wait and see.
I know, Jonas, you had talked a little bit about that. You had some figures in terms of where you thought green hydrogen was going to fit into the mix.
Well, I think that of final energy use, based on what the International Energy Agency is saying, somewhere between 17, 20, and 22, 24% of final energy use will be green hydrogen or its derivatives. I also think, if I may,
and that was when, by 2023 or 2035? Sorry,
it will be somewhere beyond 2035. But Ethne, if I may take the opportunity also, we heard earlier this week, one company in China, Envision, they will next year start to deliver green ammonia at $500 a ton. Today, you can buy green ammonia in Europe at $1,200 a ton. You can buy ammonia at $1,200 a ton. My point is the green products are already now, with the current prices, commercially viable.
And that will actually drive demand without a doubt. Talk to me in terms of the role, for you as a government body, and also participating, I suppose, in the regulation side of it as well, in terms of supply and demand, because you have to look at both sides.
Yes, definitely. So we have been looking on how to regulate this nascent market. We looked at the applications. We see that mobility, for example, is one emerging sector that hydrogen can easily plug in. And also, we're working on many exciting projects, such as green methanol, as my colleague mentioned, green steel based on DRI. So we're looking at both growing our supply and also building the demand or stimulating the demand for it. But I'd like to also shift gear a little bit and talk about something that's very important, because it's not only the supply or demand. There's something critical that we need to do first, which is setting the right standards. The standards and clarity will bring investors. For us in the kingdom, and for many parts around the world, we haven't really said that our net zero is green or blue. We said net zero emission. So our standard should actually not look at the source. We shouldn't look at whether it's a natural gas or it's renewable, but we should be very objective and look at the CO2 emissions across the supply chain. We started this work, and we believe that, of course, the kingdom, as I said, we call it clean, but we do have a big portion green as well as blue. But we believe that we have to standardize this. This will bring clarity, bring investments, and at the end of the day, it will touch what we are all after, which is lowering our emissions and getting to net zero.
But also you have to, let me stay with you for a minute, take into account your supply chain. I mean, how ready might that be to make sure that it's all on the green path at the minute, or clean path?
Well, we have done tremendously well on the supply chain. Just to state some facts, the Kingdom transported the first blue ammonia shipment back in 2020, and during COVID, it was about 40 tons to Japan. And as we speak, there are 2 ships going from the Kingdom to South Korea. Each one is carrying about 25,000 tons of blue ammonia. So we believe that we need to accelerate the hydrogen, now it's called revolution. And in order to do that, we need to get quick wins. These are the quick wins. We can test the supply, both at the supply side and at the demand side. And we can gain the community confidence that blue ammonia, blue hydrogen, or green hydrogen is a way to abate many of the CO2 and will be a main lever to get to net zero.
Yeah, and I mean, I think all the hard-to-abate industries are definitely, looking at this as a solution. David, I want to come back in terms of the offtakes, and for you, the deal and the fact that I think it shows that no one player can do this on their own. These projects are indeed probably bigger than just anyone. So, I mean, having Aqua Power on board, having Air Products on board, I mean, and this is ultimately your customer in a way as well as your investor, is it?
That's correct. And we talked a little bit about supply chain and challenges. As we start talking more about green ammonia, green hydrogen, as well as looking at the upstream, the technology that's available, the electrolyzer, we've also got to look at the downstream. Because having green ammonia or having green hydrogen, you've still got to distribute it. So it has to be picked up, it has to be taken to other parts of the world. In the case of the products that we're selling, we believe that's going to be broken down back down into hydrogen. So we need to... The off-taker needs to invest in receiving terminals. We're going to need support from government and local authorities to make sure that they're supportive of those investments, whether it's in Korea, Japan, UK, or Europe. That's pretty important that actually does happen as well.
Brian, actually, talk to me a little bit about that infrastructure that needs to be built, because it's not just about being a producer of green hydrogen. There's so much more around it.
Yeah, there's definitely, it's amazing thing that's happening here. You're taking renewable energy world, which my background is maybe both oil and gas and renewable energy, but largely renewable energy. But you're really combining it with fundamentally what's an oil and gas industry, which is what I think when you hear these oil companies talk about if there's a place for them in this ecosystem, absolutely, I believe absolutely there is. And because fundamentally at scale, what we're doing is shipping a molecule around the world, and that's a very challenging job with a huge amount of capex in receiving terminals, in ships, in transport, in I guess you call it downstream, converting hydrogen into something that you can ship by boat. All those levels of the chain are massive, and the amount of capital investment required to really scale this up is going to be astronomical. And so I think what's happening now are the oil and gas companies and the Kingdom and are transitioning, and you'll see this, as hydrogen starts going from a minuscule part of the world energy to probably by 2050, you're at 23%. I believe it's probably going to be more than that. It's going to shift from oil and gas companies, countries, to energy countries, companies. And it's very smart to get started now, because even though we're just tiny right now, everybody who's in that industry is going to have a role to play if they do it right. I mean, not everybody will probably make the transition, but yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I do believe that the hydrocarbon industries have moved from oil and gas companies to hydrocarbon companies to energy companies, and they're on that transition. They're very aware of it.
Of course, yeah.
Sumant, I know you're actually working with the Indian Oil Corporation as well in a joint venture. Talk to us a little bit about that, because it really, I think when we look at the dynamics of the hydrogen industry, everybody can actually get involved and everybody can benefit from this.
Yeah, look, it's actually that joint venture brings together a few of the themes that we were talking about here right now. One is that industries need to decarbonize and move towards green hydrogen, which is something that Indian Oil Corporation, as India's largest refiner, also recognizes. They actually consume about 10% of India's entire hydrogen production right now, and they do have a mandate from the government to shift that towards green. And so therefore, there is that push on them. The second thing, of course, is that project sizes are becoming larger, and therefore you have to collaborate. And so here there was a perfect opportunity for us to essentially partner with Indian Oil to help them move towards green hydrogen and also get them to come in as a partner along with us with equity and so on. So I think it's a win-win for both companies because they get more security of supply. We get our off-taker also becoming a partner. So that's really how I think that model is going to work. And I think really as you go forward, given the size and scale of green hydrogen projects, which are going to be in the $5 to $10 billion range, each of them, it really starts bringing in the elements of the hydrocarbon industry a little bit, where you'll have to have a few people coming together as partners, as we're seeing in NEOM, to really provide equity, provide different kinds of capabilities. So I think that's a model that hasn't really been there in the renewable energy industry so far. We've all been doing our own little things separately because project sizes have been small so far, right? But now the project sizes are going to be much larger. They're going to require much more risk diversification, many different kinds of capabilities to be brought together. So I think you'll see a lot more of those kinds of collaborations coming together. So
Brian, you want to come in here, and David.
Just real quick, yeah, it's an amazing point because, I mean, you hear a $10 billion project, but if you compare that, so that, maybe 2-3 gigawatt project, and that's a very small natural gas field. If you compared it, if you sort of did the hydrogen energy that's created with 2 gigawatts or 3 gigawatts of electrolyzers, it's very small. 50 gigawatt project is a small natural gas field. And that's sort of, if you took the hydrogen and burned it on the other end and created electricity, the electricity to electricity transition here, 500 gigawatts of electricity production, and that's what we modeled roughly offshore in a good resource area. That would be the equivalent of the North Field's production every year. So it's sort of in the taking this. I don't think people fully grasp this yet. The renewable energy world, you need to scale up by hundreds.
Wow.
Yeah.
David, I'm not forgetting you, Jonas. I know you want to come in, but I've got lots.
Yeah, just picking up on the partnership, and I think that's absolutely right. I mean, these are huge projects, and in many cases, not one company has all the skills they need.
Yes.
And again, I think look at what we've tried to do through NEOM Green Hydrogen Company, bringing the expertise of Aqua Power with all their 20 years of renewable air products, 60 years of hydrogen, and the support we've had from NEOM to make this happen. You couldn't do that on your own. It would take too long. So to have that impetus behind us to drive that forward makes a huge difference.
And Jonas, please pick up on any of that's been talked about, but I also want to, look at what your organization has been also doing in terms of agreeing definitions, because I think we mentioned about standards earlier, but for green hydrogen, what are those standards? And again, does this boost credentials, prevent greenwashing, maybe add a premium? What's the big advantages? I mean,
so I think everyone has got it. We're talking about something that is big size. And what my organization is working with governments, with the private sector and civil society on now is the enabling environment, getting the right laws in place, getting the right standards in place. And that's why we earlier this year, together with a group of companies, launched the Green Hydrogen Standard. It's exactly as you say, it has a definition, but it also addresses water use and land use and these things. Unless we are careful about the license to operate, we run quite big risks here. So we need to make sure that our industry gets off to a responsible, solid path that we've learned from other sectors where it hasn't worked so well. So there's a lot of that enabling that we need to work on.
And again, maybe stay with that a moment also in terms of getting stakeholder engagements, community engagement, and somehow, or sometimes perhaps just because we're talking about renewables and we're talking about green energy and clean energy, it's almost like we don't feel we need to involve other people as well. But this discussion has to be part of making sure that the ESG, component is alive and well.
Absolutely, and it's the one term we have heard across the street at the UN negotiations. I think it's that the transition has to be a just one. It's a just energy transition. And that applies also to our industry, and I'm confident it will. We've just, earlier this week, together with McKinsey, launched a study on the green hydrogen potential in 6 African countries that are members of the African Green Hydrogen Alliance that we run. And they think that over the next 20 years, it's as much as 2 million jobs will be created in the region. So there will be jobs, there will be new economic activities. It's not just about producing commodities. This is about redesigning industrial society, as we have heard here, and that will lead to lots of opportunities, but we need to do it responsibly.
Sumant, please.
Yeah, you know, in terms of talking about the supply chain, one of the things I think that we, as we do the forecasts and project out to 2050 what is required, what we're not, I think, fully comprehending is the scale of the renewable energy that is going to be required to back up all of this green hydrogen. Because keep in mind that renewable energy installations are already struggling just to decarbonize the electricity sector. Now we're going to add on top of that the whole demand for green hydrogen. And frankly speaking, we don't have the local permitting speeds right now. We don't have enough players, don't have enough financing, don't have enough supply chain equipment, we don't have enough people. All of that needs to be debottlenecked at massive, massive scale and urgency if we're going to, on top of that, layer demand for green hydrogen. So it's going to be a mammoth task. It's going to be very exciting, though. And I think it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out.
Just, we are having to wrap this up, so I'll stay with you and come back this way. In terms of like what needs to be done very quickly, we only have less than a minute for each person really to give us the great road forward and what do we need to do. You've said some of it, but what's next?
I think clarity on government policies, governments' policies across the world. I think that is very critical. I think we need much faster movement on land allocation and those kinds of things so we can get projects started. And of course, we need technological evolution on the user side to make sure that ultimately this hydrogen can get into long-term supply contracts. I think financing will find its way. I don't think that's going to be a problem eventually.
Jonas, there is so much to do, hence your organization is busy at work. But again, your top priorities, I suppose, when we look at this as a possible global market, what do we all need to do?
Totally building on what Sumant said, using the green hydrogen standard. Planning, I think, is really important, and we've, together with the solar and wind people, we're launching this week something called the Planning for Climate Commission, together with a group of governments, which is exactly raising this planning issue. We got to get planning to happen faster, while at the same time consult and take people along with us. Absolutely key. Ethne, there is a question mark up there. Is now the time? No. It is categorically the time. The question mark can go, but there are huge opportunities, and we should do it responsibly.
And next year we'll have a better term on that.
No. We've answered it now.
Yes,
so exactly.
Brian, and we look at the Gulf course of the Gulf Coast, rather, of the U.S. that we associate with, the oil industry and always have for a long time. Can that actually be the hydrogen center, of a global market? And what do you need to do? Just a quick.
Yeah, I believe it is,
step?
and I believe it will be, especially given the policy support, as we mentioned, it's going to be, and we're full steam ahead. And I think the short answer is, yeah, let's get after it. We need to. I think the bottlenecks right now in our mind are electrolyzers, scaling up manufacturing of electrolyzers is the key ingredient, and really the policy around standards, offtake contract structuring, pricing, and a few other things that have to be kind of just dominoes to put into place. And then we're ready to go. So it's a very exciting time to be in this industry.
David, talk to us again. You have so many great plans in place now. So when do we start really seeing, what's your time scale, I suppose, and what's a call to action for the industry, I suppose?
Well, I guess in the first instance, we're probably 18 months through execution. We've committed $900 million worth of capital. We should be producing green ammonia by 2026. So we're on track. I think in terms of, I'm thinking sort of the next phase, and whilst we talk, I guess, fairly proudly of the fact this is the largest plant at scale for green hydrogen, I don't want that to remain the case, because then the market hasn't really embraced it. So I think what we really want is that demand clarified from the government side of it. We want people to take the risk, businesses to take the risk to start investing, and then address the supply chain, because I absolutely agree that unless we can address the supply chain, and not just the renewables, on the electrolyzers, that next generation technology, the investment, we won't realize everything we're trying to do.
I'm going to leave you a closing word on this, Dr. Ziad. I know there's a lot of work that you have to do. There's a lot of work that you are doing. But if you were to put, I suppose, a call to action in terms of, who can help you move this faster, I think the tremendous support we see in Saudi is obviously a great support for you. And it takes a lot of the headache in terms of how you move forward on this. But give us your, I suppose, final call to action.
Well, first of all, today is a good day, is an outstanding day, wonderful day for all of us, the hydrogen enthusiasts, if I call it that. But moving forward, we need to capitalize on the momentum. We need to accelerate hydrogen production, and we can do that by two ways. First, we need to pilot as many projects as possible, pilot as many, I would say, applications as possible. We are working on big scale or mega scale projects, but also we're piloting a small scale electrolyzers as well to see the demand and test the applications. Second, as I said, we need to really work on accelerating testing to the supply chain. We are doing it now, and we need other countries to do it as well. And the last thing is that we are in the kingdom working with many industries and governments and agencies to really get the right standards that focus on the culprit of what matters most, which is the emission, but not the hydrogen source.
Now, one area I know we didn't talk about, and we just have a tiny little bit of time left, but very quickly, Jonas, maybe I'll go for you. You know, we look at financing in the energy sector in general, and obviously some of the big banks are pulling back on their hydrocarbon funding. They're building in transition financing. But for big hydrogen projects, is the money there? Are the banks, you know, opening the doors and saying, come this way?
I think it will be there. I think Sumant is absolutely right, but it will require new collaborations between private and public finance, the World Bank and the others, and it needs collaboration to scale. So again,
I'm talking more commercial banks.
Lots of more, but the critical aspect is actually going to be competence capacity, senior management capacity to make all of this happen is going to be a bottleneck across the supply chain.
Brian, do you have anything on the banking sector? Do you think there's enough funding?
I think the capital will follow good projects. I think it'll be there. I'm a little less concerned about that, to be honest. I think we're just figuring out the structures, and yeah, I think in 2 years we'll have a different conversation here.
David?
Yeah, I would echo that. I mean, we've had huge support from the lenders, a lot of interest, both from the international banks, the domestic banks, and the institutions here in Saudi Arabia.
Okay, well, that's living proof that it's happening, and that's great news, because ultimately, when the financing is there, it actually helps everybody to move forward, and, you know, it can be a big stumbling block if they're not on top of everything and not too sure about what's happening and been a bit hesitant. I want to thank you all for you know, your great input. You're all working in this industry. You know this so well. You're like moving, you know, a sort of an evolution in the industry, in the energy industry, possibly a revolution. And I think, you know, we talked about hydrogen over the last couple of years, but it's clearly front and center now, and I think to see these great projects in place, this is huge, and it's wonderful for everybody. Sumant, thank you so much. Jonas, Brian, David, and Dr. Ziad, thank you all for your great time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you, our dear audience, for being with us. I can let you go to lunch now, which is really nice, and take some time to, we'll see you inside, take some time to ramble around the gallery outside and really have a look at some of the great projects that are there. Absolutely fascinating projects around the gallery outside, but also invite us, we're invited out for lunch. Be back here, please, at 2:30, because we have an action-packed afternoon for you, so we don't want you to miss any of that. But please, do take a look at the gallery, enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you very shortly back here at 2:30. Thank you so much.
My father told me that a promise is the strongest thing anyone can make. In 2021, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia made a promise to the world, pledging to plant 10 billion trees across the country. It's difficult to imagine what 10 billion trees look like, a forest that will span 100 million football fields. Trees will be planted in the streets and parks of our cities, on the slopes of our mountains, and along the shores of the Red Sea and the Arabian Gulf. And it's not just on land that these trees will thrive. Saudi Arabia's mangroves form a living defense against climate change. They can trap up to 5 times more carbon than tropical land forests. And their roots help prevent shoreline erosion. From the seas to some of Saudi's highest peaks, we're committed to covering our country in green. Over the last 12 months, specialist plant nurseries and seed banks have been busy across the kingdom. It's here that millions of our trees begin their lives. Each planting location has been carefully selected to ensure these seedlings survive and thrive when they leave the nursery. And it's not just trees that are being grown here. Saudi Arabia is where world-changing ideas are flourishing every day. Researchers at King Abdullah University of Science and Technology are finding ways to help trees and crops grow with less water and sustainable fertilizers, so that we can achieve our goal to restore Saudi Arabia's natural vegetation cover. Last year, we made a promise to the world, and it's a promise we're going to keep. The Saudi Green Initiative, from ambition to action.
Desert technology-powered development and vegetation cover. So gentlemen, please take a seat and welcome back Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you know many of these faces in front of you already, but we have Dr. Khalid Abul-Qader, the President of the National Centre for Vegetation Development and Combating Desertification. We're stuck with that one. Saudi Arabia. We have Dr. Shahid Rashid Awan. He is the Chief Conservator of Forest for the Punjab Forest Department in Pakistan. So thank you for joining us today. And Dr. Ayman Ghulam, the CEO of National Centre for Meteorology. I'm having a problem with these long words today, again from Saudi Arabia. So thank you so much for joining us today. I'm going to start because, as we know, last year Saudi Arabia announced the goal to plant 10 billion trees in the country and 50 billion trees in the region. It's nature's own carbon capture system. It's already there. And Dr. Khalid, I'd like to start with you first. Why did you pick the number 10 billion, and why did you pick to do that now?
Thank you, Sarah. It's really a very ambitious program. As you know, it's one of the biggest in the world. 10 billion trees, that's equivalent for a certain amount of carbon that will be sequestrated by this natural-based solution in Saudi Arabia. We are now conducting the studies to accomplish that program and to set in the stage all the required programs that will implement this program, utilizing the local knowledge of our experts in Saudi Arabia and also the international experts that will work with us on this program. Now we are setting together the framework for the strategic planning for such a program. And also we are in communication with all the stakeholders in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, either in the public sector or in the private sector, and also in the NGOs. And we are gathering all this information required, and we have seen a lot of collaboration between all to achieve this goal. And so far now is almost 600 million being targeted by all, by private sector and public sectors, to be implemented by the 2030, inshallah.
So we have this big program in place, this big master plan, as you say. Dr. Ayman, we need water. These trees need to have water. In the meteorological area, you are working to create with the use of science, more water for the kingdom. So talk us through, as some of us know as cloud seeding, others know as rain augmentation, what are you doing to not only just help the seedlings, obviously, but the trees and the broader vegetation in the kingdom?
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. This is a very good question because, you know, committed in planting 10 billion trees, it's a challenge itself. When you are talking about Saudi Arabia with dry country and the scarcity of water, no lakes, no reservoir, this is a complex challenge. But in Saudi Arabia, we are not working arbitrarily. We have strategic plans. So this is why we have the cloud seeding program to find another source or new resources of water from the clouds. And also, beside the cloud seeding program, because we have to secure the food security and water security and flora and fauna and combat the desertification, we have to reduce also the dust storm over Saudi Arabia and the drought. So this is why His Highness, the Crown Prince, announced the regional center of dust storm and sandstorm early warning, which is run and managed by the National Center of Meteorology. And in this very important regional center, we are giving alerts 10 days in advance if there is a dust storm coming or sandstorm coming. So the farmers, Dr. Khalid can take, their mitigation and how to protect their crops. And also, the third regional center is the climate change center. Now we are in a hot country, and those plants, it should be survived. So when we give 50 years in advance, what is the temperature scenarios in Saudi Arabia, it's gonna be raised, or where is the drought, where is the drought of areas and the wet areas in Saudi Arabia, so they can move and make their plans where we should plant this particular kind of trees. Is it in the north or in the south?
Now, we're going to come back to that because you've given everybody a sneak preview of all the different things that we're going to talk about, and we'll catch up with those in a little bit more depth in a moment. Dr. Shahid, I think firstly, we can't talk about trees in Pakistan without first, I think everybody in the room understands what your country has gone through as a result, some say, of climate change. And so I think firstly, we have to acknowledge that and the deep challenges that you've had to face on that front. So I think we need to talk about that in relation to the climate. On a slightly brighter note, I know you've done great things on your 10 billion tree tsunami program. So talk us through what the flood has done in terms of your program and what's going to go forward now in a more positive light, hopefully.
Okay, thank you, Sarah, for having me there. Basically, before addressing the flood issue, I just want to explain a little bit, the dynamics of the forest in Pakistan. We have 80 million hectares, that is little more than 1/3 of Saudi Arabia. And just like Saudi Arabia, it is also an arid and semi-arid country, and with 5% of the forest area. So we had these challenges of deforestation also, and the vulnerability of the climate change issues also. The Pakistan is less than 1% contributor, but is the top 10 countries who are vulnerable to the climate change. That's why the flood incidents happened there. So in 2019, we started this 10 billion tree forestation program, to address all these challenges of deforestation, climate, and the climate resilience itself, the biodiversity conservation. This project took off in 2019 with $830 million, and the first target was fixed for 3.5 billion. So the first year we completed 400, in the second year it was 1 billion, and in the third year it was 1.5 billion. So up to 2022, it's the third year. So we have planted more than 680,000 hectares of the land and creating green jobs of more than 250,000 people. Apart from that, it was planted on 9,500 sites across the country. So when we take, see this Saudi Green Initiative program and all, The basic thing for such mega project of forestry is the availability of land and water. So these two things are vital when you plan. So the bottom line for planning all 10 billion was to prevent, to mitigate, and to restore. So that was the sequence of action we planned. And you cannot plant the trees, you go for the restoration thing also. So out of the 100% plantation target which we achieved, 60% was the assisting natural regeneration. So it's not the planting, it's assisting the nature in bringing up the natural regeneration. So the another factor why we prefer this assisting natural regeneration was that when you prepare a project, you calculate the cost per plant. So the regeneration is the cheapest way to get the planting stock, and the success is much more. And we engaged the private community also in that, and we made a subsidy of 70% funds we provided to the private sector so they can have the plantation. The government provided that free of interest. That was non-returnable loan, but that was one-time investment. So the government does not need to spend money on their maintenance. So 242 plants were just distributed under that program with 70-30 ratio. All the health facilities, school facilities, other departments, urban forestry, so that was also contributing to it. And another intervention we prefer was harvesting the rainwater. The land, a major piece of land in Pakistan is susceptible to water erosion also. So having that water there, we made the water harvesting activities there. So that was another breakthrough, a first time we did, that 844 million plants, they were just regenerated. We also addressed the areas which were affected by waterlogging or salinity to rehabilitate that. Another intervention of forestry activities was like windbreaks to check the sand dunes movement and the dust storms. So that was another intervention.
I'm going to bring Dr. Ayman in on this because we're talking about water, so we kind of have to go back to you. These are the challenges that you faced. There's a similar topography in certain areas to the kingdom. So, Dr. Ayman, some of this will be familiar to you. We can't do anything without international cooperations. Our borders all move towards each other. What are you doing in the kingdom to address problems such as this and other challenges to obviously create the water and then to make sure runoff and things like that don't get wasted?
Yeah, indeed, in Saudi Arabia now we're scaling up and building up what is called the early warning system. And to build that early warning system, you have a very complicated and sophisticated weather model for what is called numerical weather prediction. And now in Saudi Arabia, we are building our technological infrastructure and we have in the National Center of Meteorology high-performance computer with 1 kilometer resolution, and it gives us 10 days in advance forecast for flooding, for dust storms, even though we are expanding our geographical expandation or area for meteorological and observatory system, so we can also monitor our weather and monitor our climate. And besides that, we have the Climate Change Center now, which is, well, maybe we will operate it in end of November with cows.
It'll go live.
Yeah.
And you can share that information. So as you said, and we've seen throughout a lot of these panels today, we're not just talking about things for Saudi, which is quite right, they should be, you've invested in them, but you can share through technology and experience to other countries, such as Pakistan.
Yes, there is a huge potential in Saudi Arabia. The mountain forest in Saudi Arabia is like 1.3% of the KSA, and that receives 110 to 135 millimeter rainfall. 60% of the runoff that goes to Red Sea uncaptured. So that is a great potential for water harvesting, using that runoff going to the Red Sea instead of going to the Red Sea can be harvested for forestry things.
So I'd like to come back to Dr. Khalid now, because of course all of these things are good. As you say, things are moving forward. We're getting these new systems in place through technology, through AI and various things, they can be shared. But coming back to you, Dr. Khalid, nothing unless we start with benchmarks. We need to know where we are now to understand if these things, obviously they're helping, but by how much and where. So that's something you've worked a lot on in your department.
Yeah, that's true. We have done benchmark with a lot of countries that especially They have similar programs, such as the Pakistani 10 billion tree tsunami, and also the Chinese experiments in China, and also the Great Green Wall in Africa, and other also programs in Morocco and Turkey. And we have really benchmark of those where we can use the technology and also use related know-how in implementing such a program. One of the examples I would just like to reflect with Dr. Rashid has said regarding for natural regeneration of trees, which is a very strong concept, which is concentrate on conserving what you have, the ecosystem that you have, and protection. Start with the protection of what you have, the system that the nature resources that Saudi Arabia contains, and also depends on the nature regeneration, which is in Pakistan experiments that they have depended on it in 70% of the success that they have arrived to. So that's, if you take that option as a cost-effective way to plantation of trees, and also to have an effective program in Saudi Arabia, that is a very important concept, which is to start with the preserving, conservation, rehabilitation, the natural resources in Saudi Arabia.
So we're talking very much about technology-powered development. I know it's a slight side issue, but presumably, obviously, there's the natural species that you want to plant for obvious reasons. You'll be doing lots of work on that. Is there any genetic engineering going on within those species to make them more, like we see with crops, more drought-resistant? Is that a big area for technology as well?
Yes, in fact, we currently have a big project with cows now. We call it the Native Trees Genome Projects, which we study the genetic of all the native trees to see the strength and weaknesses of those trees, where we can concentrate on that genome that will have more tolerant plants for drought. So this is one of the examples that we can learn from science, and also dependent on technology in rain harvesting, and also in seedings of using drones, and also in the monitoring systems.
A lot of people get nervous about this new technology. They're kind of in a quandary. Well, we know it needs to happen. Certain things that we're a little bit nervous about. We've heard time and time again during today and the conversations in COP, we need to speed up. We need to get at things more quickly. So, Dr. Ayman, I wanted to bring you in on this. You mentioned sort of cloud seeding, rain augmentation at the beginning, and we kind of skated away from that a little bit. Do you think people, again, they get suspicious, they get nervous of this new technology? But from when I was speaking to you, arid zones are about 35% of the population, the global population now. I guess it's not really a choice of whether we do these things. It's just necessary, given the massive amount of people that are impacted by this.
Yes, indeed. Cloud seeding program is an ambitious technology for the bringing water from the sky, and unfortunately, it is not a copy-paste experiment. For example, what is going on in US or Thailand, or it is in Saudi Arabia, it is not applicable. So we have very special clouds, and even in its formation, we have very special cases, so that technologies in cloud seeding program in Saudi Arabia, we have to use for the time being the aircrafts, and also we have innovation directorate with the parallel with the cloud seeding program to innovate the new technology. Maybe we will use drones, for example, in the near future, or we'll use nanotechnology as well, and goes to the clouds and just seed them, and we have like squeezing it and have the more rain over the ground. Dr. Khalid is planting, and we are raining.
And you're watering and draining to make sure they survive.
We are his supplier, but from the sky, not from the world.
And it's an important point, because it can be very grandiose, can't it? The big headline with planting this many trees. But I know it seems obvious, but around the world, we have seen some cases where they're not watered and cared for properly. And even though the headline looks great, the reality of those trees coming to their full fruition and doing what we want them to do sometimes falls short. And I just wanted to bring you in on this, Dr. Shahid. You've been doing it for a while. Obviously, the Kingdom has been interested in these programs for a while, but they're really starting to push them now. So what are the vital components to be included in these plans to make sure that they are a success? Are you going down very much the technological route that we were hearing about there, or where are you on that?
You know, when we plan this kind of mega forestry project, so I mean, we should congratulate KSA. I've seen the biggest study going on for the strategic development, because no homework is being done in any country in that depth, you know, to have a deep insight, because there wasn't any benchmark over here. So first priority is the right way to go, to have a strategic plan based on that, a master plan. When you have that plan in place, you need to have, you know, kind of implementation framework for that, and then institutional setup for that. Unless you have a proper institutional setup, you cannot execute the project. You have to have an implementation oversight of the project, right? There has to be a social engagements and awareness among the public also, so they accept and they are kept aware of that. Another planning process is to enhance the capacity of the human resource working with you, you know, to train them in different fields. Again, the third is the tools and technology, you know, have many innovative tools involved, many innovative technologies involved. So this is how the sequence goes for certain kind of project. And above all comes the monitoring and evaluation of those projects. You know, in case of Pakistan, we had a consortium of international firms who are monitoring. So the last report says, as Dr. Kadir said, 75% is the success percentage of that. So all those work done at site. We have a temporal change analysis through remote sensing also, with the drone coverage also before, during, and after the project. So these things will be a sequence, you know, to give an evidence-based results of these projects.
I want to go back to that point that you made, this joined-up approach, certainly including local communities, because we're nothing if the people within the area don't care about what they do and they see it as somebody else's thing, you know. You want them to take ownership of their environment and see, obviously, and benefit from those improvements. And Dr. Khalid, I know this is key to that. We're talking a lot about climate today, but we need to talk about the social impact. We very much need to talk about that local community that's involved in this. I know that you particularly do that, working with NGOs on your education program. So tell us a little bit more about that involvement.
Yeah, in fact, the 10 billion trees program in Saudi Arabia is a long-term program, and it's required the society buy-in and to engage society in these programs. And this is really what we are now dependent on. We engage NGOs, and especially the ones that are related to plantation and caring of nature. And we engage with them in communication. We engage with them in even discussion for the study. And we empower them with the projects. We give them real projects in the ground. Now they are implementing projects, plantation projects in Saudi Arabia. And we engage volunteers. So far now we have more than 70,000 volunteers in Saudi Arabia. They volunteered last year and this year in a plantation of trees in different terrains of Saudi Arabia.
So if somebody in the audience wants to get involved, I know it's called, remind me, Let's Make It Green? Was that the program that you were running? Let's Make It Green?
Let's Make It Green,
yeah.
yes.
So if somebody's listening and either them or other people want to get involved, how can they get involved and what can they do? You know, obviously on a local community level is one thing, but is it a bigger movement than that? Can other people get involved in this?
Yes, in fact, there is a government platform in Saudi Arabia for volunteering. And also there is encouragement to volunteers. And now most of the ministries and also the private sector, they require volunteering hour for employees to get a good rating, to spend some volunteering hour. And we're allowing this in 4 different categories: implantation of trees, spreading seeds, and take caring of nature, and also nursery, involved in nurseries. So anybody can really register in this platform, and we open these chances for volunteering in different locations of the kingdom. And they engage in that volunteering, and they will, when they go to their site, they will find people waiting for them, teach them how to do it, and then they can start the process.
And I know a lot of people, I've been living in the region for quite a few years now, and I have a teenage daughter and children, and they always bemoan the lack of work experience. This is a wonderful way for communities on all kinds of levels to get involved and get that work experience, even if it's just education to look after the environment. Yes. Or actual work experience. Is that something that you've seen, Dr. Shahid, in Pakistan? Has there been the basis of careers maybe in the green area?
First of all, when you say community engagement, we need to see what number of communities are living where. In Saudi Arabia, I think around 80% the people are living in the urban areas. So they have an action zone under the project that is promotion of urban forestry. So in the urban forestry, when you engage, there has to be a visibility of activities first off. The optics of the project should be like maximum people. So if the maximum people are living in the urban areas and you are doing the urban forestry, like involving school, colleges, streets and boulevards, the sport complex, the botanical gardens, the parking areas. So when you make it a campaign in the most popular areas, and because the level of pollution in the urban areas is much more than the rural areas, so you are directly addressing the issue for which the local urban community is confronted with. So they'll get the message in a more effective way. And when you engage the schools and colleges and you give the sponsorship to different NGOs to adopt a plantation, so that will be a practical engagement in those kind of activities. So the urban forestry can play a very vital role, in the better optics of the projects. Because, the 10 billion tree is not a project, it's a program. You can sum up number of activities. I mean, in case of Saudi Arabia, a lot of activities are going on of tree plantation on the royal reserves, the NGOs, the industrial Aramco is doing. All those planting activities, they sum up under an umbrella program that is 10 billion. So it's not a project, it's a program. It goes a long way. And it is in line with all those projects which are supplementing to achieve the final targets.
And you mentioned, it's part of the 2030 vision as well, is to create high-quality jobs within the kingdom as well. And Dr. Aman, if I can talk to you about that, because you teased us with your climate change centre, and then you said it's coming, but I'd like to talk a little bit more about that, because again, that's an opportunity beyond, like we said, the local level, to start these careers in that area. What kind of things are you going to be doing there, and what kind of things can people be involved with? And as you said, the impact on farmers and people in the population is fairly massive if you can predict things 10 days out.
Yeah, this is, thank you, Sarah, a very good question as well. First of all, from my point of view, as a meteorologist and a climatologist, the big question is, do we have climate change or no? Is it climate variability or climate change? So these answers now...
That's really interesting that you say that you still think that's a debate. So tell us more, because that could be quite controversial.
Yeah, honestly speaking, until today, we don't have the capabilities in National Center of Meteorology to answer both questions. So this is why we have the Regional Climate Change Center now. We are building it up. We are building our new and very special climate models. And we are, as I said, we are building our technology, and we having HPC, high performance computer, to have those scenarios over Saudi Arabia. So when Saudi Arabia negotiators, when they go to COP, like now, we will not hear from other bodies that they said you have raising temperature in Saudi Arabia, but we will have our own report. So we will support the government of Saudi Arabia. We will initiate a national committee, and we will meet with them regularly, and we will show them the monthly report and yearly report, and we will say by ourselves that we will have this rise of temperature or we don't have. Also, we are talking about the drought or with. So now, as we monitor that, we will have some rainfall decreasing over the north, while we will have rainfall increasing in the south. So this is, for example, over the 50 years, we will analyze these results and also sit with those committees and the national committees, and we will tell them. So every sector, this is why we engage all relevant sectors. So every sector can put his plans for mitigate and adapt themselves for this changing. Honestly speaking, what is now is, like the universities and research center, They have, in Saudi Arabia, I mean, they are, for example, publishing some papers, but it doesn't go with the Saudi Arabian policies because they have no regulations. Everybody would like to come and just publish his paper. Maybe he is exaggerating the assumptions of the climate change. This is why the Saudi or the Regional Climate Change Center will regulate this, and we will make it focusing for the climate change, and we will be very, straightforward. Do we have climate change or not?
Yeah, it's
and
right.
also,
For every sector, the information, the research paper is okay for all those sectors which are directly or indirectly influenced by the climate change. They need to be identified, and those departments should come up with their adaptive, policies and to mitigate those effects. The adaptation and mitigation plans are prepared for all those challenges. For example, in our country, the climate change, we have got all the numbers with us, but we are not changing the cropping pattern that is required by the agriculture. The seeding on the trees, the season of ripening has changed, and we are not changing the time of raising the nurseries. So, the adaptation and this mitigation that goes along, and all those sectors which are influenced by climate change should have these kind of other strategies and a very close eye on these.
So you're saying that's the missing link between what you're doing and then the adaptation of that on the ground. Is that the missing link, and how are you going to address that?
Yes, this is the missing link because, it is not being addressed as a holistic. Now in Pakistan, we have established a new ministry, that is Ministry of Climate Change. And so the Ministry of Climate Change is integrating all those departments which are directly or indirectly influenced by the climate change. And the meteorological department is also under that climate change. So they can inform what kind of changes are going around and how we need to adapt and mitigate by different sectors.
And weather doesn't respect borders, right? And also what we do in one country can impact the other. So it's super, super important. We've got about 4 minutes left now. And, we've talked about what's going on now and some exciting future developments. But I'd like to kind of jump forward another 10, 20 years. I know we're all youngsters here. And I'd like to sort of get your view on what you think is going to happen in the next 10, 20 years, because this is a long-term program. As we've said, a 20-year-old tree is nothing when it comes to carbon capture and indeed its contribution that it makes. So maybe I'll start with you first, Dr. Khalid. What would you like to see happen as a result of what you're doing in the next 20 years? Not just what you're doing, but a broader push across the country.
I think there is a big momentum now, and I'm assuming the momentum will be increasing with time. And from what I have seen now, there is big potential for increasing the vegetation cover, increasing the protection of our natural resources, also improving the temperature in Saudi Arabia and the region with the two big initiatives, the SGI and the MGI. I think we will have also a reflection on the quality of life for people by improving the nature and improving the facilities that relate to nature, improving the ecotourism, improving also all the resources that require the ecotourism, such now what we are doing and improving and implementing new national parks and different standards and better standards, engaging also investors to improve these and also improve the quality of the experience of any visitor of nature and any utilization of nature. So I think all of that will bring people closer to nature, and that's I think a very good, strong message.
So bring the nature to the people and the people to the nature. I also want to touch on one thing that we haven't mentioned, so hopefully we can look forward in that, is that planting trees is one thing, creating ecosystems is another for that vegetation. Yes. So I know that you both feel passionately about that. So as we're looking forward for the next 20 years, I guess that's one of the major objectives, is to either restore or keep the same or improve the ecosystems that are there.
The forestry and the forestry activities globally, they have changed, as far as their understanding. It's just not just the forestry now. Now we are approaching for the forest landscape restoration, FLR. So we try to, restore an entire landscape. It may be the conservation of flora or the wildlife or the natural flora. it may be a protected areas. Whatever we do, we are going for preservation, conservation of the biodiversity. So that's an umbrella approach. It's not just the tree planting. And we are restoring the ecosystem to ensure the sustained ecological services and goods, those ecosystem provides to us. So now it's the restoration of the entire landscape, not just the tree planting.
And Dr. Ayman, if you were to look back in 20 years' time, what would you like to have seen happen?
Yeah, indeed, Sarah. Now we are, as I said, we are building our infrastructures and initiating these 3 centers, as I said, but we are not forgetting that they are regional centers. So now the coordination with the region is very important after this, time. And we are going to make our experiments and our work for the region-wide rather than national-wide. So this is what is our plan in the time scale for 2030, for the 10 coming years, to cover the whole region and make beneficial of what we are doing in Saudi Arabia for the whole region.
I think that's a wonderful place to finish. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for your time today. Dr. Khalid Al-Bukhada, President of the National Centre for Vegetation Development and Combating Desertification. I will struggle. Dr. Shahid Rashid Awan, Chief Conservator of the Forest with the Punjab Forest Department of Pakistan. And Dr. Ayman Ghulam, the CEO of National Centre for Meteorology for Saudi Arabia. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us today and enlightening us on next steps.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I have the great pleasure of inviting my colleague up to the stage. We have Tumi with her panel, which is called Cities Leading the Way with Urban Greening.
Thank you so very much, Sarah. And I think that was a really interesting panel. Can I ask everybody to give them another round of applause, please? Thank you. And I love how that applause is getting more and more warm and more energetic as the afternoon progresses. Hopefully, by the end of today, we'll have a really raucous round of applause. So as Sarah mentioned, we're going to talk about greening of cities. Now, we all live in environments. Most of us, I think, live in cities. And we all understand the challenges of what it's like where we live. Personally, I live in Johannesburg. We have some challenges around some of the pollution in our environments. And the big question is always, how do you make it better, healthier, not just for now, but for the long term, and more so in a sustainable fashion? So, as much as I would like to say that I could have this conversation by myself, of course I cannot. So I have some really smart and eminent people joining me for this conversation about how cities are leading the way with urban greening. So please put your hands together for His Excellency Majid Al Khugail, the Minister of Municipal and Rural Affairs and Housing of Saudi Arabia. Your Excellency. Please also put your hands together for William McDonough, who's the Chief Executive of McDonough Innovation. He does ask that I call him Bill. So Bill, please. And last, but most certainly not least, please put your hands together for Carlo Ratti, the director of MIT's Center. Whoa, Carlo! You didn't even let me finish reading your title. I should make you go back and come back slowly. Gentlemen, to all three of you, thank you so very much for joining us. And I'm certainly looking forward to this conversation. We don't have all day, as much as we may want to talk about it all day. So let me get straight into it. Green city can mean different things to different people, depending on who you are and depending on your perspective. So really quickly, I'm going to start with you, Your Excellency. What does green city mean to you?
When I look at it from urban development, a green city is how is the green proportion for each development that can help people to get better quality life, increase the livability, increase the walkability, reducing the temperature of the climate. These main items that we always when we look at the green.
Bill, what does it mean to you?
I think cities
are something lived and something dreamed. They're actually, a kind of creation where artifice meets nature. And so for me, green is both a color as an adjective, but it's also a verb. We green things because it's part of our nature, so to speak. So for me, a green city is not just plants or that kind of thing. It's really an agro-urbanism in terms of the way we deal with food and materials, but it's also something that is able to take the sources from the world and that have been turned into resources. And this is where we can process them again and use them again. So the city performs amazing functions on every level.
We're going to talk a little bit more about a couple of those elements you mentioned, but I'm going to go to Carlo now. And Carlo, I'm going to ask you to do it more slowly than how you did when you came on the stage. So what does Green City mean for you?
Yeah, well, Bill was saying about nature and artifice. And we can say to city, the key challenge in cities is really how to bring together the natural and the artificial world. And I would say Green City is a city where this alliance can take new forms, not rely on what we saw in the past century, a contrast, a conflict, a war between those two sides, but actually a new alliance.
Great. Okay, Carlo, thank you. Excellency, we were listening a little bit earlier about just how little rainfall Saudi Arabia actually receives, which poses a number of questions and challenges, particularly when we're speaking about greening. So what is it that you are thinking about when trying to map out what needs to happen in Saudi Arabia's cities to make them more green?
Actually, what we are working in different layers of execution started with the vision of 2030. His Royal Highness direction, His Royal Highness Crown Prince direction to set ambitious target about standard and KPIs that meet the GDP goals that has been launched in 2015 by United Nations, which has to improve the many standards, part of it which is the green and livability and sustainabilities. And we are working in Saudi Arabia in all new urban development. How can we implement these standards, which is very high, to make sure, as we mentioned earlier, is how to enhance the quality of life when we see green. Greens bring any happiness to the people, so how can we make green? Greens have to create shade in a different climate. Saudi Arabia have a different climate based on different topographic. However, so how can we bring this green? We heard about nature, and how can we make more of development of green? Is not more of like a homemade, but it's a natural parks, which we do, for example, in Riyadh, in King Salman parks, or our new development called Khuzam district. And that's how to bring nature back to the city to achieve the happiness of the people, how the walkability within 15 minutes, how to change the complete life of Saudi Arabia, bringing back the green as one element of many elements that we design it.
Carlo, the reality is that for most of us, we're living in environments that are already created. They're not new. And when they were created, it wasn't with some of the things that His Excellency is talking about in mind. We weren't thinking necessarily about walkability, about necessarily cleaning the air we live in. It was a place for housing many, many people. When one is thinking about greening existing spaces, what are the considerations and conversations that we're having to do it in a way that, one, addresses the history of it, but also provides sufficient future-proof ability for those environments?
Yeah, well, you're completely right. And if you look at the United States, if you look at Europe, actually cities are not growing at all. Here in the region, cities are growing still very much, but still we have a lot of urban fabric that was done before. And the good news here is that there's a lot of technologies we can apply on existing cities. When we think about greening, for instance, thinking about hydroponic allows us to grow green spaces where we couldn't before. We're working on a hydroponic skyscraper at the moment in China. We've been working on hydroponics in the center of Milan. We developed a few projects, build projects using hydroponic to bring green where we couldn't before. So somehow the point is how can we really keep the structure of cities that is vital. How we can, the first thing about sustainability is reusing what is already there, but then use also new technologies in order to make it work better and also to bring more nature close to us.
New technologies are very, very key, Bill, and I know that one of the things that we want to touch on a little bit later in this conversation is reusing some of that. But before we get to that point, Carlo is speaking to us about how we use technologies and how we improve what we have. One of the key things, however, is design. How do we design, supplement what exists, but in designing what's new, keep that in mind? How does that work? How does that go? Okay, but you have to keep it short, though. I can see you want to have a long answer.
The issue about sustainability is actually about intergenerational stewardship. We are working for our future generations. So when you look at these conditions, the idea that we'll have food, that we'll be able to use our water over and over again, because using everything again is what nature does. Waste becomes food or something. And if we treat that as the technique, we start designing for disassembly, so we design for next use. We build it in. When we design office buildings, we design them as housing of the future. Why should I have to tear it down, you see? So I think you add this lens of perpetuity to the design thinking. So instead of designing for the end of life and saying this will end up in the garbage, you design for end of use, because it's really something providing a service. And once you do that, then you design for next use. Then you're in the circular economy, and then you realize what Saudi Arabia has done by creating a circular carbon economy is a recognition, a very important one, that carbon is both a material and a fuel. And that's when it starts to become a living city.
Excellency, I want you to elaborate a little bit in just a second on the circular economy in Saudi Arabia in just a moment. But Bill, before we get there, a conversation I was having a little bit earlier, and I think you saw that conversation, where we were speaking about critical minerals and this new race, for lack of a better word, to extract these minerals, which we can use to green and change technology and do all of this stuff. We run the risk of making some of the same mistakes that we made when when we were talking about coal, when we were talking about gold or any other metals that we were extracting, where we didn't plan for what happens with what we produce and the environments from which we've extracted. What is the conversation we need to be having now, if you can elaborate on your view of circularity, that we need to be having now to make sure that we're not having a depletion because we didn't plan for how we would reuse certain products?
That's a great question. And the issue, I think, for me, again, if you look at the words, the idea of being recyclable means two things. One is that you can literally take it and recycle it. The other is that we have a system in place to do it. Because you can have something recyclable, but if there's no way to get it done, then you don't exercise it. So I think the kingdom has an astonishing opportunity to actually make things recyclable and actually set up the systems for recycling. And when we look at just say the rare earths, if we look at smaller things, you know, for right now on data centers, every 3 years they move the hard drives to another level of performance, and we destroy all the hard drives that we used to have for data security, which is not necessary. So all these rare earths and all the materials that have got magnets even for the hard drives and earlier ones have all gone into a system that is designed to disperse them and let them leave our use. And they're rare earths, so we have new initiatives like that to take care of these materials and track them. And we even now have a Cambridge University, a chip that's aluminum. It's like hard to see. We can put all the data to do with anything for less than a quarter of 1 cent on anything. And we can see where it's been, where it came from, what materials it is, and so on. So this is the kind of place that will be the first to know that we'll be able to have transparency on all the goods and services. So we don't abuse it, and we don't misuse it, and we don't lose the use of it.
Yeah, can I add something to what Bill was saying? Somehow, the very interesting thing that's happening, we can do this kind of map, a real-time map of all the things we have. This is based on what we're building new, it's based on the things we produce. It's also based on existing cities. I think one of our researchers at MIT is actually doing a map of Ukraine after some of the fight, and actually trying to map and see all the things that could be reused there. You got elements that could be reused in other constructions. So somehow, once we have this map of all the things, that tells us about how things are made and all the things that can be either reused or recycled, then build vision would be very much easier to implement. And I think we are getting there with data.
In your ministry, this is going to fall partly into your responsibility to figure out how you manage some of this circularity in your cities. How is Mumra planning for that?
Actually, we work with our stakeholders, who's like MUA, Ministry of Environment. As well, we as react to the direction or goals that we would like to achieve, to have a robust city planning that with efficiency to utilize all the city resources. So this is one of the challenge usually we face, is about how to do the spatial planning right. How can we do efficient city planning that could utilize all that. You mentioned just now about the smart cities. Smart cities also would help us with data that could utilize these resources with the communication. How can we be more effective to achieve what just our colleagues mentioned right now.
One element that we must never forget, though, is that people live in cities, right? They're not the structures that we create, they're not the technology that we build, they are people who live in these spaces. And if they aren't involved in that process of circularity, in that process of use, in facilitating better design, these green cities or even smart cities will never work. In your environment, how important is it for you to ensure that Saudis, every day, everywhere, are part of that process?
We are human, so if we could communicate what's in it for them, then the reaction will be always positive. So what's in it for them to recycle water, to recycle glasses, to recycle any elements, what's in it for them? So it's not necessarily to be monetary, but it's more of what's the change in their life to do that. We are lucky in Saudi Arabia in two things. Vision, since it started, was to how to enable NGOs and encourage the SRC responsibility more. And we have a youth population. Yeah, we have almost 35% of our population, their age between 14 and 35. They have a passion to see our cities change, and they are not accepting that we are not continue as before in terms when it comes to efficient resources. That's helping us as a government entity. How can we improve the enablement for this youth, NGOs, etc., to participate in this vision? And we see that very positive started from 2017, and we see impact of it. The 10 billion green initiatives, part of it is to what you just mentioned, is how to NGOs, SRC programs, and the youth participation.
Yeah. No, you go ahead, because I can see you wanted to say something, so go ahead.
Oh, I wanted to ask you a question.
Okay, you can ask me a question.
No, I wanted to build on what His Excellency was saying. It seems to me there is a very important component here, which is about feedback loops. Nature is based on feedback loops. Feedback loops means, we listen, we get information, and we respond to that information. And so a key thing to this seems to be how can we create better feedback loops with people? So by listening and getting feedback and responding. So this seems to be one of the things, and you're totally right, people should be at the core of what we do in cities. Shakespeare said, what is the city but the people? So that should be the starting point. But you wanted to ask me a question, something.
No, because you already answered the question that I wanted to ask you. So what am I going to do now? I'm going to ask Bill a question. So Bill, the people question inevitably is why we're all here. It's about people, it's about human beings, and it's about the environments that people live in. But it's not always easy to ensure that people appreciate the positive impact and the potential negative impact of not adjusting our behaviors. We've heard what Carlo thinks, we've heard what His Excellency thinks. What do you think about trying to address the people question?
Well, I think we have an instinct to protect our children, and I think we should follow that. I think the city work that I've seen over all these years, I've worked in China, I've worked in Brazil, the cities that love their children are the most wonderful of cities. And so I think that's really key. And also the language we use and the things we do need to be understandable by the children. So that's one thing. But I think the focus, we heard two very special words just now from His Excellency. One was efficiently, and the other was effectively. And Peter Drucker, the famous management consultant, said it's a manager's job to be efficient and do something the right way. But it's the executive's job to be effective and do the right thing. Then you give it to the managers to do the right way. Because if the managers are doing the wrong thing, with Six Sigma perfection, we become perfectly wrong. So this idea of the effectiveness is really related to humans. What does it mean? And so that's why I like meaning. I like natural intelligence, which is greening, versus artificial intelligence, which is giving something information. It's meaning, so that's really important. So I like to break it down as what do we need? Let's make sure we do that. Every child, fresh water, every day. It's a human right. That's what we need. And then the second is what we want, which is to have things that make our lives a pleasure to live. And then finally, we look at love. And what do we love? So let's do those three things. Let's give people what they need, let's give them what they want, and let's find those things we love. And then you have a good city.
Okay, Bill, I'm going to ask you just to bear with us because we're having a little bit of a problem with your microphone. Okay. Somebody is going to come on stage and just sort that out for us shortly. But while he's doing that, Carlo, I'd like to hear from you. When I listen to what Bill has just said about this sort of, it's not even a hierarchy, but the role players that need to enable certain changes to happen. What are the two, for you, biggest obstacles, and I'm sure there are more than two, but the two biggest ones that one is facing when trying to green environments? I think what's encouraging about Saudi Arabia is that in many instances there's a will. So it's easier to facilitate and get things done. That's not the case in many other parts of the world.
Yeah. Well, I would say that there's not an obstacle, the same obstacle we find everywhere. When you think about Saudi, for instance, a key important thing is about energy. Water is energy, so the more water you use, water equates with energy if you need to desalinate it. So certainly that's a consideration, and that also means looking. We saw it in the previous session, very interesting, how we can select type of greening that requires less water, that is more sustainable. So I would say that's one component. The other component goes back to what we were saying, which is how we can involve people and ask them what type of green spaces they want. And actually, I'll tell you something. At MIT, we started a few years ago to do a project called Treepedia. What we did is use artificial intelligence, in particular deep learning, and look at images, millions of images from cities, and classify all the trees in cities. And what we did was then, make this public. And the amazing thing we didn't expect was that we had, thousands of people who started emailing us and say, well, can I use this information to tell my mayor I want more trees, to compare my neighborhood with another neighborhood, my city with another city. So somehow, again, I think it's about feedback loops so we can better listen and incorporate the voice of the people.
In your environment, Your Excellency, you've already indicated that there's clearly a will and a desire to make this happen. But you also aren't doing it alone. So you have to, as you mentioned, there are partners that you have to work with. What for you then are the two biggest obstacles in your greening process?
I just want to build on the last two comments. Is it how you use the water efficient, because we have the scarcity of the water. And quite last 40 years, Saudi goes with low density. So to optimize the recycle, that's one of the challenge, is how you really utilize it better. And the other one is working with the Ministry of Agriculture, that the code of the type of plantation that can be consuming less water and belong to the nature. So how can we work these two together with the stakeholders? That usually makes us more effective, more efficient in our implementation, and mitigate the risk of stakeholders' different steps or different implementation plan.
For you, Bill, what would you see as the two biggest challenges?
Certainly for Saudi Arabia, the water. And I think the idea of thinking of renewable water is really important. So if we're going to bring water from desal or other sources into a city, that we just say, how do I turn that into water resources? So you can cascade the uses, potable water, service water, all the way to irrigation, so that we can use it over and over again. Essentially renewable water, which is an important idea. So that's one. And the other is really the idea of people being connected to each other and to place in ways that are dignified and graceful. So if we design things so you have to have a car, then it's one way. If you think about some of the things I saw in the diplomatic quarter when they took down the walls that they didn't find necessary and they made them the height of benches. That was an amazing move, because you took something that was all about keeping people apart and you brought out a thing where we can sit and talk to each other. That's an astonishing thing. So I think being people first and how we communicate with each other is one of the hard things to do, because it really needs to evolve. So,
you all have spoken about people and more collaborative processes when it comes to greening. What about cities? Cities working together and collaborating and learning from each other. Carlo, if I can begin with you.
Yeah, look, I think, learning from each other is very important. It's very important when you got a lot of innovation. It's important that you share ideas and share results. At the same time, I think there's one thing that cities shouldn't do, and that is actually follow best practices. And really, they should follow best practices.
A lot of people are going to be so upset with you for saying that.
Well, what I want to say is that, when you need to innovate fast, bad practice is really the opposite of innovating fast. You look at what another city did, maybe an idea they had 30 years before, and then it got implemented. It takes 10 or 15 years to implement, and then you see it works. What do? You look at the next 20 years and you do the same thing. So it's really the opposite. It's basically locking the future into the past. And so I think we need to find new ways of doing procurement. I wrote an article on this for Bloomberg just a few weeks ago with Rob Maga. How we can actually learn from new methods, from the X Prize in the United States, from venture capital, so we can take risk and actually speed up innovation. Otherwise, if we keep on looking back and repeating those lessons, yes, call them best practices, they will never innovate.
Go ahead, Bill.
One of the things that I found astonishing here is looking at the culture and going back into, whether it's Salmani or for different parts of the country, and expressing the culture. Like Carlos is saying, if you just go backwards, or you just do benchmarking, you don't take opportunity to look at the whole range of human creation work, which is you start normally, the best is to start with your values. What do you believe in? What is the right and the wrong? What is the good and the bad? Those things first. Then you move to your principles, your visions, your goals, your strategies, your tactics, your metrics, and you end with value, which is often expressed as money. So, but you want to start with your values. What do you believe? What does your culture enjoy and respect? Then you work your way down to the numbers. If you start with the numbers, if you just give it to engineers and say, here, start with value, you can go to tactics, strategies, in either order, metrics, and then you benchmark, to Carlos' point.
And maybe to add something, when you start with values, I think in the region, there's very interesting values related to innovation. You know, I see it all the time. In some parts of the world, you know, you talk to people who say, okay, I want to be innovative. You know, you talk about an idea, and they tell you, okay, we'd like to do, we want to be innovative, but have you done it before? You know, have you done it before? It's, by definition, it's not very innovative. You tested it before. And I think here in the region is the opposite. You know, people ask you, well, have you done it before? If you say yes, you know, people say, no, I'm not interested if you've done it before. I want to try something new. And I think, so that's the right attitude in general in order to fast-track innovations in cities.
I think best practice, it's a good input. The things what we do, innovation, how we use the best practice may be different than what we used before. When we see best practice, if we break it to different, one of them is about ideation. So what the idea was that country was successful for, then we understand it.
Yeah.
Then designing, how they design to the idea and how can be different. Then planning. Then sustainability, operation and maintenance, how is different. And if we start to break this best practice, we're going to have a lot of learning that we should adopt or should not do. And we transfer the way we do this best practice. So we could have new way, innovation, but however, we could learn also from the excellent experience, not only 100 years, but maybe 1,000 years, or more than 1,000 years. There is a lot of ideation because there was a different needs and different challenge faced these.
You can see Carlo, his hand is itching because he already wants to say something, so I have to let him speak. Yes, Carlo?
No, you know, at the beginning of the panel, they told us it's good if we disagree, but actually we agree. You know, when I said no best practices, you know, yes, there's a lot of things to learn from the past, but we need to go beyond just copying. Lesson from the past is usually people do without questioning if you want to do innovation. So ultimately, we
Okay,
we
so
agree.
now, no, we're not going to have... You want to respond?
I cannot.
You can't. You see, you both won that round. Okay. Excellency, I'd like to ask you... I mustn't chuckle to myself. Excellency, I'd like to ask you a little bit about the urban versus rural question, if we may. We're moving away from this best practice discussion, and I'd like to hear a little bit about how you are approaching the greening of more urban environments versus more rural environments, especially because we know that in your country, as is the case in my country, South Africa, water is not an abundant resource. So you need to be very specific and deliberate about how you manage it, but you also want to create the environment. How are you doing that?
I just want to maybe say one about my country is Saudi has a different geographic and different topographic that makes availability of water are vary.
Yeah.
So when we look to the green bare space, for example, in area South Saudi Arabia or North Saudi Arabia, it's different than when we look at from a central or east or west of Saudi Arabia. So one of the things that in our map is quite different because you have a different climate, depends where you go. Our country is big and have a different variety to do that. Now, always the challenge is that sustainable of city. How can rural area with their competitive advantage that can take part of the design of this rural village because sometimes we need to keep it, while urban cities it has a different design scheme based on 3 criteria. Certain of them how to maintain village if there is no a competitive advantage that makes a work in these villages, so we could not invest more because it will become not sustainable cities. And how can we ensure that the whole Saudi within the urban or other urban interacts with it positively and negatively. That's why when you see the desertification program, which I think Dr. Khalid was mentioning before to do it, it's a program to help the rural area not being impacted or becomes expensive to maintain. So it's about design, it's about competitive, about livability, and the standard of each that we want to maintain in all different urban and rural areas.
Bill, I'd like to hear your views on that question.
Well, I think that was a very elegant way of saying it. It's also I think, a question of, I'm going to go offline here a little bit, but I think it's really a question also of beauty, because we found, even in physics, that Murray Gell-Mann, who won the Nobel Prize for discovering the quark, got up on stage in Stanford and said, we've discovered something phenomenal in theoretical physics, mathematics, that the more and more beautiful a formula begins to appear, the more and more likely it is true. And which is really astonishing. And what he was talking about actually is fractals, another kind of mathematics, the mathematics of growth. And that what it does for people to see a tree, which has a whole different kind of mathematics than what we're used to, linear or so on. It's actually the idea of growth, and that's why we take to it. So for me, the idea that the city is a living thing, is a growing thing, and the greening of it reinforces that, those fundamental elements of it.
So those, if I can just ask you a follow-up onto that, you know, the city environment is one thing. Rural environments are a different kettle of fish, right? In some instances, so you go to parts of the world and the rural areas are where it's greenest. It's where it's still very green, people are still living off the land, they're still managing their water resources. But in some instances, you have this significant migration, which means that some of those skills that would have been inherent to somebody living there are lost along the way. So you have to have a more specific and deliberate intervention in that environment. An intervention that would be catapulted by what, would you say, Bill?
I think start with need. I think one of the big issues, we were looking at how to set up national laboratories, and we ended up talking about the first is needs. Let's make sure we can meet our needs going into the future, because that's part of resiliency, that's part of self-sufficiency, that's part of, you know, protecting our ability to perpetuate. So I think it's need, want, love in that order. You know, so taking care of these fundamentals is what we need, but taking care of our children is what we want. And so I think that's really a focus. So all of a sudden you realize how important education is in all of this, so that we can understand what we're doing at the same time.
God.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I'll just sit here and listen. You go ahead.
No, I just want to add something to what was mentioned. It seems to me we need to think that this continuum from the city to the countryside, let's say from the artificial, the city to nature. And I think one of the issues over the past 10,000 years, you know, cities emerged around 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years ago is when humanity, our ancestors, discovered this magic way, actually not that far from here, this magic way to come together and make sure that together we are more than each of us individually, and that's the city. And then for 10,000 years, we've been thinking about putting the focus on the city and looking at that relationship, starting from the city and looking at the relationship between city and nature. I think it's now time to look at the other relationship, actually how the countryside, how nature can be more integrated into the city. So that's you know, just to build on what was mentioned. And one aspect actually we didn't discuss in the session now is also in that relationship a very important component is also green as food, green as, you know, growing things, green as agriculture coming much closer to us into the core of our cities.
It's so interesting that you say that, actually, Carlo, because one of the conversations that people are trying to have in some environments, particularly where land is an issue, so in urban areas many people don't have access to land, is one, feeding themselves, so growing some of your own food in your garden, on your balcony, on your patio, number one, and creating yourself spaces in environments where you live where there is more green. So I think it's great where you have situations where His Excellency is helping facilitate the creation of that, but taking ownership of creating that for oneself is something that we don't often talk about, Carlo.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and we've seen a lot of experiments with you know, urban agriculture in cities all over the world, you know, growing things. I think even when you just grow a couple of tomatoes on your balcony or just little thing, is still useful. It connects us with nature, with the rhythm of nature, with the season. It makes us think in a different way, in that what we were saying before about looking at this relationship between the natural and the artificial world. At the same time, I think today, for the first time, we can actually do that at scale. And actually, we're working now on a skyscraper in Shenzhen, just close to Hong Kong. And what we did there was do something very simple. You know, usually when you do a skyscraper, the problem you have is that you got too much light getting in. And you spend a lot of money to put different things on the glass in order to reflect some of the light. Well, what we try to do is actually, why don't we let the light in, but actually do all around the skyscraper, we do like a big hydroponic farm. So in the theme beans, you turn some of that energy from the sun into food. Actually, with a big tower, you can grow food for like 40,000 people. And then at the same time, you shade the inside. And from the inside, you got a beautiful view. You know, you see your city through little strawberries or salad and so on. But somehow, you know, that's an experiment. Again, we won a competition, and now we're working to build it. But I think we can find new ways to actually connect more with the green and also with productive green, with nature that will ultimately feed us.
Excellency, I saw you nodding and smiling. Would you like to add to what he was saying?
No, actually, I think we've been through a different urban development from how is the industrial revolution have been a say for the last 100 years in our cities. I think we wake up about how much we can give and take. Now we want to go back to the nature, how to create a public realm that people enjoy, that people can gather, people can say. Greenery, one of the elements that help on that. The challenge we're going to face, we mentioned it right now about the scarcity of the resources, how much I can give to the green and how much can I have a home, or I have an office, or I have industrial to do it. And I think the new way of designing city is that how can you bring back the mixed use of the city? So you have the industry, you have the retail, you have the house, you have the school, and you have the green and park within an area that everybody can enjoy. So these the challenges is how have this balance between all that makes people more efficient, more happy, more utilization. And we believe these things, if we can bring it right, that could help bringing back at least the happiness of people again when we have these communities and you see the people, the business, all together work.
I'm going to have one more question to ask all three of you in just a moment. But before we do, Bill, it's quite interesting. We spoke earlier about taking individual responsibility, right? But what both His Excellency and Carlo just spoke about is also just a mind shift that needs to happen about how we live in the spaces and the environments that we do. How do we change that in terms of our physical environment to align better with our understanding that we need to change our behavior for a better future? How do we do that?
We just had a very astonishing example of this behavioral change. And I know in Curitiba, Brazil, they decided to get rid of zoning because they said, why should a factory be poisoning things? So let's change it so they're safe. Why would we want to have people having to get in a car to go somewhere to go work? So they basically designed around the idea of live, work everywhere all the time. So you don't need the transportation. Then they put in effectively a subway station above ground, affordable, you go anywhere, and so on. So I think that we've just gone through this a little bit. Now we can work from home if we want to. We don't all have to drive somewhere else to work. And I think we've seen that change. We should respect it and try to understand it, design to it. Because the flip side would be we lose our chance to see each other. So we still have to worry about that. It's not just turn this on, turn that off. It will be evolving as our way of working, way of living.
But I think one thing that might also happen when you're talking about that is the sense of community will change, right? So it'll go back to where you knew your neighbors and you know your friends because you're all kind of living in a closer environment than when you have to get in your car and drive halfway across the city. I think that's also something that can change how we think about whether we're driving or where we work and how close
we have to remember the word community in English is actually derived from the word together. It means to come together.
Yeah.
So I think that's an important part of this. Let people come together.
Okay, I told you we were going to run out of time really quickly. So we're just about at the end of our session, and I'm going to ask you to do something really quickly. I like to call it the rapid fire round. And the rapid fire round means that I give you an opportunity to give me a quick response to my question. Don't worry, it's not a trick question. What do you, one thing, and Carlo, okay, not, one thing that you think needs to happen first in the context of greening cities?
Well, it was said today, listen to people. So people first, and everything else follows.
Great. Good job, Carlo. Bill, same question.
I'd start with that. And
you can't take his. You have to have your own one.
I'm building on it. But I would say yes, to get the people together because you're about to do something really important. But I was thinking about the billions of trees issue. And what if you said in our communities, everybody's now going to get a tree? And we're going to look around and say, we don't have a lot of water, but we have enough water in your showers and your other things that we can treat locally very easily. And you can have a tree. And we can help you choose your tree with your family. And we'll put that tree right where you need some shade, so you can go out and sit under it and talk to each other. You know, just start to turn it into this beautiful dance with the natural world, and then reuse everything in ways that enhance everybody's lives.
Okay, Bill, I did say one thing. That was 3 things.
Plant a tree.
So he answered mine.
No.
You can choose the 2 extra, one of them is mine.
It's not a multiple choice. You don't get to choose it. You have to have your own one. Excellency, your one thing that you think needs to happen first.
I think the mixed communities make people belong to the communities, is not just living in the communities. This is one of that will make us to protect our communities, and we could be part of developing that and achieve our goals.
This was a really wonderful conversation. Gentlemen, to all 3 of you, thank you so very much. If I can ask you to give a really warm round of applause to His Excellency Majid Al Hugail, the Minister of Municipal and Rural Affairs and Housing of Saudi Arabia, to William McDonough, Bill, Chief Executive of McDonough Innovation, and to Carlo Ratti, the Director of MIT's Sensible City Lab. What a wonderful conversation, really inspiring. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the reality is that at the end of the day, in as much as we have an understanding and an expectation that the environments that we are living in need to be green, that responsibility cannot be left to the powers that be. Each of us has a responsibility to take ownership of the environments that we live in and to do our bit in ensuring that we don't just live in green cities, but that indeed we live in a very green world. So I'd like to draw your attention to the screen as we take a look at how Saudi Arabia is protecting its lands.
The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is a land of great beauty and great contrast, from sweeping desert sands to mountain peaks covered in lush forests. Throughout history, its people have had a profound relationship with the landscape. Now, as our planet faces its greatest challenge, the kingdom recognizes the need to restore that sacred bond. In 2021, a solemn pledge was made to protect 30% of Saudi Arabia's total marine and terrestrial area, to preserve its natural beauty and biodiversity. The Farasan Islands are the kingdom's first UNESCO Biosphere Reserve. These wild frontiers offer a pristine reminder of what can be achieved through cohesive environmental action. In the last 12 months, immense nature reserves have been declared all across the country, with large-scale restoration projects helping wildlife to thrive. Soon, even the critically endangered Arabian leopards will once again roam freely across their ancestral lands. Action is underway across Saudi Arabia. By the end of the decade, the Saudi Green Initiative goal will be achieved, with nearly a third of the kingdom's lands and seas under protection. The actions we take today will safeguard the future of the world we share. The Saudi Green Initiative, from ambition to action.
What an absolutely beautiful video there to showcase what we've been talking about this morning and this afternoon, and very much highlighting and spotlighting Saudi Arabia's protected lands. And of course, that brings us very nicely to shine the spotlight further on the important topic that we're going to have in our next panel discussion, which is protecting land, promoting biodiversity, and how we can accelerate action. Just to give you some information before we start the panel, a report released ahead of COP15 in Kunming revealed that biodiversity is declining faster than at any time in human history, with a 70% average reduction in the populations of mammals, birds, fish, reptiles, and amphibians since 1970. Quite a sobering thought. Countries like Saudi Arabia have announced ambitious plans to protect even more land and ensure that local fauna and flora thrive. But of course, challenges abound. It's not an easy project. So we are there today to discuss this and examine the kingdom and other countries and what they are doing to promote biodiversity. I'm very honored to have my panel with me that will join me on the stage. We have His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Ali Kurban. He is the CEO of the National Center of Wildlife for Saudi Arabia. Welcome to the stage. We have Stuart McGuinness, the Deputy Director General of the International Union for Conservation of Nature, also known as IUCN, and Dr. Stephen Brown, he's an Executive Director of Wildlife and Natural Heritage at the Royal Commission for Alula, based in Saudi Arabia. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me on the panel today. Quite a scary thought, 70% reduction in biodiversity over the last 50-odd years. We've seen that Saudi Arabia has made its pledge to designate 30% of their land and sea as protected. Your Excellency, I'd like to bring you in on that. Some might say, why 30%, and why are you choosing to do it now?
Okay. First of all, thank you so much, and good evening to everybody here. I will talk about if you talk about the 30%, first of all, why? First of all, it's international needs from IUCN and other also organization. Plus, of course, His Royal Highness announced that last time. I think what we have right now, let's look what we have right now. We have 16.2% of protected areas on the land, and we have 5.5% on the marine areas. Of course, if there is difference between counting the protected areas from terrestrial areas as well as marine areas. Now, whatever data we have, I know is a big challenge to have 30%. It's something not easy at all. But the National Center for Wildlife in Saudi Arabia, we are working and with a lot of effort to overcome all those challenges that we have. So we finish now designing the 30% for two phases. Phase number one, in the land and marine, we have 2025 to meet in the land 22%. So from 16.2 to 22. And in the marine, we have to reach in the 2025 to 24%. Then by 2030, we have to meet the 30%. Of course, we finish all the designing in the National Center for Wildlife, and now we are ready for the implementation. But there is something very important I need to say. It is not as a matter of areas. No, what we are working for here, the hotspots for the natural resources, which includes the ecosystems and biodiversity. So in the terrestrial, the National Center for Wildlife, with all research that we have for long years, we know about 500 hotspots in the land as well as in the marine areas.
So if I understand you correctly, you're spotlighting the most endangered areas first, absolutely.
Yes, which is very important for the biodiversity as well as the ecosystem. And we do need to focus on something very important, the connectivity between all those protected areas.
Yeah, and that brings us very nicely on to Dr. Brown, because you're based in Alula, and there already we've got a higher percentage, an 80% conservation area. How did you decide on that? I guess you're using the same benchmarks, but why such a big part of Alula that's been handed over to a protected area?
So to follow on from what Dr. Mohammed said, the area itself isn't the big number isn't the important thing. What's important is the thinking that goes behind it. So for us in Alula, those of you who are unfamiliar with Alula, it's one of the projects identified as part of the Saudi 2030 vision by His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman. The idea for Alula is to create this as a world-leading tourist destination. And within that vision, there are at least 4 guiding principles. It's to create this amazing place with iconic resorts. It's to have adventure, it's to have culture, heritage, and then wildlife and natural heritage. So these 5 pillars are fundamental to how we work. What we did was, in the early days, we had a consulting company come in from the UK. We said to them, with this mindset of bringing nature to the fore, how much land within Alula could we potentially earmark for protection for wildlife? And they looked at all of the area available within Alula, and Alula itself is 25,000 square kilometers. It's about the size of Belgium. They identified that 80% of that area could potentially be set aside, and if managed correctly, would benefit wildlife. So what we've done in Alula is we have taken that figure, and we've already got 50%, 12,500 square kilometers, of the area is already under protection, and we're activating those reserves as we speak. So we're actually converting that big number into reality. Once we know we're doing that 50% right, we'll move on to the 30% and make it 80%.
And we always want more, like every good boss, we always want more, we always want acceleration, and we'll come on to that in just a short moment. But Stuart, I know you're not necessarily keen on the title, but Father of Nature-Based Solutions. We haven't called you grandfather. But what's important about that is you've developed a gold standard. That's the most important part here, of which countries like we've just been hearing here have benchmarking themselves before they find the solutions, and then to find the solutions. So just talk us through, for people in the audience that aren't so familiar with nature-based solutions, what are they and when should they be deployed and how effective are they?
Okay, so I would say for the last 40, 50 years, the broad approach to solving societal problems has been sector by sector, step by step. An example might be agricultural food security. Try and maximize the amount of production from a single area. And I think one of the problems that has happened is that has maybe well-intentioned, but it's created a whole load of spill-on problems as well. Nature-based solutions takes a broader look. It looks at what well-managed ecosystems, they can be in protected areas, or they can actually be adjacent to or outside protected areas, but what well-managed ecosystems can actually contribute to solving a range of societal problems. An easy example would be the protection and restoration of mangroves can significantly increase carbon sequestration, can protect communities and infrastructure against tidal surges and storms, creates a whole new nursery of fisheries to enhance biodiversity, but also to contribute to local livelihoods. So one action can deliver multiple solutions, and solutions that are actually important for society and for governments and communities. So that's what we've been doing with nature-based solutions, framing this, encouraging, identifying what the best practices to be able to deliver those, and putting in place a set of steps for how governments or companies or subnational jurisdictions can actually sort of start to put that in place.
So I think we can all get our brain around that. It makes sense this integrated approach is much more effective. But it's still not being ratified. It's not being ratified in COP27. We're talking about the need to speed up. We're talking about the need to do these things. We're talking about this need to do things together. And yet they're still not ratifying some things that would seem quite an obvious way to go forward.
Well, thanks for that. And actually, I'd really like to make this point. Anybody who's got any connections with delegations, I would really encourage you to speak to them and say, we need to see nature-based solutions recognized in the decision that comes out of next door in 1 week. And the reason for that is because it helps address several problems at a time. In less than a month, there will be a discussion in Montreal about the global biodiversity framework. We can start to, nature-based solutions can actually help contribute to solving climate issues and enhancing biodiversity. It can help address land degradation. In fact, if I wasn't on this panel, I would be one next door talking about the links between nature-based solutions and the creation of decent jobs. So there is, and I say, so it has to be well designed. It has to fit in with the national priorities. But there is lots and lots of potential. And if I've got a few minutes, I can give you some very nice examples of how that works in practice.
Yeah, we'll come back to that in just a second, because we'd love to hear those examples, because we're all here to learn today. You're the experts who've got access to this brain power in the room. It ties in with what Your Excellency was saying, this collective will. Time and time again throughout the day, I've heard people talk about the need for cooperation. And it just seems that collective will, that cooperation is what's going to help countries like the Kingdom reach their targets much quicker than 2030.
That's true. So actually, I just mentioned earlier that by 2025 we're going to reach a certain number of protected areas, but even the National Center for Wildlife targeting even before 2030 to reach the 30%. If we work, as the gentleman just mentioned, all together, with the National Center for Wildlife and also many areas like the Royal Reserves and the Hayat al-Ula, NEOM, Red Sea Project. If we work all together, under one umbrella, we can reach to this one before that 2030.
And Stephen, you talked about all the things you've done so far, and that's not to undermine what's been done, because it's you've had a very strong impact there. But as I said, we always ask for more. We always talk about accelerating. So what are you going to do next to accelerate your protection efforts, particularly in relation to biodiversity?
There's probably 2 or 3 things I could highlight. One, I think, is picking on the point you made just a minute ago to Dr. Mohammed, is bringing in expertise. One thing that we've identified is this real need to bring in the right expertise at the right level. To bring in international leading experts, either to work, say, within the Commission, but at the same time building grassroots capacity, but also bringing in organizations. So we work in partnership with IUCN. We have a global partnership with IUCN, with UNESCO, for example. We're also working with many of the leading organizations within the conservation field, people like Panthera, Space for Giants, big international names. We're bringing their expertise so that we can learn from mistakes that have been made, so that we can just start doing action today. We don't want to go through a process of learning by making mistakes. We haven't got time for that, so we want to get to it. Also, we're not going to just bring people in, ask them to tell us what to do. We're hoping that what we're doing, all of our colleagues, particularly NCW, National Centre for Wildlife, all the other giga projects, we're going to be using a lot of resources to get things done quickly. I think we can also give back to the community, back to the conservation community. We can also share our knowledge with the world. So it's a two-way thing, I think. Bringing expertise.
Yeah, I want to jump in on that resources, because if we're really honest in the room, a lot of people say, oh, Saudi Arabia is just throwing money at this. As though that's a bad thing. Or they've got deep pockets, they'll just spend money, that's how they'll get results. But in fact, that's fine. If you're willing to back the things that you think are important and put a budget behind it, surely that's how you get stuff done.
Well, you know what? I used to work in Southeast Asia, and I ended up, after 15 years, thinking, oh my God, we're fighting governments, we're fighting lack of funding, we're fighting corruption, all these things that should be the enablers. In Saudi Arabia, under the 2030 vision, under SGI, we have that, all those enabling conditions. So what if we're throwing resources at it? I wish the rest of the world would do that. People might look at Saudi Arabia and say, oh, you've got plenty of money, you can do that. But you know what, and I think this is correct, in the US alone, I think $6 billion is spent just on ice cream. That's how much we spend globally on conservation. There is money in the system. If people can spend that much on ice cream, we can spend more than that on conservation, surely, because if we get it wrong as conservationists, the world is doomed. So we need to get it right.
Your Excellency.
I think also I need to add to what our colleague just mentioned. I think it's more than this is the environmental management in Saudi Arabia right now. Now we have, as I mentioned earlier, we have 5 national environmental centers specialized, and they work all together. So with all those centers we have, now we are shooting for the environmental management for Saudi Arabia. Part of this one for the wildlife is the conservation. And in order to have the conservation, you need to protect all those areas, especially the natural resources, which is including the ecosystems and biodiversity.
And Stuart, I want to bring you back in on those examples that we were going to talk about, because you have traveled across many countries around the world, looking at these nature-based solutions. And what challenges are countries facing when they're looking to expand that land? It can't be easy at the moment with the economic and social problems that we've got. And you alluded to those examples. If you can show us some examples of how people are managing to overcome those obstacles to deliver those integrated nature-based solutions.
I'd like to actually build on what Dr. Mohammed and Stephen said. I think this issue of is it throwing money, or is it actually making a real investment? Aloha will become, I'm confident, a world attraction with respect to tourism. I've spent a lot of time working in Rwanda. It's a country that doesn't have the same resources as Saudi Arabia. But there they really do prioritize investing in their national parks. Why do they do that? Because 7% of their GDP comes from tourism. 35% of their foreign exchange comes from ecotourism that is associated with well-managed natural parks and national parks and biodiversity. In fact, they are just about to expand. It's a small country, but they are about to expand by 37 square kilometers. One of the famous national parks, the Volcanoes National Park, that hosts the mountain gorillas. Why are they doing that? They're doing this with the communities and consultation with the communities because that is bringing money into the country. It's creating jobs. It's providing sources of local employment. So I think actually I would challenge this idea it's about throwing money. I think actually where we see real problems is where you've got national park systems and the money goes into the treasury and disappears and it never comes back out. If something's worth generating resources for society, it's worth investing in. So I think that is one important thing. This is not about it's a sink of money that could be spent elsewhere. It's an investment opportunity that can yield real benefits for society. If I can just give one other example, I mentioned mangroves before. Yesterday we just launched the Mangrove Breakthrough, the high-level champions, so to the UNFCCC, and it's an ambitious target. We're bringing together several coalitions to really both protect existing mangroves and restore the mangroves, 50% of those mangroves that have been lost by 2030. If we hit that target, there will be additional coastal protection that will protect 15 million livelihoods, people, and it will also protect something like 65 billion worth of property and infrastructure. And the reason's very simple. A mangrove, 100 meters of intact mangrove reduces wave energy by 80%. That protects against increasing storm damage, increasing tidal surges. So again, I really think we should be more vociferous and more forceful in making the economic case for investing in nature.
Yeah, because it seems to me that whenever we talk about nature-based solutions or doing the right thing, people say, oh, but it's going to be so expensive. We can't possibly do that. But surely this integrated approach, we saw it almost with the COVID vaccine, right? Normally, to get a vaccine, it takes 8 to 12 years. We saw what cooperation looks like when we're facing something altogether, and we're certainly facing that with the environmental challenges. So is it a bit of an urban myth out there that it's just too expensive, or it's way more expensive when it comes to finding these solutions? What do you think, Your Excellency?
I think for this one, if you look, I like the word that Stewart mentioned, is the investment. Whatever we have doing right now is more investment. toward the natural resources. And if you think of all the challenges that face our natural resources coming from maybe the industry or from the fisheries or agriculture, those are the backbone of the economy, am I right? So whatever we have of those challenges, I think we should think of the sustainable management of natural resources. This word, it should really work out with all those items that we have, and also the investment of whatever we have of natural resources. It will help to support all resources that we have in Saudi Arabia.
And His Royal Highness this morning, Prince Abdulaziz, said accountability. As you said, you don't give somebody loads of cash and hope they're going to do the right thing. You need to be accountable for it. So this accountability, this measurement and this collaboration, that's how we're going to come together, right? Is that's what's going to make the difference? I can see Stuart nodding his head there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think actually accountability about the resources. What are we actually investing in? What do we actually want to see? And accompanied with accountability is actually the transparency around that as well. The one other thing I do think that's important, in fact, Dr. Mohammed and Steve and myself were chatting about this before we came on, is actually that there's real opportunities to bring in local communities. Communities can benefit. In fact, I would say where communities are isolated, you have problems. Where you're creating jobs, where you're actually involving communities in the work around protected areas, around nature-based solutions, that's where you see the examples. Stephen was given some examples there. I've seen this very much so in Rwanda and several other countries as well. And I've seen the opposite, where communities are excluded, where there's not the investment, and then that's where one has a lot of problems with poaching, with encroachment in protected areas, etc.
I want to bring Dr. Brown in on this now, that you've seen in Alula that you have local communities, as you talked about. I was given figures before of 40,000 people. You have 2,000 people on a training program. You've got one of the largest animal release programs. It's not about having the biggest and the best and the largest programs, but what are the opportunities there for private investment and government entities with this cash, with this accountability, with this joint mission? What can be achieved?
So our stance, our sort of business model is, within Alula, is that nature, culture, society cannot be at the cost of business. They are totally interlinked. One is dependent on the other for success. And then with regard to investment opportunities, conservation won't just happen by itself. Yes, there is money available today, and there may be money available for years to come. But we are already designing our nature reserves or our protected areas. We're designing all the activities we do in Alula with the mindset of how can this be rolled out as being an independent commercial company. So for example, taking the nature reserves, we recognize that some of them are less intrinsically beautiful than others, and they will receive less visitors. Those will require some degree of state support, or they will receive funding from, say, the hotels in the sort of form of bed taxes or key taxes, what you want to call it. Whereas some of the reserves, like one of our reserves called Sharm, is very beautiful, it's very accessible, it has wildlife. People will come there, people will see that, and that will then bring in money that will then fund the nature reserves. But in terms of investment, what we're trying to do is very much picking up on the point of communities, is have community-based businesses, community interests, and developing a brand. So things like dates. A lot of dates are grown in Alula, a lot of dates are grown in Saudi Arabia. The dates we had in Alula were not really traceable, they were not really identifiable as Alula dates, they just ended up in the general date market. We've worked with locals to create a brand, Alula Dates. We undertake training of the farmers, we undertake branding, packaging. We even have a date festival. So over after the harvest, for 3 weekends, we have a date festival which allows people from all around the world to come to Alula and experience Alula dates.
So again, that whole integrated program. I'm going to just dive off because at the moment it feels like we've talked about beautiful places doing beautiful things, and everybody out there can kind of go, yeah, I could understand why you'd want to rescue that area. But what about the ability to bring what you've learned in those areas back into, let's be honest, most of us live in a city, so it's not all biodiversity out in those lovely places and not in the cities. What have you learned out in the field, should we say, that can be brought back into living environments where most of us live within the city? And then I know in Alula you have that commercial space.
We do have yes, I mean, we have very much our heritage, very much our culture, very much our nature space. And we recognise you can't lodge industry, you can't put an airport in the middle of the culture zone. So we do have a zone where we will be zoning it for urbanisation. But even within that urban area, we will be having green spaces, we'll be having public realm, interconnected walkways. But essentially, we want to have people in those zones to have access to nature. So they will be surrounded as much as possible by nature. And that's, I think, common across a lot of the projects you're hearing about in Saudi Arabia, that importance of having, I think NEOM, they say they want to have, everybody should be within like 3.5 minutes of nature. I mean, for me, you come to Alula. I think you've been there, haven't you?
No, I'm desperate.
Well, you must come see it. When you arrive in Alula, not that I'm here to sell Alula, but when you arrive in Alula,
we don't mind.
you can see nothing but beautiful natural heritage. It's all around you. So we need to make the most of that.
That's an almost easy to imagine thing.
Easy, but we want to make sure that people who have to live and work in these more urban industrial areas will also have opportunities to sort of enjoy that beauty that's around them.
So, Your Excellency, how do we bridge that gap? You've talked about.
I just need to add one point to the local communities. Local communities around any protected areas either to be a very big challenge or very friendly and support to the protected areas. If you ask me, I'm going to say the protected areas has to be a source of energy to everybody around it. So I think the biggest challenge in any protected area to be started, it's the local communities. As the gentleman just mentioned, you need to get them involved in the protected area. And this is a very good example we have right now in Al-Ula. Also, now the National Center for Wildlife, we have one of the protected areas now. We celebrated last week, Farasan Islands becomes MAB, Man and Biosphere. That means the people lives inside the islands, they are cooperating to protect those islands. So I think any protected area we have, it has to be a source of energy.
So I'm going to give you a challenge now because we've got no time left on the clock. I want 1 minute from each of you. What do you want to see done for biodiversity in the next 10, 20 years? What would you like to see firmly ticked off the list in terms of progression in biodiversity? And Stuart, I'll start with you.
Oh,
sorry, big question.
I would say, if it one wish, and we will have a global biodiversity framework at the end of this year from the Convention on Biological Diversity, but biodiversity needs to be mainstreamed across different sectors. It can no longer just be sitting by itself as something nice. Biodiversity has to be central. Interestingly, just on the issue of cities, some of the best growth on nature-based solution is in cities, and not just in beautiful places, restoring damaged areas to create new wetlands, new areas for new green spaces that are rich in biodiversity in cities. So I think there is a lot of opportunity if we can start to mainstream biodiversity across different sectors.
Stephen.
It sort of repeats Stuart, but in a slightly different way. I hope everything we do in 10 years' time is nature positive.
Okay, I like that. Give him 30 seconds. And Your Excellency, what would you like to see happen with biodiversity?
Before I just say what I want to see, I want to mention that now in Saudi Arabia, we are trying to back to the equilibrium. The equilibrium is very important in our life. So now this is what we are doing, all the national centers, and specifically the National Center for Wildlife, to return all the organisms. So we release many organisms already threatened in the north, in the south, and so far so good. What I want to dream really to see I have the biodiversity and the ecosystem in very good health, especially in marine life.
a fantastic point to finish. I think that word equilibrium is a really, really important word. So thank you for introducing that, Your Excellency. Well, we're out of time, so it just remains for me. I don't know if we're getting extra time, actually, or that's for the next speaker, if somebody could let me know. But I think as it stands, we have had a great conversation. I think a lot of people out there have learned quite a few things that they didn't know about the environment and biodiversity and what to get involved in. So meanwhile, thank you so much, Your Excellency, Dr. Mohammed Ali Kurban, the CEO of the National Centre for Wildlife in Saudi Arabia. Thank you. Stuart McGuinness, Deputy Director General of the International Union for Conservation of Nature. Thank you. And Dr. Stephen Brown, the Executive Director of Wildlife and Natural Heritage for the Royal Commission of Lula. Thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you. Thanks.
So that just leaves me now. We have a lovely video coming up now. We're going to set the scene for our next speaker, which is Nadmi Al Nasser, the CEO of NEOM in Saudi Arabia. And we're going to set the scene with this video to see what's happening there.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Mr. Khair. Good afternoon.
In the name of Allah, the most
I'm
merciful.
so proud and touched by being part of today great discussions, a lot of great ideas. And on behalf of NEOM, I would like to say we are extremely proud to be part of this regreening initiative. And I hope you enjoyed the very few seconds of a clip on NEOM and how it looks, and why, for that reason, we are part of this initiative. So it's really great and honor to be with you today and to participate in such prestigious and significant gathering that aims to tackle one of the most urgent issues facing our global society today, climate change. At NEOM, and I would do my best to take you through what's really happening in NEOM addressing this great subject. We understand the important role that our nature environment plays in shaping a future that puts people and the planet first. NEOM aims to address the challenges the world faces, from climate change, the impact of unchecked urban sprawl, and an increasingly distant relationship with nature. NEOM's purpose is to develop new ways of living and working that allow us to continue and improve people's way of life around the world. A central concern in the journey to becoming nature positive is mitigating the environmental effects of traditional ways of living. NEOM will leverage innovative technology to create clean solutions and redefine livability, sustainability, and design. NEOM will run on 100% renewable energy, and that's a record in history. And that's the promise we made for NEOM, to put together the first region on Earth that will be 100% renewable energy. And our green grants will be earned through conservation, innovative technology, and redefined urban design and implementation. Nature conservation is at the core of NEOM's vision, with an aim to conserve 95% of NEOM. I want to repeat, we have committed 95% of the land of NEOM as untouchable land, which leaves us with only 5% to do all the development, economical growth of NEOM. That's a very strong commitment in any region. And implementing a science-based program of protection, restoration, and rewilding. NEOM will reimagine the relationship between people and nature by creating the optimal conditions for harmony between the planet, the biodiversity, and society. Our nature reserve team are embarking on a greening and rewilding program, the scale of which has not previously been seen ever. And that tells you of our commitment, and more importantly, the size and the promise we made. So NEOM programs to restore, regreen, and rewild will see us restore over 1.5 million hectares of ecosystems by halting and reversing and the impacts of livestock grazing on native vegetation and restoring the life-giving flows of groundwater that have been impacted by over-abstraction. It's one of the challenges we live in NEOM. We've studied it. We know exactly what will it take. As I mentioned earlier, technology is going to lead this because NEOM, after all, is the land of the future. And we are going to rely a lot on what we are going to come up with on scientific methods and accumulation. We will accelerate the recovery of native vegetation through an ambitious regreening program that will see 100 million trees. 100 million trees in the size of NEOM is not a small promise also. And by the way, we have already started this program. We will lead the licenses of the Arabian wildlife through breeding and reintroduction program that will see native wildlife once more roam freely over 2 million hectares. The history of NEOM over the hundreds of years ended up with losing a lot of wildlife, and we are very committed to bring this life back. And again, we already started this program a few weeks ago. Our green initiatives are key contributions to the Saudi Green Initiative. And we are here very proud that we are a very strong, close partner with our friends and partners, the National Center for Vegetation Cover. Together, we will make NEOM a showcase of nature conservation that will demonstrate how economic development and nature conservation can occur in harmony. That's usually the challenge. How can you align development of economy, but also protecting the conservatives, as well as the systems and solutions that are being implemented to support environmental and climate protection. NEOM first residential region, the Line, I'm sure you've heard of the Line as the latest initiative that we announced, embodies our commitment to climate-focused infrastructural solutions. It's a 170-kilometer long city with a width of only 200 meters, the reduced footprint of the line. The main objective of the line is how can we bring livability at its best on the least piece of land we are to use, because that's how you can maximize and enlarge the nature reserve. Compared to other highly populated cosmopolitan cities such as London or New York, I would like to mention here that the line area that will take total is 34 square kilometers to take 9 to 10 million people. It's the population of a city like London. It's the city of New York. This line, which is less than 5%, is where we are going to bring people living not in a small land, but actually in a place where they can enjoy within 5 minutes from anywhere you're living in the line, walking to nature reserve. You don't need to drive, you don't need to be anywhere other than walking steps into the nature reserve. Allows for unrevealed efficiencies in the livability, optimized land usage. Each integrated modular block of the line contains all the requisite surfaces, infrastructure, and basic needs within a 5-minute walk, accessed across 3 directions, up, down, and horizontal. And that design, which took us years to come up with, working with the best architects in the world, is our pride to how we can bring to the world protecting the nature reserve, providing the best livability and combining of the future. As one of the only 6 places on Earth that has a perfect location when it comes to generating solar and wind energy, NEOM will operate, as I mentioned earlier, on 100% renewable energy that will be affordable for both residents and industries. NEOM future fully renewable energy system will be powered by solar energy and thermal winds, which will also offer a singular set of conditions for developing new clean technologies, such as green hydrogen. Generating a green hydrogen is a key driver of NEOM and the Kingdom vision of becoming the global clean energy hub and an accelerator for circular carbon economy technologies. In March of this year, NEOM established our region's first Green Hydrogen and Innovation Development Center. I'm mentioning this to remind everyone that focus on innovation and research is a must for nature reserve or for technology, so we can sustain it, improve it, and drive it. As one of the first tenants of NEOM Advanced Manufacturing and Innovation City, Oxagon, which is our industrial city, this new facilities aims to accelerate lab to market solutions and businesses development across the spectrum of hydrogen, green fuel production, utilization, and transport. To connect NEOM residents to the various vibrant regions, whether it is the line, Oxagon, or Trojena. And you may have also heard about our launching of Trojena, which is our #1 resort on the mountains at a height of 2,700 meters. And it is the place where it will have the first skiing resort in the kingdom. We will be implementing a 3-dimensional public transportation system through our joint venture with Volocopter, a leader in the eVTOL electric vertical takeoff and landing industry. In collaboration with Volicopter, NEOM will be creating the first bespoke public eVTOL mobility system. It's going to bring to the region the air taxi and vertical logistics services, and it will be fully integrated with the overall multi-modal and zero-emission public transit system in NEOM. We have already placed confirmed order of 15 Volicopter aircraft to commence initial flight operation in NEOM within the next 2 years. Desalinated water is a key to realizing NEOM ambitions of creating a sustainable, abundant water supply for residential, industrial, and commercial use across NEOM. In June of this year, we signed an MOU with a Japanese trading company and the France company Research Velicia, a global leader in water, waste, and energy management solutions, to collaborate in the development of a first-of-its-kind selective desalination plant powered by our 100% renewable energy. The new plant will produce enough desalinated water to meet our demand in NEOM and of the forecast water demand along the next 20 years to come. Every aspect of NEOM is founded in our vision to create harmony, and again I want to repeat this, I mentioned it earlier, harmony between community and nature, championing the protecting of the environment and reconnecting people to Mother Earth. Thank you so much and best of luck.
Nadmi Al-Nasser, the CEO of NEOM in Saudi Arabia, thank you so very much for sharing with us the insights and a lot of really hard work that has gone into building this probably very unique environment in the world. We certainly look forward to seeing how it unfolds in the years to come. We've spent a good part of the day speaking about what we do in the cities in which we live, what we do in green environments, what we do on the land. We've spoken a little bit about water and the need to manage it better as a resource and to protect it. What we haven't spoken as much about is what happens in, I suppose, when we invest in other environments, maybe the oceans as a thought. Before I say any more, I'd like to call on our next guest, Ray Dalio, who is the founder, co-chairman, and co-CIO of Bridgewater Associates in the United States. And he's going to be chatting with us about investing in the green transition, and he's going to share with us an investor's perspective. He's going to be joining us online, so I'm going to draw your attention to the screen there. Ray, thank you so, so very much for joining us. Welcome. It really is lovely to see you again.
I'm so excited about being here because of all the exposure I've had to what you're doing and vice versa.
So Ray, when I was preparing for this conversation that you and I are having, you shared with me a little bit about what inspires you, your inspiration. So tell me, what is it for you about Jacques Cousteau?
Well, Jacques Cousteau both and did this fabulous research and discovery, exploration, and then took us into the world of it. So he inspired me and he inspired a generation of people like me. And for that reason, it's affected me all through my life. As a diver, and then more recently, over the last 12 years, as a I formed Ocean Foundation for the purpose of having exploration. And I've modeled it really after what Jacques Cousteau did, because what we are doing is exploration and then showing that. We'll be working with National Geographic. We are now working with National Geographic and Disney, for example, to show all the exploration and the scientists doing that in a very character-based way, so we can experience, others can experience the same sort of seeing and inspiration by the ocean.
I suppose it really is about bridging that gap, right? Bridging the gap between what is happening in our oceans and what we, who aren't necessarily as exposed to our oceans, are seeing and experiencing. So why is it, do you think, Ray, that there is so little attention given to the blue economy?
There's the water line and there's this sheet, and we don't see below the water line, and we don't have the exposure to that, and it's far away. But now imagine that it's twice as large as all land, and it's undiscovered, and we can discover it. Right now, think about it, that the water line is about halfway up on the Earth. The tallest peak is equal to the deepest part of the ocean, but it's 72% of the world's surface. And so imagine if more than twice as much, there were continents that were more than twice all the continents that existed, and they weren't explored, we'd want to go explore it. But it doesn't have adequate funding for a variety of reasons. The amount of money, for example, that goes to ocean exploration is only about 1/120th what goes to space exploration, for various reasons. Partially because of the excitement of space exploration and the promotion, partially because of their military purposes in outer space. However, it's our greatest treasure, and it's our greatest explored area. So it's very cost effective also to explore it. We have subs and vehicles that can go down, cover 98% of the world's ocean, and have a 3D 360-degree camera in front of it. So with goggles, or even you could see it in 3D 360. So there's so much potential, but it's unused. And so I think we're just scratching.
Let's talk then a little bit about the question of impact. I mean, 120 times the amount of money is invested in space exploration versus what is invested in preserving and protecting our oceans. That's an extraordinary statistic, considering that we actually live here and use our oceans, whereas we don't quite live in space yet. So what needs to change? Because it can't just be a question of money.
It's simply a question of money and talent. It's very underfunded. And also there's the interest. For example, in Saudi Arabia, a lot has been done. We've done a lot and in partnership with the Saudis, who have a real desire to explore. So we've, the combination of the money and the will, I think, you know, His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, has a vision that is for ocean exploration that is almost analogous to the vision of NEOM. It's revolutionary, and he's bringing together a lot of talent. We've been lucky enough to work in that area and work with him, covering the entire, for 18 weeks, covering the entire Saudi Red Sea part, 1,000 miles, 68,000 kilometers of square kilometers of area with 131 scientists. And I could just attest to what was said before about the development of NEOM. So there's a great deal of potential power that is being now harnessed with, I should say, Saudi Arabia, and particularly His Royal Highness having a sense of the essential purity of the effort to do construction in NEOM, the effort to show. So anyway, a lot, money and talent are the keys. It's very underfunded, and there's a lot of unleashed talent that can be used to do that. We worked with 131 scientists, as I say, on that project. So there's a lot of potential. That's what it takes.
Yeah, let's explore that a little bit more, some of the work that is being done in Saudi Arabia. So we focus for a second on the number 30. In and of itself, on its own, it's not a particularly high number. You'd think, well, 40, 50, 60, 70, much higher. But if you think about 30 as a percentage point, suddenly it makes a huge difference. It's a much bigger number. And in Saudi Arabia, their intention is to protect 30% of their land and sea. Looking from the outside, what kind of real impact is that likely to have?
A huge impact. I can really only speak to the ocean part of it. And I won't get into the particulars of the budget. But basically, the creation of a NASA of the ocean, which not only extends in Saudi Arabia, but extends beyond Saudi Arabia, the region, even beyond the region, is the vision. So there's a very bold vision that will change the amount of resources and the amount that's done and the attention that it will receive.
One of the things that we often forget to have a conversation about when we speak about greening and about our future and our future economies is the role of young people and how we need to do better and do more in incorporating them as part of the solution. Can you talk a little bit more about your work in that regard and how not just bringing them along, but their assistance in potentially changing the narrative is also quite critical in this equation?
Oh, yes. Well, so our objective is to, we will see, communicate with between 500 million and 1 billion people. And we have a program, for example, for young people particularly, which we call the Young Explorers Program. And with the technology, we can put explorers on the ship working with the scientists and then connect them every day to large numbers of school children. Because of the way the vehicles can work, that there is a vehicle that they can actually navigate from their school. They could drive it, and it could be down 5,000, 6,000 meters with this camera in front of it. And so the ability today to inspire, excite young people in terms of ocean exploration, as it affected me and many others, is much greater than it has ever been.
In sort of drawing our conversation to a close, I'd like to really try to focus on solutions, right? We've identified what some of the challenges are when it comes to the blue economy holistically. We don't have enough time to go into too much detail, but let's try to look at some of those solutions. So one of the things, you've said 3 things. You've said one of the things that we need is the resources. We need the money. So we need to divert some cash from other things that we're working on and put it specifically towards the blue economy. The second thing that you highlighted was that there needs to be a bigger will. There needs to be a bigger will in the form of power to make the decisions to make that investment happen. The third thing you've mentioned is that we need to speak with young people who perhaps are thinking differently already about the world that they live in. What are the other things that we need to be giving some more serious thought to, Ray, when it comes to dealing specifically with the blue economy? Because not that it's a finite or not finite resource question, it's the reality that we need the blue economy in order to survive on our planet.
I think it's very simple, really. The exploration of it and the tapping of that so that it's being shown around the world, I think we're just neglecting it. because it's under this sheet that we don't take a look at. Once there's the excitement and actually the productivity, the positive results that are coming from it, I think it'll develop an excitement and a life of its own. For example, in the Saudi Red Sea exploration, we discovered 1,000-year-old coral that are grown in warm waters in ways that we didn't really know existed and could be used all around the world to rejuvenate coral or to replace coral in areas where there's global warming. As we start to see those kind of results of it, just even knowing what's under there were underwater treasures of species and also archaeology. All of that, once you start to see it and show people seeing it, I think that will create a life in and of itself. But also partnerships. I'll add to this. Partnerships to do those things well.
Ray, are you still with us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. I just thought
Yes.
for a second there we dropped you. So lastly, we're almost done for time. When we move forward, and I asked a panel a little bit earlier about one thing that you think needs to happen, one very specific thing that you think needs to happen, because there's a multitude of things that don't happen in isolation, but the most critical thing, the catalyst, would be what?
Excitement and rewards that come from ocean exploration, from seeing it and benefiting from it.
Ray Dalio, thank you so very much for joining us. I really do appreciate your insights, your input, and I think your questioning about an environment that we don't often not only speak about, but do enough to protect. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'd ask you to please put your hands together for Ray Dalio. Thank you very much. And with that, I'd like to call on my colleague Sarah to take us on to the next journey when we're talking about how we're going to power that blue economy. Sarah.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Tumi. An absolutely fascinating insight there. And one we're going to continue with powering the blue economy, as Tumi mentioned. The UN is estimating that the blue economy, which is the use of the ocean for economic growth and livelihood, is worth $3 to $6 billion. That's on an annual basis, and yet with rising ocean temperatures, they have severely impacted species and ecosystems, causing coral bleaching and the loss of breeding grounds for fish and animals. Among those precious ecosystems is, of course, the Red Sea, which includes some of the world's most heat-resistant corals. And our next session will bring together experts to discuss what Saudi Arabia is doing to protect the Red Sea and how investors can tap into the blue economy to help with this process. First, though, we have a keynote on this very important topic on the cooperation needed to achieve these ambitious targets. And I'd like to welcome to the stage Dr. Abdullah Tawla, the Minister of Plenipotentiary at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Saudi Arabia. Please come to the stage.
Thank you, Sarah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
Of the Allah, the Compassionate, the Merciful. Kind invitation to join you, the experts in Saudi Green Initiative. I'd like to extend my thanks to the Arab Republic of Egypt for hosting this day and this great initiative. August guests, based on my professional experience in climate change policies and sustainable development, I totally recognize how economy should be included in discussions related to sustainability and climate change. That's why the issues related to blue and green economy plays a vital role in the success of addressing environmental challenges that we're facing today, which highlights that environmental sustainability and economy complement one another and enable one another, as being highlighted by the 17 SDGs drawn by UN for 2030, specifically goal number 14. The question raised today is how to sustainably use the excessive resources that we have from our seas and ocean in a way to improve the livelihoods of our citizens as well as preserving them for next generations. To answer this question in specific, we should speak of blue economy. Through the UN Common Strategic Plan and the Saudi 2030 vision to support SDGs to address challenges, Saudi Arabia recognized the importance of blue economy and hence started a journey through Saudi Green Initiative to lead the country towards a sustainable future, to preserve the Red Sea and its ecosystem by protecting 30% of Saudi land and seas, including multiple ambitious initiatives, most important of which planting 100 million mangrove trees, 10 areas for biodiversity areas, as well as restoring coral reefs. All these initiatives are but a part and parcel of efforts made to save the Red Sea. Ladies and gentlemen, international cooperation is the key to achieve our joint objectives. Saudi Green Initiative and Middle East Green Initiative that are discussed during COP27 are but an example of the common will and cooperation to achieve our hoped-for targets, especially the goals and objectives related to blue economy. One of my colleagues says that a fish in the Red Sea do not admit the existence of borders. That's why Saudi Arabia, in its vision to preserve the Red Sea, was very keen to include Middle East Green Initiative, which is a great example for such cooperation. Saudi Arabia as well adopts international cooperation approaches as being a member in the Red Sea countries. This council consists of 8 countries: the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Egypt, Sudan, Djibouti, Yemen, Eritrea, and Somalia. The aim of this council is to achieve integration, accelerate action, and close coordination amongst the members, as well as collaborating in all fields, focusing on achieving sustainable development in its 3 dimensions: environmentally, economically, and socially. Multiple activities of blue economy will be discussed today, including sustainable development, preserving environment, tourism, trade, sustainable fishing, shipping, renewable energy, science and research. Collaborating in all these fields would of course be of benefit for everyone. For instance, science and technology as well as researches are important for the sustainability of the Red Sea. Knowledge transfer and access to information are important factors for achieving goals. The Council will be supporting all activities related to knowledge sharing and research amongst the academia and the research field. In the field of investment, the Council can work in addition to the emerging regional investment funds to adopt a mechanism to attract investors. Again, opportunities for investing in blue economies are much. So, a mechanism to facilitate investing in blue economy activities will be enhanced. An important example is aquaculture. That might be a solution for the reduction of agricultural activities and overfishing. From my own viewpoint, I believe this is a very important investment opportunity. If being introduced through a regional plan for aqua farming, the benefits will be witnessed by all the coastal areas of the Red Sea for food security and environment. Aqua farming is but one example of multiple examples. Another example that is no less important than the previous one is investing in the ports infrastructure. The total global trade through Red Sea makes the ports very important. Hence, many Red Sea countries in its national plans were very keen to enhance and establish infrastructure in their ports to facilitate trade, cargo, transport, and tourism. Investing in infrastructure strategy in the Red Sea is an opportunity for long-term economic growth, as trade will be increasing in the coming decades, requiring effective and sustainable solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, finally, based on international cooperation, I totally believe that this is the means to achieve the objectives of Saudi Arabia and the protection of the Red Sea. For me, the protection of the Red Sea includes protecting livelihoods, economy, and environment, as well as allowing the opportunity for next generation to benefit from such resources. I have shedded light on some solutions in my speech, and I'm looking forward to the constructive discussion that indeed will speak in details about blue economy. Thank you very much for your attentive listening. And again, I reiterate my thanks for allowing me this opportunity, wishing you all success. Peace be upon all of you.
Sarah, you have the floor back to you.
The Minister of Plenipotentiary, talking about the UN Common Strategic Plan and the 2030 vision and that need for international cooperation. And he gave some great examples there, not least of the mangroves that we actually talked a little bit about earlier on. So thank you so much for that. Now it gives me great pleasure to take the discussion further on powering the blue economy. I'm delighted to have with me Dr. Khalid Asfahani. He is the CEO of General Organization for the Conservation of Coral Reefs and Turtles in the Red Sea in Saudi Arabia. I'm very jealous. That sounds like an amazing job. And Professor Carlos Duarte, Distinguished Professor of Marine Science at the King Abdullah University of Science and Technology. You all know it as KAUST, again, in Saudi Arabia. So, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me today.
My pleasure. Thank you, Sarah.
So we've given some big figures out there, $3 to $6 billion a year that can be generated by the blue economy. Dr. Khalid, you're a custodian, a conservator of the reefs and the turtles. I guess the natural thing that we've been talking about this morning in this area for revenue generation, done carefully and sustainably and regeneratively, is tourism.
Yes, absolutely right. Thanks, Sarah, for that question. So basically, the world has lost 50% of its coral covers since 1950. And in order for us to deal with these natural assets, we need to protect it the first. If we protect this is the base of the marine ecosystem in the ocean. Part of it, tourism industry. Looking at Saudi Arabia, especially at the Red Sea, Saudi Arabia has established already several giga projects on the coastal line of the Red Sea, with a length of more than 600 kilometers length of the Red Sea, which is accountable for about 30% of the Saudi water Red Sea coastline. These opportunities for these giga projects would provide a couple of 100,000 new employment opportunities, and also when completed, it will be accountable for revenue, annual revenue of about $10 billion.
Yes, so she said a huge area that sometimes maybe people forget about, that's to be protected and used within the industry. So, Professor Carlos, if I could come back on that, talking about those concepts and what you're doing. You've traveled around the world, obviously you're based here now, but how do we lead the world on those new concepts? Because it kind of felt like that we were talking about things for the kingdom, done in the kingdom for the kingdom, but as the morning and the day's gone on, we've talked so much about the international collaboration and things that can be achieved and a template that can be rolled out internationally. Yes, there's a bit more of a generous budget, but that's good because that creates solutions that then can be shared across the world. So how are you leading the way on these new concepts?
Yes, indeed, that's a very good question, because we are at crossroads where we need to reimagine what the blue economy is. So during the past 5,000 years, the blue economy has been based on extractive approaches towards the ocean, and also using the ocean as a platform for trade, which actually started here in the Red Sea about 5,000 years ago. So the blue economy is deeply rooted in the Red Sea. But as the general economy, it's not enough that we raise the revenue and activate the economy, but we need to do it in a smarter way. So the blue economy now needs to have one more color, which is a blue-green economy. So we need to look at the economy based on the ocean with a new eyesight and a new mindset. And the concept that you raised earlier with Dr. Khaled, regenerative tourism, is really pointing on the direction that we should be moving. Regenerative tourism is a concept that has harnessed a lot of momentum globally. Now, every conference that you go to talk about tourism, regenerative tourism is a mainstream topic, but it's actually developed here, also in the Red Sea, by the Red Sea Group. But it has really met with global uptake, because that's what we need to do. So the new economy of the ocean, the blue-green economy of the ocean, is actually based on giving value to our assets in the ocean, with a regenerative mindset. So to be able to use the assets in the blue economy, we first need to map and understand, like Ray Dalio was saying earlier, we need to map and quantify our assets, then we need to give them a value, and then we need to regenerate what we lost.
And then you need to be accountable, because like we said before in the other panels, you get the cash, you map, but then you've got to do the things and show your workings. You've got to show the progress. So we have now the Saudi Green Sea Authority, the Maritime Strategy.
Yes.
So is all of that going to act as a sort of structure to sit this inside Dr. Khaled and Professor, that can enable this to really make some traction and move forward?
Yes. For example, speaking about the tourism, and you just mentioned something regarding that authority, if we are receiving new sectors of Saudi Arabia under the blue carbon, established an industry for cruises. Those industries is new as a blue carbon, and it's utilizing the state-of-the-art technologies to minimize the environmental footprint to marine ecosystem. So basically, we are not compromising the economic development, but ensuring that sustaining the environment through developing those cruises.
Yes, and as you said, it's actually quite a busy waterway already, so action needs to be taken. And Professor Carlos, at the end of the day, the ocean, unlike the land, it's all interconnected. So these global agreements, are there enough? Do they need to move quicker? Because the ocean doesn't know where one country begins and one country ends.
Yes.
And you might be doing great things on this side, but on other parts, they're impacted that. So what are you doing to try and get a holistic approach, shall we say?
Indeed, the ocean is a global common, and it's shared by everyone. So it's not like land-based economies where territories are carefully defined. The ocean is in motion. Animals in the oceans and resources in the oceans are in motion, so they're shared. And we're in a predicament that was started 2,000 years ago, actually embedded in the Roman code of justice called the Justinian Code that declared the ocean terra nullis. That means nobody's land. So I'm in a quest to reverse that statement, and in the 21st century, then render the ocean to be terra omnis, which means everybody's land. So we need to take more ownership of the ocean, and in fact, one of the problems that we have now in harnessing the blue economy, a blue-green economy, is to resolve the problem of how to share benefits from the high seas. And there's been a long process in trying to solve this problem, and we are not there yet. And there's a new component of the blue economy, which is the blue biotechnology. So harnessing the power of marine genes to solve problems in the energy sector, food sector, health sector. But that, again, is a common asset. We don't own the genes of marine species, so how do we share the benefits? So resolving that, which is a governance problem, will really unlock the resources of the ocean, our capacity to use it in a regenerative manner.
And Dr. Khalid, I kind of get this feeling as well, given what His Royal Highness said this morning about the need to not be condescending. There's certain countries around the edge of the Red Sea that have fragile, fragile economies, and because you can, you take more of that approach to help, sort of help them rather than tell them what to do and please do the same as us and contribute the same when you know they can't. Is that part of the strategy that we're seeing out there?
Absolutely. If we're talking about the marine ecosystem as a whole, we cannot separate the ecosystem, which is Saudi waters and Egyptian or all the countries that are located on the Red Sea. It's all one body to work with it. So no matter what I do to conserve our natural assets, for example, coral reefs, whales, sharks, sea turtles, without coordinating on a regional level, starting with national, coordinating with regional, and then international as well. Because imagine that if I ensure successing, let's talk about turtles, for example. There is nesting areas at certain season in the Red Sea. If I ensure a successful hatchling for them, it might be ended, killed, or by catch in another countries. So we need to help them to reach to that level, and there is a very nice story one of my friends told me, I think back in 90s. They were protecting turtles, and then it was at some countries on the Red Sea, they were slaughtering the turtles by itself, because at that time it was a seasonal monsoon level, so their boats, they were very small, so they couldn't go and do fishing. So they were living on turtles' meat. So they went there, they upgrade their boats, and they're protecting the turtles by itself. So instead of being the cause of damage, they're being the protectors for the turtles. That's an example.
Yeah, and that's so important, isn't it, that we have those examples that show how the joined-up approach works. Dr. Carlos, the Red Sea Decade Expedition, you've been doing a lot of mapping with these things, and CORDAP, I think it's worth sharing with the audience because we don't want to end on a down note. Yes, we know there's challenges, but a lot of things are being done. And CORDAP is one of those illustrations of a very successful international partnership that's come about.
Yes, in fact, so I'm the executive director of CORDAP, which is the Global Coral R&D Accelerator Platform. It is a G20 instrument, and really the only G20 instrument that is dedicated to collaborate towards ocean conservation. And that is an outcome of the Saudi presidency of the G20 in 2020. We're realizing that we are probably at risk of losing coral reefs globally under climate change and other human pressures. Then the Saudi presidency posed the offer to the G20 nations to collaborate towards harnessing a new science and technology to be able not only to conserve coral reefs, but to restore them at scale. So we're already fully operational, and the CORDAP has 16 nations on its governance committee. The 16 nations unanimously elected the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as the inaugural chair. So that's something that makes me very proud. And then the vice chair is the US. And we have now launched the first call for proposals, and we receive 90 projects to be funded. We probably can fund only 10% of those, so it'll be tough competition to select the best ideas. But we also have one differentiator, and is that considering that coral reefs are mostly located in developing nations, we make it a requirement that all projects must have a strong participation from middle and low income nations, and half of our proposals are actually led by scientists from those nations. So I think it's a really good initiative, the first time that the world gets together to solve this problem and reverse the prospect for coral reefs from one of loss and grief to one of recovery and rebuilding.
And Dr. Collin, I'm sure I'll give you the last word here because this is your specialization too. Surely that's something that can be built on into the future. You have some of the most heat-resistant corals. Surely that knowledge can be shared to other parts of the world that are going to experience warmer waters and perhaps bring on those corals, but in a different form.
Yeah, the Northern Red Sea specifically, it has the most healthiest corals in the world. And because of any climate change damage happening to the corals, scientists expected that the last extincted corals would be the Northern Red Sea one, because the nature of the Red Sea, it's a semi-closed seas, and the deepest, let's say the deepest water in the Red Sea, it has a temperature of 21.5 degrees centigrade, this is the summertime in European countries. Mm-hmm. So it's already some of the coral genetics in the Northern Red Sea developed that resilient things. Now, we are exploring in our organization establishing a dedicated coral reef and sea turtles research center in the Red Sea. And part of that is we're going to do some research on some genetics, the genetics makes up, and how it can respond to different stressors till we find out the relations between those kinds of things.
The challenge is now, I put it to everyone, 1 minute each. What do you want to see in 20 years' time when you look back, given what you're doing now and you're trying to do? What do you want to see for the state of the Red Sea? What would be the biggest wins?
So you mentioned at the start of the conversation, Sarah, that we are in a region also where we have fragile economies. I've been working for a week with a global leading expert on fragile economies, which is an economist from the International Monetary Fund called Ralph Shami. We've been working on devising a new biodiversity positive economy, because now the fragile economy of our time is actually nature. So what I'd like to see in 20 years from now is that we look back and we see that this fragile economy, which is nature, now is thriving and is supporting livelihoods, and is supporting livelihoods in an acyclical manner that is not committing ourselves to periods of depression and inflation, but is providing well-being and activating the economy and jobs across generations.
Okay, slightly more than a minute, but Dr. Khalid.
Yeah, I'm always a dreamer, so I have an ambition to get the coral coverage, for example, in the Red Sea, to its abandoned historical distributions.
Excellent. A grand plan indeed. Gentlemen, thank you so much for sharing your insights into powering the blue economy and the state of play at the moment in the Red Sea. Lots to hopefully look forward to, as well as much work to be done. So it just leaves me to thank you for joining us today. Dr. Khalid Asfahani, CEO of General Organization for the Conservation of Coral Reefs and Turtles in the Red Sea, and Professor Carlos Duarte, Distinguished Professor at the Marine Science of KAUST University. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and we look forward to more sessions tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And just before we go, let me just quickly wrap it up. I think we've all can agree we've had a fabulous day. It's been filled with focus, with drive, with creativity, with innovation, with ambition, and indeed with delivery. I think that's what it was all about. From the very minute that His Royal Highness talked to us this morning, gave us his report card, I think, and really looked back on all the great work that Saudi Arabia has been doing. And actually, just it went from there all day long. We talked to everybody, the key players who are actually working hard and delivering every day and delivering on the promises that was made last year, and indeed the new promises that are being made. All of this, of course, the Saudi Green Initiative, under the leadership of His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, really, really leading this initiative. So here we are 1 year later, and we've had so many people here talk to us about what is going on. We looked at, environmental action, what's needed around the world. We also looked at the state of the oil and gas industry, the hydrocarbon industry, that is still very much part and parcel. And we heard from the CEO of Saudi Aramco and of Total Energies also really telling us their commitment and the fact that they will, they can, and they have every intention of being part of the solution and delivering a green, cleaner future. There's so much going on in terms of looking at our natural treasures here. When we looked at sustainable tourism, we took a look at that from around the world. And again, looking at optimizing for net zero, some of the big challenges that are there and that will continue to be there. The mining sector, another great spot here in Saudi Arabia, great opportunities, and will be needed to make sure that we can escalate the transition as well. So it was lovely to include all of them here. And of course, what's happening in hydrogen, so much there going on. What a great afternoon too we had, really looking at vegetation in the desert, looking at cities, the new concept of cities. How do we build them? Who are they for? What are we going to do? The circular economy, the importance of that, and also about the needs, the wants, education, implementation, and perhaps, as Bill McDonough said, putting a bit of love into the cities as well. Protecting land, protecting oceans, all of this we covered today. Looking at what is going on in NEOM, I think the land of the future, really looking at something new, exciting, something very, very different, and looking under the ocean to see the great treasures that are there. And we heard it from an investor point of view as well, having Ray Dalio is there, and from all of our colleagues here in this last session. Without a doubt, I think an action-packed day. Tomorrow, we promise it will be more. His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman will be back. You can't miss that. And His Excellency Adel Al-Jubeir, the climate envoy, he'll be here as well. And we'll hear an address from His Excellency Yasser Al-Rumayyan, as well as we're going to have more in-depth discussion on investment. We're going to be looking at climate action tomorrow. We have, as well as His Royal Highness, we're going to have Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber from the UAE. So we have a few visitors from the UAE coming to join us too, and we have a big focus on youth tomorrow. So please be back with us early. We'll get started at 9:30, but come a little earlier. You can see if any of you visited the gallery earlier on. There's so much going on out there, and just great creativity, innovation, and some of the wonderful people who have put a lot of those projects together. So if you have, well, just come early. It'll be good, and we can all catch up before we get started. So 9:30 back here, and we'll really look forward to seeing you. So I want to thank you all for staying. A big thanks to my colleagues, my moderator colleague Sarah Cocker, Tumi Makabo, Frank Kane, and of course to all of our great production team. And we'll be back tomorrow, and as His Royal Highness said, once again, we will deliver. Thank you all so much, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Thank you.